was never meant to stay. It was you that put me in. Promised me that we'd be okay. All of your lies I was believing. You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. But I gotta act this way. Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? You got me like crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy.
Welcome to the EWC 2026 TFT America's Closed Qualifiers. I'm Casanova, joined by Hupe-san, getting ready to jump into a couple of games of action to kind of qualify our players into the main event, as well as the global last chance qualifier coming up soon. Hupe, how's it going? How you feeling going into some more 4v4 action for this year?
Amazing, Cass. First, a pleasure once again to share here with you, man. Love you so much. And yeah, I mean, 4v4 is a format that players love so much, and having it here in EWC is just amazing. We have a high level competition, meta looks very different and interesting. So I mean, I'm just hyped for today.
Yeah, I mean, it's always something that I look forward to, is jumping into the action for these 4v4s. You get kind of this basically different meta than standard TFT, because you've got players that are basically being the anvil, taking the hits for your teammates, as well as kind of looking for those big win outs that often are indicative of high risk plays in a big long tournament. But when it comes to 4v4, you have those high risk plays almost every single game that we get to have that. So very excited to jump into that. So let's take a look at our format for the weekend. For what we're going to be doing across today, we have had a long road leading into this, of a bunch of different early stages, having the opening matches. Getting here, we had 8 teams coming in, the top 8 teams from event points going in. They played a double elimination bracket, and now we have finally made it to where the top 3 are going to qualify into EWC, and the 4th and 5th place will be going to that global qualifier. Let's look at the schedule to see those few matches that we will be covering over the course of today, Hupe. We're going to be starting things off with Team Nemesis versus Team Vitality, with the winner here getting the 1st seed and the loser being the 2nd seed headed to the Esports World Cup. And then we'll follow that up with Fnatic versus Isurus, with the winner being the 3rd seed and the loser making it to that last chance qualifier. And finally, we have a do or die match between Get Gromped and Rohan's Warriors, with the winner of this also making it to that LCQ.
And important to realize here, Cass, that as you mentioned, these players came here, these teams, by open qualifiers. So actually, they have so many reps to actually try to perform to open and to have the possibility to get here. Here are the 8 teams. Some of the players has had a clean view, a clear path to get here, and some of them has stumbled. But each of them, as I said, I mean, a lot of reps, a lot of gameplay, full camaraderie, if you will. I mean, it's not only the level of individual play, it's the camaraderie between players, and I think we'll see a lot of high cap and very important high risk decisions here.
Yeah, as we take a look at the bracket as to how these teams made it this far in the tournament, as you can see, Team Nemesis was able to take out Isurus and has not dropped a game leading up to this so far. 2-0 into Kaboom, 2-0 into Isurus, and now we'll be going up against Team Vitality, whereas Vitality has not been so perfect leading into this, taking a loss to the Vicious and taking a loss to Fnatic on their way here. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the bracket for the decider match, Fnatic taking out Rohan's Warriors before falling to Vitality and beating Get Gromped to make it this far. Isurus did take out Get Gromped early on, fell to Team Nemesis, and then beat Rohan's Warriors in order to make it to that decider match. And that is, of course, leaving Get Gromped and Rohan's Warriors at the bottom of the tables, taking a couple losses, but still having the opportunity to make it all the way through.
Also, a chance for some of these players to be on EWC for the first time. You mentioned Vitality already 3 times on EWC, with already being qualified. Nemesis doing so amazing, as you mentioned. And then for Isurus, it will be the first time. Only team that has multi-language language players. They have Michael from Latin America, and then a full roster then from NA. So, I mean, I really love to watch how these players will assemble and put the drive and the pedal in the metal here to try to achieve the qualification.
Yeah, we've seen it before leading into EWC with Michael previously. I believe it was Toronto Ultra that was had that mix of LATAM and North America, and that team was very impressive. They made it all the way to EWC. They had a great run, and you know, once again, we're having that combination of LATAM and North America teaming up to try and take it all the way, and there is that big chance for Isurus in this in their games today. Vitality, of course, as you mentioned, they were at EWC last year. They've been for a 3rd time now, they've already qualified, and now it's just about getting that first seed. And Vitality as an org was able to get third in total points in the last EWC for the Clubs Cup as well. So that is something that, you know, they'll be looking for. They really are excited to have their TFT team making it back to try and score some more of those points this time around.
Also, I mean, the team that has hyped 4v4 the most, Milk has said so many times that 4v4 is his favorite format. The same for Soju. And I mean, the high level of play, we'll see a glimpse. Obviously, we'll try to go into detail here, Cass, and explain. But I mean, the level of play, the micro decisions that they're making in every moment will for sure level up the need for being an elite player here at the qualifiers. Of course, once again, for the wrap-up, 6 teams already qualified. 3 will go direct, and 2 will go with a chance of going to the global qualifier.
Yeah, and our first matchup of the day, we get to kind of start off with a very strong foot, right? This is going to be Team Vitality versus Team Nemesis. This is 2 teams that are qualified for the Esports World Cup already. They're playing for seeding. The first seed will be the winner of this. The loser will get second seed. And that seeding is matter. There are teams you're going to want to avoid facing early on at EWC. So getting that higher seeding is going to help out, give you a better chance to advance even further, because the competition gets extremely fierce once we make it to that main stage. But let's take a look at these 2 teams. Team Nemesis, I'm riveting Panche and Phoenix as well as Yutora. This team is a bunch of players who had not been the pinnacle of competition in the past as far as individual play, but they have been grinders in cups, trying to make it into the pro league as well. They have done an amazing job over the past few sets and few years, fighting to get to the top level of competition, and now they have a really big chance in this 4v4 format since they are going to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I'm rebating with the possibility there of being also on regional finals, and now Team Vitality. And this is the opposite cast that you mentioned. These are players with huge accolades. 3 players here are in TPC right now in the TFT Pro Circuit. The only one missing will be Milk. And of course, Soju is already qualified to the TFT World Championship right now. So he's already in a great spot. He knows the set perfectly. I mean, if a player has grinded more of this set, has to be Soju and Setsuko. And I mean, these players just play amazing. They're friends, and they have huge experience, of course, in 4v4.
Yeah, and I mean, as you said, that experience in 4v4 will pay dividends, right? This is a team that has played together since 4v4 became a mode that is something that people could even do. Since there have been tournaments for 4v4, these 4 have been fighting together to be at the top of this format. Milk, it's his preferred way to play team fight tactics. He doesn't even like to play the individual game anymore. He just likes to play 4v4. It is where he wants to be. And so it shows a lot in this team's teamwork and in their strategies. I feel like we find a lot of innovation from them, and a lot of other teams will start to kind of copy where that comes from. But it is kind of a consistent story we've seen with the Esports World Cup with 4v4, that you'll have these titans of the game, but there are these underdogs that when they are the sum of their parts can topple giants. And this would not be the first time we've had a major upset if Team Nemesis is able to take down Vitality.
100% agree. I mean, the ego check, right? I mean, in 4v4, sometimes you have to be the hero. Sometimes you just need to help the rest of the players and try not to go 8th. And these players are just used to winning. And of course, when actually you're together with people that you're confident with them, that you know that you can trust them to actually take the lead and take the hero example, it's just great. And it's very easy to say it, but when you play TFT, you always want to win, and sometimes that's humble and lowering the ego is very important, especially here in this format. And I mean, I'm hype here, Cass. I mean, Setsuko is one that always likes to win the game, plays 5-9. So I mean, as you said, the underdogs here, if you will, for Nemesis, and the huge favorites from Vitality, that has ups and downs from now on.
Yeah, I mean, as we wait for this to start, let's talk a little bit about 4v4 in general, Hoope, because the big difference is, of course, that you are playing with a team, and it's about just getting the highest, essentially, average placement against the other team, right? And so from there, the strategy has to change a little bit, because if you're just all playing to win, you may find lines where your best way to win would be to contest your teammate, and that's not going to work. You need to be able to move out of the line for the player who has the better spot. You need to stop your opponent from having a really easy time looking for a win out. you need to be able to reduce the amount of damage you deal to your teammates when you run into them for combats. So there's a lot of strategy that goes into it, and we're gonna get to see that deployed immediately as we jump straight in to game 1 of Team Vitality versus Team Nemesis here in the Americas closed qualifiers. Kicking things off right away, we got Sona for our encounter.
Yeah, we saw also Varus and Aurelion Sol. So we have some possibilities. Sona is very interesting here, Kat. The experience will be reduced by 2. And this can be very, very crazy for some fast 9, at least in solo queue. And normally you don't want to reroll in this type of encounter. But we know reroll is meta. We know people will try to play Teemo. So, I mean, this game for sure will be a little of an anomaly of what we will see for the rest of the night.
Yeah, and I love that, right? That's one of the really cool things about this set is oftentimes we've seen in 4v4 a very quick meta will develop. You'll see one player on each team playing a very specific reroll comp. This time around that we saw from EMEA, that was Teemo. And then you'll see going forward, there's going to be like one player on each team playing a very specific strong 4-cost line, maybe another player playing the other strong 4-cost line, and then maybe one player going, you know, all in for either a fast 9 or a win out angle or some just unique composition. But the reroll, as you said, kind of starts to get taken maybe off the table here, or at least for one side it will, and that can open the door for maybe another player to potentially look to still go for the reroll if it becomes uncontested.
Yeah, 100%. Right now we're seeing exactly that. Prestiven going for the possibilities here, going Arbiter, finds an Arbiter that when you drop below 40 health, gain permanent health. So pretty good. Actually, one of the best that you can find when you're actually going for Leona. Normally, you want to cast and then get a HP on the conditional for Arbiter. And we're saying maybe we will not see reroll, and now Prestiven in a great position here to just go for the Teemo Leona.
Yep, very good angle for it. The Arbiter, as you said, perfect, right? Because it's this infinite scaling health on a unit that is going to be on the board for the entirety of the game. We're even seeing this calculated loss as a potential option to get more gold and more rerolls, and you can try and set yourself up to always lose not as bad to your teammates to get maximum value out of that calculated loss. Trade sector, another option to keep getting those rerolls, but calculated loss, you know, somebody on your team's going to want to look for the loss streak anyway, and Prestiven can say, hey, if you guys have spots to play more tempo, I can be the loss streaker in this because I see this calculated loss going to play this reroll line. And it may have some win out potential, but it should at the very least be stable to look for a 4th or a 5th.
We saw the opposite here. So, I mean, Prestiven will go for the loot streak, but now we're seeing that Andrew Dating is already almost open for going for the calculated loss, having only a prior, so maybe trying to offer that primordial angle. And this is interesting because the calculated loss will require that loss, and for Prestiven it will be critical, almost impossible if he wants to maintain on the Teemo line to actually take the loss. So a little better, at least to the early part of the team for him.
Yep, and we're also seeing Setsuko early on having a very big board of units. I'm guessing this is Cluttered Mind, and it is. So he is just going to be trying to ramp up, potentially looking for... I mean, you said Fast 9, pretty good in solo queue on this. The king of Fast 9 is Setsuko, and this may be an opportunity for him to try and show his stuff and become the win-out player for the team, going for Cluttered Mind, getting all that additional XP early on.
Seeing a little more here for Sera, will be Yatora, if you will. And here to try to go for tempo, has no scout, no pivot, so he will stay 100% here on the Briar reroll. Another comp, also tier S, if you will, for this patch. Important to remember here, cast for everyone. Right now on live, we're on 17.3, but because of time to prepare for the players, 22.2D is the one that we will play. So the nerf Leon, the nerf Teemo, the nerf Briar are not still applied here for this live event. So people will try to go for those compositions that maybe right now in life are not the priority.
Yep, this will be heavily prioritized here, even though they aren't on live. And so we will be seeing a lot of that. Worth the wait, Ezreal. So we talked about how reroll could be a little bit less appealing on Sona. But the thing is 4v4 meta reigns supreme regardless of this encounter at the start of the game, Hoope, and our players are saying, you know what? Nope, we still like some of these one costs that we're going to play for. Now, of course, worth the wait is less committal. You can still just level up and eventually get this one cost 2-3 star and just have it be a part of your comp for these time breakers early on, playing 2 time breaker at the bare minimum to get the attack speed, plus utilizing maybe a third as soon as it's found to ramp up the XP and even play fast 9 in this way is possible for Panche. So we'll be looking out for that.
The other comps that we haven't seen yet, this angle really must be huge right now, very, very broken. So the court, it will be very interesting to follow that angle. Yeah, I mean, it's what you mentioned, right? The aircraft, yes, I prefer that line so much more that just keep rolling here. And probably will, I don't know, maybe Scout plus Jin, and you get the free 2 sniper on the late game and try to play for some legendary. Now we have the fair carousel, if you will. I still maintain the name.
Yeah, still the carousel, right? Yeah, but we are gonna see who they're picking for their gods. Kind of hard to grab everybody's selections, but we'll just kind of have a general idea once we start seeing these boards later on, and we see what boons players have selected in the late game. But Aurelian Soul is going to give you that little quest that you'll have to run down, whereas you can get duplicators from the Varus. And actually, you know what, Hoope, I think that's what's informing some of these players still wanting to go towards reroll lines, because even though the Sona is going to make you level a little bit faster, the Varus is here to be able to give you some additional ways to find your units and hit those early 3 stars.
And also, as you mentioned, the mission here from Aurelion Sol is one of the better ones, and these players can assemble it very quickly. You need to get a minimum of 8, and then you get so many pieces here, emblems, that some possibilities that actually will give you a chance to have that cap 9 even a lot more. So we see some of the players at least here getting already the Aurelion Sol, and I mean, in late game, I think we'll great for them.
Yeah, I just saw Prestivan looks like he had an open fort. It was Prestivan that was on the Leona, correct? With the Arbiter that was trying to stack HP. So open forting means that Prestivan is willing to sacrifice a good amount of his early game to just play around the calculated loss instead and not commit to the reroll line in order to try and prevent Riveting from keeping that permanent loss streak, if I saw that correctly. And also, Setsuko is instead going to take the Leona, as we just saw 6 copies of Leona on his board. So Prestivan going to have to fully sacrifice his spot to make room for Setsuko and to try and stop Riveting. So this is what we talk about when it comes to 4v4 team play, right? This was looked like a good angle for Prestivan to play this reroll line, but they found a better one with Setsuko and the need to stop Riveting from being able to really pop off with all this extra golden rerolls, as that's a 3-star Leona for Setsuko already on 2-6.
Perfect. Nice communication and exactly the way you presented it. And now Vitality, when we thought it was a very, very how to navigate better, we here playing Slaughter Mine, and now with the Leona 3, and now he can just push level. Leona very good for reader, but also very good in the late game. And Leona with the late game a lot better than Ezreal, because it's very easy to put the Vanguard +1 on the late game. So, I mean, a great spot right now for people to push tempo and try to go for level 9.
Yeah, and I mean, there's Panche with the Ezreal 3 as well. And I mean, it's exactly as we drew it up, Hoope. It looks like it is just going to be tempo Ezreal, tempo Leona, fast 9 from Panche, fast 9 from Setsuko. And that is probably going to be the battle at the end of the game of players that are looking for the win out on these teams. Like, often you see the loss streak into win out happen. However, this is going to be tempo into win out angles because of how much extra experience they're going to be able to get, extra gold from basically having to invest 0 resources into becoming the strongest members of each of their teams.
Yeah, good possibilities here. So for Panche, win streak, Soyu, not with the win streak almost having it, but I think both teams are in a great spot to actually keep pressuring. I keep going for that. For now, Prestivan ensuring the lose streak. I don't think they face each other. Prestivan in the rating, I think they both maintain the lose streak so far. So it will be interesting to see. Prestivan starts to assemble a board here, finding some beeples. And now the chance for them. Yeah, no, they face each other probably because we see 0 lose streak here for Prestivan.
Yep, he's looking, doesn't end up selling out. We'll see if Riveting, it's going to be Soju. So just going to be able to keep this. Another thing to point out for Soju's board, we saw it was the Serpent for Stargazer, and he's playing these Stargazers early on. Often the Serpent would have been very good for the reroll Stargazer line as well. However, Soju already at level 6, not going to be playing around that Jax reroll alongside the Twisted Fate in the backline, and instead looking to push levels, and that may be because of the Sona early on as well. So Soju just looking to have a much more stable board, as both Prestivant Riveting ends up losing the loss streak. So it's just Prestivant keeping the loss streak at the bottom with the calculated loss.
Yeah, for Riveting, good angle here. Having an early Ramos, an early Corki could go for that line. He will need swords. For now, he only has one. So good angle. Artifacts, Cass, love them in this patch, in this meta. So let's see if this is a possibility that is going for here for Riveting.
Yeah, is there any North Star artifact basically that could lead towards a very specific comp that only works with it? Well, I guess we won't be seeing that artifact, but still, it's a good kind of conversation to have, Hoope.
Yeah,
is there anything that you're very much looking for? As we do have Zed as an option, that is another very powerful comp that you can only play if you find this augment.
Yeah, I mean, for artifacts, I think it's great because of Master Yi, because there are so many artifacts for combat, like melee carries. So you can get, I mean, there's like 5 options that are good. So nice. I mean, I think it's more of the flexibility of the artifacts always giving you something good rather than going for something purely like broken. And that, of course, there are some things like, I don't know, Horizon Focus, Mountain Lulu, if you will. But I mean, you have to pick with your fingers like perfectly, if you will.
Yes, and also, you know, good thing to point out with something like that is, as powerful as that is when you're playing individually, in team play, 3 cost 3 stars are very hard to get because it's easier to grieve. So even if you found that opportunity, it might be harder to actually convert it than it would in a singles match versus a team match. But it is the Invader Zed that is picked, and I think, you know, when it comes to 4v4, Hoope, we talk about how easy it is for players to deny you and contest you. This is a unit that people cannot deny from you.
Yeah, you have the angle, and it's a broken unit. I mean, it was nerfed for the next patch, not for this one. And in the next patch, it's still pretty good. So actually, it's just amazing. It's one of your win-out spot. You already get the Shojin, and then you just need to lose aggro, Edge of Night, and then something else, normally adaptive, something to generate a little more mana, and you get the infinite set that for sure we'll see a glimpse now in the later stages of the game.
It looks like we're seeing how Setsuko was able to find this Leona so easily, the Arbiter being the one where it allows you to find Leona at the end of combat. For the longer you're in combat, the higher chance you are to just find a Leona, and Setsuko was able to find that 3-star, and I was wondering how he was able to get it so early on without rolling too much, and that explains it easy enough for us.
Yeah. On the other hand, I'm rebating having the Corki, but doesn't have the items for it. So for now, it's just a holder, and Setsuko is just too strong. I mean, getting the lead here, now him and Soju are leading the pack, already getting the win streak out of it from Panche, and now in a great spot to lead the pack. And then now for Milka Prestivant is just try to avoid the bottom. And I think Setsuko and Soju are both in a great spot to keep maintaining tempo. Of course, you need to keep that setting line. It's a legendary cast, so very difficult to get in 2-star, at least on level 8. You need to go to that level 9, but because of Sona, it will be actually pretty easy.
Yeah, look at this 4-cost shop. Going to be a very quick click for a lot of these players. We did see a little bit of reroll, but some of the reroll players actually pivoted out to just keep loss streaks, and now they're going to have to look to stabilize on a comp. And a 4-cost shop is a great way that you can find a stabilization piece, as we see Varus giving that opportunity for a lot of these players. So we'll see if people can high roll into the Corkis that they were looking for, into the Master Yis if they have the spot, as Prestivant does get the 4-cost shop. No Master Yi, just a lot of frontline, and then the Aurelion Soul, which on this patch, not quite as good. AP Flex getting a bit better on 17-3, just because of the fact that there's not as much power in the Master Yi comp.
Yeah, Prestivant here has a clear Corki path. He's just maintaining tempo any way he can. Already having the Death Blade, having the blue buff, premium items here for the Corki. So he will defend the Corki from unrebating and just trying to get that angle. For now, just maintaining tempo, trying to lose as little as possible. Right now, 38 HP cast. So I think this will be an angle for a 4-1 early roll and just try to stabilize and avoid the 8.
Yeah, I mean, he is rich because of this calculated loss, but it was at a great cost, as you said. 38 HP, very low for Prestivant. He's already committed onto the Varus Boon. We only have 3 players committed there, and then we have an Aurelion Soul for Phoenix. Everyone else has taken 1 and 1 so far. As Prestivant goes down to 2 lives if he cannot kill enough units once again. He has these 9 rerolls banked up as soon as he levels up, and there's extra gold came in from TK, so he is just going to go on 3-6 up to level 8. A quick roll down, 20 rerolls available for free, so he still has gold on the bench even though he looks broke, as he can start to put something together. Fizz 2 doesn't have a carry. Currently just gonna have to play around Fiora 1 and Kaisa 1. Frontline upgrades coming through, but no frontline items. This doesn't feel very stable just yet as he goes up against I'm Riveting.
Yeah,
No, this is Milk. This is Milk. I'm Riveting was just on the board.
Yeah, just not enough. Trying to find a Corki, even if you have Corki 1-star with this item from the Kaisa, will be amazing. A little frontline, as you mentioned, with the Mighty Mech, trying to find the Ramus. That will be the premium one. Normally, Mighty Mech is it's good enough, at least for now, and enough to maintain the win, of course, facing Milk. And let's see if... right now, both of them very, very low, but as you mentioned, Prestivant with great possibilities to stabilize. And now the Corki angle here from Rebating is not good at all. He will try to go just fully cap on the set.
Yeah, it's going to be the Zed, and it's a perfect loss for Team Nemesis. Really good team play between these two. As Phoenix finds Corki 2, likely to be the Corki player for his team. Milk is going to find a Kindred 2 as he gets a bunch of gold, rolling down on 8.
Master G for Milk.
Yeah, Milk selling a lot of the boards so that he can start rolling even more. We're going to see another big roll down from Milk on 4-1 so he can try and find stability. Oh, it is Yi2. He has found it.
Yeah, G2 Malware Matrix. So it's not like the best. It's the best Ionic for G. And of course, gives you a possibility of having that additional item for free that is pretty good. Doesn't give you like tier S or OP status, but I mean, G is just so strong that anything that you give to him is just perfect here. Trying to roll, finding something else, trying to find that front line that is so important. Doesn't find the Fiora. Yeah, pretty good. Emblems will not help him that much, so maybe trying to find a reforge here for the space group.
Yeah, 4 Brawler, 4 Marauder online, 4 Milk. He has hit. I mean, his comp is here. He needs to find a little bit more for the front line, find some upgrades, but he got some pairs. And it's not like his front line is completely soft yet. He does at least have the upgraded Maokai, which can stabilize a little bit on stage 4 until he can find the rest. And with the Yi being 2-star, I mean, this is exactly what he needs. The Fiora being able to level up the comp a bit as well. If he can 2-star her, start getting some items to continue to cap out the comp. Milk has really good potential to try and escape this bottom 4, as Prestivant is the one that I think is in a little bit more danger for the team, as he's going up against that 3-star Ezreal that can't carry any more for Panche.
Nice win because he's already holding also 2 Master Gs. Milk has 3 Master Gs already 2-star and has an additional, so they're blocking completely from Nemesis the chance for them to go for the premium line of Master G. So great teamwork here for Vitality, and this is exactly what I love to see, Cass. They're playing for the oh, perfect. This is so great here.
So the reason this Jhin is so insane as well, Hupe, is because Phoenix is blocking all the Corkies. So it's almost impossible for Prestivant to find his premium carry. So he needs something else that can item hold for now and at least stem the bleeding.
Now, this is great for him. Jhin 1 is in a great position. Probably will try to get 2 Darkstar in just to get the extermination and the possibility to cap out with that. And for now, I mean, we know the plan. The plan is to try to not go 8th. That will be surely enough for Prestivant. Let's see if he's managed to get it from this.
He's against Setsi. There's also
strong.
He is going to slam the items. He needs to try and take a little bit less damage. The Jin's just going to be hitting the Leona from the start, and that might make it so he can't kill too many units. We'll see. It doesn't look like items were able to be completely taken out by Setsuko, but it is just a Zoe carry for now. So I am wondering if Setsuko was able to weaken this board a little bit. I'm trying to look at the bench. It feels like he's weaker than he should be, as Prestivant's able to take that win. Buy himself another round. Riveting able to win as well. So the HPs are stabilizing as the teammates are trying to keep their players alive.
Voyager emblem here for Riveting, also great in this composition. And for Setsuko, I mean, it's stage 4, so he's fully economy. He has 50 gold, so maybe he just didn't roll, right? He saw that past 9 angle and then used the full capital to go into it. So right now I'm waiting. Also in that plan, the problem is, can you be able? He's not stable. The plan is find that head, and then he will be that will go for first place program. Again, little less than 30 XP.
Yep, and there is Prestivan finding his first Corki, so he does have those perfect items for his Corki 1. Gonna try and get through this Zed. Edge of Night procs already. The Zed's duplicating all over the place as this Rammus has made the board very stable on the front line for I'm Riveting. And the damage of a 1-star Corki feels like it is just not enough to deal with the 2-star and the Zed on the other side. So Prestivan gonna take a hit from I'm Riveting, and that is a big win for Team Nemesis.
Yeah, great position here. Getting Prestivan 8th place will open more possibilities. Remember, half of the team needs to be in a better position here in 4v4. So if you get someone to take the 8th, now you have so many outs to actually get good positioning, and you don't depend on the first place to accomplish it.
Yep, there is going to be the owned 4 cost for Varisk that can help you find a lot of stability, but also a lot of gold from Aurelion Soul for some of these players that are below 30. Could see Riveting potentially go for the Aurelion Soul, get the gold, but decides to go for the own 4 cost. I was wondering about trying to get the gold to push to 9 to try and get the Z2. That's not going to be the case. Just wanting to try and find, I think it might be frontline upgrades that are still available since the Corki 2 is already online.
Phoenixia right now with 4 Corkis just holding also the line. And here's the one that was being griefed. So Phoenixia not having the G2 is huge here. Even though he's a little healthy here with more than 50 HP, he will be in a difficult position. On the other hand, Soju, known for being very flexible, even in a close meta, finds the Gene 3 2-star, has the 4 sniper angle that is not, amazing. But in this spot right now, looks beautiful, Cash.
Yeah. No, this is great. I mean, it's a non-standard line, right? This is not exactly the best way to play Jhin. Like, Jhin would rather be in a 6 Dark Star comp, of course, right? But this is still a great way that you can get a 5-cost carry online. Boards are often weaker in 4v4 because of just how much you are pivoting around, helping your teammate until the end game, where sometimes they're extra strong because your team's been funneling you and helping you a lot, right? But at least for now in stage 4, I mean, this should be an incredibly powerful board for Soju. Maybe a little too powerful hitting Prestivan this hard, but you just need to be strong and look for the win. You need to be able to have a win-out player on your team, and that's not going to be Prestivan in this spot. It's going to have to be Milk or Soju or Setsuko to try and deal with Team Nemesis, who have the HP lead.
Yeah, for Prestivan, he's just trying to help the team as much as possible. They stop the G2 star. We see that G here being hold for Prestivan. He doesn't even sell it because he knows he's very contested on the Corki. So, I mean, this is just an 8th place here for Prestivan. Let's see if some Hail Mary happens. And now he's just thinking about how he can help the team.
Yeah, he's hoping that he sees Milk as his combat, and he does. So he is just going to give Milk a free win, save some team HP overall.
Nice.
Very fortunate for Prestivan. He's so weak. He did not want to be giving a free win to Team Nemesis, and he does not have to this time around.
The fight goes on. Milk is just too strong, holding there on the front line. Good Rammus, but there's just no damage here for Prestivan, not finding the carry. So slow death here, and will fall by his teammate Milk. Nothing to do here. Prestivan did at least help the rest of the team, but couldn't hit the Corki 2.
Yes, Milk on a big win streak, as we do have the boons coming through for everybody. This Riveting has definitely found stabilization, and it's just a matter of that Z2, because this is potential for Riveting to not only find a top 4, but you can still potentially win the game with this comp. The Z is very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect. He has the Boyar emblem that for me is totally OP. You get additional durability, you get additional damage for the set. It's exactly what you need. The set will have so many possibilities. He just needs the set's 2-star. If he managed to do that, he will be, for me, the favorite to win it all and go first place.
There's the pair, and also Corki 3. Not something that can happen very commonly in 4v4. It's very easy to get griefed. But he's on 6 copies. 7 copies even. 8 copies. He's 1 away. He's 1 away.
Okay, obviously holding that store would be amazing. And now he's telling the rest of the team, hey, I'm close. Let's try to do this. And this is the first plot. I mean, he can win with so many things. And of course, having this Corki is great because, I mean, you're thinking about holding, but when you see someone 0 gold, having 6, not seeing his store, you're not that afraid.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If he can hold this shop and coordinate with his team, as long as there aren't enough Corkis on the rest of the boards of Vitality to deny this already. If the Corkis are just on his teammates' boards, he saves up a little bit with the shop. The problem is he wants to look for this. He wants to complete this Zet, right? And this is so much gold that he's holding on the bench for just a Hail Mary. He's gonna go for it. You have to give it a shot, right? He gets the shop refresh at the start. It could just be the Corki and end the game. If he bought them, I imagine it's open.
Also, he
doesn't see it right now. He rolls. There's Z2, so regardless, he's fine.
Yeah.
Z2, and he can just hold all these Corkis and force Team Vitality to deny him.
Yeah, but Vitality already knows, obviously, and they're already aware. The rest of Team Nemesis sold the Corkis to get him a little more chance of getting hit. But I mean, Corki is a win more right now, Cass. He's just so strong right now with the set, and now with more possibility. Phoenicia, on the other hand, not looking amazing. Wasn't able to play around the G carry, so just decided to change items, and now we have a mix of Urgot and, of course, also being weaker to help his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, and this is where things have started to turn around, though, for Vitality. Milk and Soju have been holding the line as far as HP and on pretty big win streak. And then Setsuko, as well, is the top HP in the lobby. So now, Nemesis, while they took out Prestivant, they were the bottom 3 HP going into this round. Phoenix going to take another big hit. Sarah going to stay alive, pretty high on HP. And Soju and Milk take losses here. Big round for Nemesis, as Vitality was starting to find a way where they could look to put 3 players in the top 4 and just close this out immediately, as Milk is going to grab that Fiora 2.
Okay, Fiora 2, amazing here for Milk, lowing HP, and just trying to find any angle to get himself strong. Finds a Graves. Early Graves, probably here for Milk, has the pair. So if that Graves has a chance to scale, could be a big menace. Even thinking about putting the items from Master Gion, the Graves on the late game, has the, I think it's the melee Graves. I don't think he went for the range. And now, very important round right now.
Yeah, Nemesis versus Soju, or Phoenix versus Soju, this could decide somebody going out. Either way, both of them very low. Essentially one life here in stage 5. The Jhin damage trying to get through. That is one tanky TK, but the snowball from Nunu going to do a lot of work buying time, stunning down the Kindred. The TK still alive, but I think Jhin might just have enough damage as the TK fights a little bit longer. One more cast from Kindred. It almost does it, but it's not enough, as Phoenix is going to go down, and so does Ponche. That is 2 members of Nemesis falling in this round.
Wow, advantage right now for Team Vitality. Of course, getting the 8th, have some possibilities, but now it's very stable. Both teams with great chance. Right now we're seeing Zeta.
Setsuko.
He got it.
Setsuko, 3-star Karma.
Nice.
3-star Karma, 3-star 4-cost found in a 4v4.
Wow. I mean, he probably did it in 1 round. This is very Setsuko, just trying to go for the unit that no one is playing and just go for the deep roll down. Gets the Karma, and now in a perfect position. Just need to try to avoid the Corki, and he should be the win-out player.
Yeah, that's a win-out position for Setsi. Need to deny the Corki, as you said. The rest of the team has to look for that. And because he's hit this 3-star 4-cost, he knows he can try and sack to a teammate, try and buy an extra life for somebody, and he is going to sacrifice 2 Milk on this round. So he is going to take a big loss. Setsi saying, all right, I'm just going to go to 1 life here.
Wow. Okay. Now no chance. Corki not being able. And very important. Final roll down here for rebating. I think he knows that there's no Corki left. He's just doing it. We haven't counted, but I truly believe Vitality already has the rest of the Corkis. It's only 10 units right now, so it's very, very easy to brief, as you mentioned, Cass.
Yeah, you just have to hold 2 total copies of Corki in the entire game. Setsi's not the one who has it, because he probably needed to sell everything to find the Karma. There's only 1 for Milk, so there is 1 Corki available for that 3-star. It has not been able to be griefed yet by Team Vitality, as they do have 2 players each in the bottom 4. It comes down to these final few placements, as the Graves has had the items shift to it. Still items on Yi as well. Very good cap out for Milk alongside Setsi. They could look for the 1-2. Sarah gonna lose to Milk, but there's a lot of HP to work with. Vitality wins both fights, trying to set up for this final push.
So nice. And as you mentioned, both teams have 2 players in the bottom. This means that first place is the one who wins it all. perfect position here for Vitality. Setsuko is pretty strong, and also now Milk having the Graves too, just as a safeguard, an additional possibility. Looks like a win here for Vitality. Let's see if Nemesis can get something out of his sleeves to try to contest this beautiful and very expensive also board from Setsuko.
It's going to be tough to beat the Karma 3-star. Not been the high priority unit for many players on this set, or not this set, but this patch. It has really not been the comp to go to. And Setsi, as you said, always so good at finding that angle, finding that unit people don't care about, and just hitting that 3-star all at once. He is able to get there, as Milk has really been able to put together a powerful comp that could definitely win a lobby at this stage. And Riveting not able to find the core key to get that together to go alongside the Zed and potentially win out. Here comes the fight. Setsuko versus Sarah once again. Vitality versus Nemesis in both of the fights. This could just be the end of game one if Vitality wins both once again. Karma going to delete the board of Sarah. The other fight is the one that could be closer, as Riveting has the Zed. Riveting is trying to push through.
Graves is trying to ramp up also the Guizu. I mean, he's just falling.
Is there.
Yeah.
It's just the Graves. The Graves is too much. It's too strong. And not having the Corki 3 means Vitality gets the double kill. And Vitality grabs game one.
1-2 right now for Vitality. Great gameplay. Playing teamwork here, Cass. So very impressive. Since the start to the end, always thinking about the outs. We saw Prestiven taking the L and trying to help the teammates in the start, helping Setsuko find that Leona 3-star in these early stages of the game to make him win, and then be in a perfect position to try to beat Setsuko, right? Finding this Karma 3 and the win for Vitality.
Still some really good spots for Nemesis on their team play as well. I really liked how they positioned Riveting to try and become that win-out player. So we'll see if they can bounce back against Vitality in game number 2. We're going to go to a quick break, but more EWC 2026 when we return. back to the TFT America's closed qualifier for EWC 2026. I'm Casanova, joined by Hupe-san, and we just had Vitality take game 1 over Team Nemesis. Hupe, break down just a little bit of that game for me as we wait for game 2 to start up. I mean, how are you feeling about the performance from Team Vitality and Team Nemesis?
I mean, beautiful. Starting with Vitality, I saw a tweet from Milk saying, my team is carrying me throughout the qualifiers, and happened once again. Milk playing defense together with Prestiven, just holding the units from Nemesis, trying to go for the angle of taking the win for Soju and for Setsuko. Setsuko finding a Karma 3 from, from a huge roll down. No one was contesting that unit. And for Nemesis, I mean, very clear angle and strategy. Maybe I didn't saw any, obviously finding the angle, finding the win spot here on the set. And now we have immediately the second game. So first game went to Vitality, and now with the possibility of going 2-0 and advancing. Remember, this is the game for first seed in EWC. Both players already qualified.
Yeah, big for both of these teams to try and lock in that first seed, because we are going to get Aurelion Sol and Ari, and it's just going to be gold tier augments this time around, thanks to our friend Twisted Fate.
Dropping up here with Setsuko, talking a little more about him, a player that loves to go fast 9, loves to go for the risky angle with Timebreaker, trying to play also Anima and trying to get a good item for it. And Setsuko, I mean, the type of player that I think he plays a different TFT. He plays the TFT of that full risk, of not caring about himself. And I think Setsuko, the rest of the player has told him, Cass, this is the only player that maybe he doesn't play teamwork. No, I mean, at all. Or maybe a little. Normally you let him be the player, the hero. And Vitality is okay having him be the player that risk it all, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Game 1 totally worked.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to find that Karma 3 and essentially seal the deal for the team, since everyone was able to do well enough to push 2 Nemesis players to the bottom 4. And at that point, as you pointed out, Hupe, if you're able to go 5th and 8th, you know, if you go even on the bottom side, first place is really all that matters when you get to that top 4 as the tiebreaker. And Setsuko having that 3-star forecast was going to guarantee it. And I think it's funny that you mentioned, you know, Milk saying, oh, my team carries me once again. He stabilized kind of a rough spot, found that Master E2, and then was able to get to that end game with the Graves. He got second. He wins that lobby if there's not a 3-star forecast in the game, right? So I think he still is selling himself a little bit short, going from a spot where there was a lot of team play with him and being able to turn it around. And I guess what he's pointing out is, I think from the side of Prestiven and Soju, they were able to actually buy Milk a couple extra lives to give him some space. And I think that's what he means. The Team Vitality recognizing who has the best chance to end up at the top of the tables at the end, and being able to make sure that they can save HP and greed a little bit more gold to find those win out angles.
Yeah, makes total sense. Yeah, great possibilities here for picking the first augment. We'll have Golden Gala, so all the augments will be gold. Some possibilities here for hero augments that are not in the best spot. So going for combat here for Prestiven, having the Primordial early means that he can play anything really. He's the best opener for Master G. Also, you can stay and reroll. So let's see what he picks. For now, just being strong and push levels.
Yep, well, we see pushing the levels. Probably not going to be reroll, at least not within the Primordian line itself. Directly looking for the Briar. And yeah, just going to be tempo Primordian. Use that extra unit you're getting from Primordian just as gold for the most part. Or it might find some upgrades, of course, to make the board even stronger. But you can just determine whichever 1 cost or 2 cost that you get. Decide that. And Prestiven going to try and be the beatdown for the team, trying to find those early wins.
Rogue here for Milk, Panche, slamming a Juke Gauntlet, sort of going for an AP line, trying to be uncontested. Normally not easy really to play the AP line unless you go for reroll. He was holding some Lulus, so maybe that will be the angle for Panche. We'll see later. Milk for now, holding up also with the Primordials, not slamming item, just maintaining his option open, at least in the early stage of the game.
Yeah, still wanting to find that Belveth, as you said, the opener for kind of everything. Primordian is one of the best because it's just gonna print you some gold, and it's not that weak. It's kind of fine as far as stability in the early game, right? So it is really, really nice, and a lot of players will be happy to find that opener. As Phoenix also on a relatively weaker early game, but it is, I believe that's no scout, no pivot. So that is just going to be Jack's reroll with the Stargazers, which makes sense. We are on the Serpent, which I think is one of the best, if not the best. I don't know how you feel about it, Hoope, but I think the Serpent is one of the better ones that you can get for the Stargazer reroll line.
Yeah, it works. I mean, if you get additional items for everyone, because I mean, the thing about this comp is that everyone is 3-star. So you want everyone to be your carry. You want everyone to tank. You want everyone to have stats and possibilities. So Serpent makes sense for sure. The thing will be if he can manage to actually get an hyper carry or get, I mean, a lot of items for them to work. Normally, it's a comp that looks pretty good when you hit early, especially the Twisted Fate, the Jax that you mentioned, that is the actual front line in the comp. But then it's like everyone is doing damage, but no one is actually being the leader and the hero for your comp. So it will be interesting to see how he navigates. Normally, not a top 1 comp.
Yeah, just stable, try and look for the top 4, try and punish people if you're able to hit early. As Soju has the Leona for the early game to stabilize around. Playing the 2 Dark Star, 2 Arbiter for now. Just slamming frontline items though, so just buying a lot of space. And Milk also on high HP. One of them will have to lose here, but if we look at the HP so far, Vitality as all of the top 4 and Nemesis as all of the bottom 4. That should shift a little bit after this round, but Vitality has been having the tempo so far.
Yeah, normally this is good also for Nemesis because they can control the loot streak. If they have maybe an economy augment, they know they will get the most out of it, and then they can try to punish the win streak. So for now, as you said, looks great for Vitality. Let's see if any of them, at least 1 or 2, can maintain a 5 win streak, and then we can say that they have obviously a great opportunity to tempo it out, of course, with the influx of economy.
Yeah, that's the big thing to look for. It's a great call out, controlling the loss streak from Nemesis. This is where there's a little bit of luck can come in as well in these games. If Vitality is able to maintain double 5 streak into Krugs, that is where things can start to get wildly out of control. We've seen it a few times, and it just requires some nice matchmaking happening for Vitality as it goes forward. And we'll see if that happens, if they're able to find that kind of, insane run that you can get. But even if that happens, it's possible that Nemesis is also able to double loss streak. So we'll see how that pans out.
Cool. Yeah, the Arbiter we were seeing, obviously, you get a 2-star, you get a chance for Leona. So very easy to get that Leona 3-star as soon as possible. Prestiven already slamming here the Edge of Night, so will probably be our G player for the night.
Going to be looking for that Master Yi. Is one of the win streaks, wants to maintain that win streak, but will run into Setsuko, and Setsuko leveled to 6, slammed Ginsu, so this is going to be overall the stronger board, and maybe even the strongest board currently with leveling to 6, using Hustler to get all that extra early gold. Not going to be having to make Econ, and that is a very high tempo augment that is not often conducive to the very high cap outs that we're used to with Setsuko, so going to be a slightly different strategy this time around.
Yeah, it will be very interesting, Cass. I think Setsuko can find an angle to even play. You mentioned it. I mean, already Ginso. Having something that is normally play by tempo and you finish on level 8, but you have a Winsus, and we know Neblanc is not meta right now, so you need to try to go for that fast 9. So he will need maybe another Econ engine, maybe on the augments, and even so, it will be difficult to arrive to that level 9. So again, a risky play from Setsuko, and probably, I don't want to commit myself, could be another masterclass in TFT to try to accomplish a fully capped board.
You know what, Lupe? I think you've discovered it. I think we're on Ari. So Setsuko can use Ari as the additional econ way to still push those levels, even though he's on Hustler, and he will have overall less gold, but he can get that XP in a different way to get to that fast 9 and utilize the tempo that Hustler affords him by leveling earlier than anyone else to maintain HP and get there. That might be the angle that we're looking at, and it might be due to Ari that he likes this Hustler augment.
Beautiful. Cass, we can make duo now. Okay, I give you like expectation and you put it into paper and into actual practical meaning. So next time there's a duo tournament, you're with me, man.
There we go, buddy. Yeah, we got it.
Okay, Panche right now just holding up a tempo. No, he hasn't rolled, but it's very interesting right now. Only having the Lissandra here holding one Leona. Doesn't seem like he actually has an angle. I thought he was maybe going to play Timo or something, but for now it just looks like tempo here for Panche.
Yeah, it looks like it, right? is just going to be at level 4 on the full loss streak. So, I mean, there is the opportunity here to roll for the 1 cost. Like, we did see like 1 or 2 Lissandra rerolls. It's not been the most common. But it looks like that is the angle, right? Here it is for Ponche. He's going to just rush down 6 copies already.
Kaisa, let's see if he... Okay, it will be maybe a Cho'Gath Lissandra vertical Darkstar angle. So good innovation here. Very important for him to find the Lissandra early 3-star and then maybe not commit to the Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath is a great win more. It's a great unit if you manage to find it. Remember, Cho'Gath has a passive that gets additional HP every time he gets the kill. So if you have a good opportunity in the early game to stack him, he could be a pretty good monster in the late game.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, unless this was just changed on 17.3, every single cast he's going to get HP, and then he gets a ton of HP if he gets the kill as well. So this is the really nice permanent stacking, as you're mentioning, to scale that late game. But I think you're absolutely right, Hoope. Only 3 copies of that Cho'Gath. If that Lissandra is found soon, probably cannot stick around and find that frontliner, and just going to have to push levels instead.
Okay, so holding up right here. So Setsuko, we said it, 6 win streak, just using Hustler, and that Winsu as an engine to maintain. Gold, remember Golden Gala, so the 2 remaining augments, including this one, will be that. And normally you want combat here. Everyone wants to be strong enough to preserve that HP and try to help the players. And now he goes for Ascension. Ascension, very interesting here, Cass. Also something great for the later stages of the game. There are not many boards that have a fully capped frontline, so good angle here, and it will be interesting to see how he enables it.
Yeah, and look at this. Ponche being able to get... I can't remember the name of the augment, but it does lead you towards getting an emblem, because it's going to give you either a spatula or a pan. And with the Darkstar early angle, being able to play 6 Darkstar easily by being able to get the +1 Darkstar could be a really good out for Ponche to capping this board even higher.
Yeah, 100%. And also, Darkstar, as you mentioned, will be the premium one, but Darkstar is one of the comps that is very permissive about emblems. You can use not anything, but you have always the +1, because you have already the vertical of Darkstar, so you get a +1 Bastion, you get a +1 Vargas. There's a lot of +1 Sniper, so you have a lot of possibilities to actually help. So very interesting here. I think Pancho will try to maintain himself a little open into the possibilities, and of course go for the full cap is possible that you mentioned.
There he goes. He's going to take a win over Soju, trying to start clawing some of this HP back. Vitality still had a pretty big lead, but finally Setsuko's win streak is going to get snapped by Sarah, as it is going to be this Marauder Talon really setting up for the Yi later on, with the Edge of Night having the Marauder emblem and getting a couple of brawlers to set things up. So Sarah going to be the contest into that Yi line.
Yeah, I love it. Already having the brawler, it looks amazing. Good control, win streak, preserving HP. Going for this line has group hug. That is amazing in this composition, that you actually don't have a very big tank. You want everyone, you want your front line to be your tanks. The Fiora, the Master G. So group hub for sure. Premium augment. This is the second time we see group hub in Master G. So if you want some techs and tips for your ranked games, try to go for this combo.
Yeah, it's really nice. It feels like default positioning is already group hug positioning, so it really works great when your augments just say do the thing you want to do anyways, and we'll give you a bunch of stats for it. Right?
Yeah. Normally what they ask you to do is limitation, is restriction, and as you mentioned, this actually is perfect, so you don't get any downfall on the chances. 5 free rolls here from Ari. And we have possibilities here to get a little goal from Aurelion Show and just try to maintain tempo.
And look at this. You know, we were talking about Prestovit, or we were talking about Setsuko and his choices, right? On what he's going to be doing, whether he's going to go for Ari or what. Rerolls, I feel like, are not exactly what he wanted, but he still just commits to the Ari early on because he knows that he's going to want to have that extra 2 XP per round as well as he goes forward in this game. He's holding so many units away from the rerollers, as well as just having, because he's Hustler, right? So he doesn't need the gold. It's why it's so... I forgot about this, Hoope. How did I forget about this? We go 1 year without 4v4, and I forget how broken Hustler is in 4v4, because you just hold... You are the griefer. That is what this is. I can't believe I forgot about this, Hoope. Because you don't play for econ, you can just hold every unit forever, And then once you actually need your gold, yes, you can cash it out. You can sell it. You can use your gold. But you don't care about economy, so you can just hold everything. And you are the God Griefer. And that will be Setsuko's role in this game.
Especially 1-star, right? Because you don't get the detriment of... If you get a 2-star, you lose 1 gold when you start. It's not that much, but it's something. Right now, he's totally griefing the Stargazer enemy. And as you mentioned, it's just beautiful to watch. Trying to help the team as much as possible until he managed to find the safeguard in the last augment. Difficult, because Setsuko will need to find a great econ resource augment on the final round. For now, finding an early Corki is amazing for him. Great holder right now for the Kraken. Not beast, but pretty good.
Yeah, gonna be solid at least. Just, you know, an AD carry for this stage of the game when he has items that at least work for AD, even if they're not the best ones. His Corki really likes flat AD instead of this kind of attack speed stuff that he's got built up. But it is still gonna be nice. We see the target of his ire at the moment, Phoenix, with the Stargazer reroll, is only on 5 Jaxes, and it looks like 6 Twisted Fates. So still away from hitting, but he's been able to save a good amount of HP in stage 3 with just the 2-star version. I do think this board is pretty nice with 2-star version, and he found the Aatrox 3 to help stabilize, even though it doesn't have any items. That's still going to be a good amount of stats, as he will take a loss to Panche's 3-star Lissandra this time around.
100%. And Panche, with the Urf that you mentioned, Cass, already finding the Dark Star emblem. You mentioned it was the best possibility, and already finding the component means that it will have a perfect spot for him to play the 6 Dark Star that we know is so huge. Actually, so many stats for everyone. And now a good influx of gold coming in from...
Cash out.
Yeah. And this will be the time for him to stabilize, trying to find the Corki. Ramus 2 is so huge, enabling already your
Corki.
tank. Even if he doesn't find the Corki 2, this is already a great spot.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, right, he finds the front line with that Rammus. And the thing is usually, yes, you want to find that 2-star carry. That's going to be really important for you. However, if you have the front line for just stage 4, 1 copy is generally enough, right? Just that 1 Corki is going to have enough time with these items to get enough kills that you'll probably be stable. Though he's not going to have infinite time, and he's going to have to find this last Corki. He has the pair. We'll see if Vitality can grief it, but this is a big cash out. It's a lot of gold. It's going to be really hard to stop Riveting from just finding 3 copies of Corki.
He decides to stop here. No, there it is. Trying to roll, find the Corki. We know Setsuko is also holding until this line, and maybe according to what he gets, he can go something else. 1 away. There's the Riven. Secondary carry finds another Ramus, so double 2-star Ramus here. Just trying to grief anyone going into this line a little more. But of course, there's a lot of gold in the bench right now.
Yeah, it is a ton of gold, and when he's looking for that 2-star Corki as the full stabilization piece, that's going to be an issue. We see the item starting to get slammed for precedent. He did find 2-star Yi, but it looks like he doesn't have full items for it yet, just the Edge of Night. So I think I have to give the favor to Riveting, even though his carry isn't upgraded. He still has the Rammus in the front line, though there is the second item coming down on Yi. Finally, the items are coming down. Precedent a little slow on these slams. We'll see if it makes a difference, or if Yi can get there. If those items were on from the start, do you think this might have been a win, Hoope? Because that would have been massive to get Riveting down to a single life.
Yeah, possible. I think a great possibility. Probably he just put it out to try to, be weaker for a teammate, and then maybe forgot, or maybe thought it wasn't necessary, just trying to hold up for the next round. But I mean, maybe a glimpse here from him, trying to reinforce something, trying to find, obviously, the Corki. And doesn't look... There's the Corki. I mean, yeah. He should go for it. He could go also for the Riven, but the items are for Corki. So for now, Soju will just play for top 4 here. Maintain already has a reinforcement that is combat now, but is weaker later. So, I mean, a decent position for him. Of course, the Ramus will not appear. We saw 6 Ramus on the other hand.
His Ramus is going to be blocked, and Phoenix hits everything. Talon found alongside the Twisted Fate and the Jax, all on 4-2, all on this turn. And he's 1 away from the Caitlyn, so he really dug for every single thing. Oh, he's no scout, no pivot. Of course, he has to dig for everything.
Yeah. Yeah, good spot. I mean, he got items, like we mentioned, Cass. So this composition, everyone needs items. So he got double item augments. So now it's just a matter of if it's good enough. As you mentioned, he's pretty strong. Trying to find the Caitlyn will be important. She's very good in itemizing, and no, he just goes against Prestiven, who has a standard G-bot, and just pulls them.
Wow, and the Lissandra able to hold the line against Soju even after he finds that 2-star Corki. It's just a single unit loss, but I think that's going to be the lack of combat augs if you looked at the side there for Soju. You mentioned how important they can be, especially from that second augment, and now even the third augment, Soju not having really any combat there. So I think even though his board looks quite good, his scaling is going to be a little bit tough throughout this game.
Yeah, for Panche also here, good. I mean, good options until now, but he will start to fall off. He had to pick here explosive growth, and now he will need to find the Jhin. With the Karma, he already has 6 Darkstar. That's the reason why the Darkstar emblem is so good. You only need 1 Karma. You don't need the Jhin to get to 6. But until he gets there, he's actually very weak, and he doesn't have the gold to go level 8 and try to find a Karma. So looks good on paper, but in reality, very difficult to navigate from now on.
Yeah, it's honestly even a bigger surprise that Soju lost that fight, and probably troublesome for Soju on his 2-star Corki to be losing to this. And once again, another Vitality player losing in that fight against that Lissandra board. And it is just, even though it's not dealing a lot of damage, it is holding on to so much health for the team by getting these wins.
Components here with roll for Aurelion Sol and gold with a possibility of a little more here for Ari. And good chances here. Obviously, they're thinking about the booms. They're not only thinking about what to get here, they're thinking about the booms, the final boom from the gods, and trying to make it work to help the teammates or something else. Panche still with the win streak, very important. Setsuko looking strong, but remember, he has Hustler and doesn't have a real chance to get to additional levels, so he should start to fall off from now on.
Yeah, that's where this Ari boon is going to have to bail him out. He's at level 8 already, which is nice, but level 9 is a ways away. Ari's going to help him get there with the extra 2 XP per round, but he needs to start to find and put this board together. Master Yi 2 in the shop, but no items for it. Does find a TK upgrade. I'm not sure where that's going to fit into this board. And he's playing around the sniper carry with just this Zaya 1. This board has frontline, but it really is lacking damage.
Yeah, Zaya is not a good unit 1-star. That's one of the reasons it's not a priority. So, I mean, decent items here for the Zaya, but it just looks like it's not enough. Doesn't have something to push additionally. The tankiness is good, so Krakens and Ginso will have a chance to scale. Setsuko really needs to find this Zaya, and of course, preserve HP as much as possible. Not a win-out spot, but looking good enough here to take the win, at least on this round.
Yeah, just
or
enough,
not.
Maybe. Yeah, no, it is. It is just enough to take Milk down, but these spots, the more we're looking at this, Hoope, I'm a little worried for Vitality. They took a lot of losses in this round. The HP not really going their way. Setsuko's held on to a lot, but his spot doesn't look winning. I've not really seen the win out yet from the side of Vitality, whereas I'm also not seeing a ton of huge spots for Nemesis outside of riveting. However, each of their spots still feel a little bit more stable as we go forward, except for maybe Panche, but he did just find the Karma, and that's at least going to buy him a couple more rounds, as he's managed to sneak out a win streak in stage 4 when it felt like that shouldn't be the case. And now he's going to get to tank a loss for Phoenix and just be a punching bag for the team.
Yeah, already didn't find the Caitlyn 3, also looking for it. Hasn't found it yet, and for now, as you mentioned, just trying to help the rest of the team. And for now, Panche, even with the win streak, as you mentioned, he's just holding up and trying to help. Because, I mean, you mentioned it recently, Cass. There's 2 ways to win the game. The first one is when it's very close in the bottom, you need to take a first place to break the tie break. But the second way is just try to get 3 players in the top 3, in the top 4, and then it doesn't matter if you go bad. If you try to get 3 players of the enemy in the bottom, it's just good enough. So actually, as you mentioned, if you play slow but a little good enough than the rest, it doesn't matter if you don't have a win-out spot, you can still win the game. But of course, that sensibility is very difficult to navigate during the game.
Yeah, look at this pick on the Aurelion Soul boon. Instead of going for either quest, actually does have time because he has enough HP. He just goes for the power now, which I think means they're trying to just kill off Vitality while they're still weak, right? They're still not hitting everything on their boards. This is just Panche saying, if I hit Vitality members, I need to win these fights. What is the best way to do that? 15 AD, 15 AP.
Yeah, Setsuko here, getting all items out trying to wait to be as strong enough to win because he's low in HP, but not strong enough to take a chunk of HP from any teammates that decides to arrive here. So pivotal moment here once again. Cat 30 HP for Soyu.
Yeah, and the board is looking very weak. He will just sack if it's his teammate, it feels. And it is going to be Setsuko. Is this going to be a full sack into Setsuko, though? Looks like yes. No items on the Corki. Soju says his goose is cooked. He is not going to be able to outlive anyone from Nemesis. And I think it's the right read. Riveting's not going to go down anytime soon. And Phoenix is 3 lives at best. Maybe it's only 2. But I think Soju is just not going to be able to hold on. No combat in the Augs, and it just was not enough even with the Corki. So well done by Vitality to recognize the spot, but that does mean 8th goes to them, and they are going to have to find some top placements out of potentially Milk and Setsuko. Unless Prestivant can stabilize, he does go to 9 for next turn. He pre-leveled to 9. Kahuna Huna to give some combat power to these Mabrawlers.
Okay.
With Master Yi and the Kindred, but we'll see. It doesn't feel like this is an insane high cap either. Yeah. As far as trying to win out the game, even though it is double combat Augs at least, or at least items from the Mace's Will.
I mean, it's G, still G, so good possibilities here. And here's a perfect example. Fully cap board here for 3-star, except for the Caitlyn. Will he be able to wrap? No, he stays on the front line. Good damage here for the Giant Slayer. Front line's down, but is it enough? Kindred is not ramping up access to backline, and Phoenix.
Whoa, he gets taken down. Okay, it should be enough from the Urgot. One more cast.
Oh,
no,
the Twisted Fate.
Prestivant takes a loss. That's going to be hanging on. Ram is 3 for Riveting. Ram is 3. Where are these 3-star forecasts coming from, Hoope? 2 games in a row. And now Riveting going to be looking for that win out angle.
I mean, the Ramos were on Soyu. Soyu went out, and of course, he decided to maintain. No defense being played here from Vitality, and Riveting getting the angle here to take the possibility of cap the board. And now he's the one who should take it all unless there's something out of his sleeves for Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be Milk. I feel like that's the board we have not seen recently. The only one that potentially could have a spot that looks to be a win-out angle, because from Prestivant and Setsuko's side, neither of them are in positions where I think they can cap out to beat this. Riveting will now be able to look to play for first from the lowest HP spot, which is the best position to be in, as Setsuko is forced to sacrifice to Prestivant so that they can keep their Master Yi alive. But the problem is Riveting is now looming over Prestivant's head. He is stabilized. He can look for this top 4, but if Riveting hits him, he's not going to win that, and he's only on 1 life.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's enough. Just trying to hold here. Additional bonus here for items. Decides to go level 8. Gives up on the Caitlyn. She just didn't appear, and now it's just... I mean, he lacks a little more damage. His board is pretty good, but he's just losing by the slightest margin because of that Caitlyn 3-star not being accomplished.
Let's see if Phoenix can hold out a little bit longer, because Riveting will.
Yeah.
Gonna be going up against... This is a glimpse of Milk's board. Milk does have the 3-star Belveth. It is a Primordian setup. That's going to be tough to beat the 3-star Rammus, but it's strong for now. Having the Rogue emblem on the Belveth to give her some additional power and the slipperiness of the Rogues is going to be good enough to take down Phoenix. So that's 1 Nemesis down, but Prestivant found Riveting. Yi down in 7.
And being 7-8 is the worst spot here in 4v4. Chat, this means that they will have to go 1-2. The only way for Vitality to win this game is to go first and second place, and we know they're facing a 3-star Ramos, so almost an impossible task right now.
Yeah, I don't think either of them are in a position to get there. A lot of Master Yi's being held by Setsuko, but guess what? That's not the unit he's playing for, so he's not close to a 3-star. He's just denying some, having to sell out of them to try and find his own units, but 3-star possibilities are not there. Milk was playing a reroll composition. He's not going to be able to find that high cap out, and he is going to have to play against Setsuko here. It looks like no removers available. This game might just be over right here with Milk team killing Setsuko, and I'm not even sure if there's team play available for them to sacrifice. I think they have to hope that Setsuko is just strong enough to win and hold out a little bit longer. Zaya trying to pump the damage through, is going to be able to take down the Bel'Veth. One more cast though from the Kaisa. Is it going to be enough? It is just for Setsuko to stay alive as Sarah goes down to Riveting, and Riveting and Ponche still alive.
Yeah, very difficult position. You mentioned it, Cass. I mean, there's no goal here to try to go for a 3-star. Saya, for example, sells everything, so decides to just open fully. And, I mean, he's just playing right now. He knows the game is not winnable, so Setsuko just sells the whole board, and he knows he's already capped. 1-1 should be the result. Let's see if Milk has something, of course. No, there it is. There's the surrender. There's nothing else to be done. No surrender possibilities, but, of course, just saving time and just losing to the Ancestral Dragon.
Yeah, recognizing that they cannot beat a 3-star Rammus. I think that is just true. There was no way that we could find that there was an out. I wanted to see if there was one with Milk, but there really, once we saw he was in a reroll composition, he was the player that was positioned to be just playing for top 4. He was not supposed to be the win-out player, and that was going to be the role of Prestivan in the Yi Marauders, and that just was not enough, right? Once we saw that Rammus 3-star get hit. So we will see the culmination of this matchup after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. The EWC closed qualifiers for the Americas will return just after this. Welcome back to the closed qualifier for the Americas for TFT at EWC 2026. I'm Casanova, joined by Hupe-san. We are all tied up. Vitality versus Nemesis, going into a game 3 to decide who will be the first seed from the Americas and who will also be the second seed. The loser is still going. It's actually, this match is a celebration for both of these two, but there is still a lot on the line with the seeding. It will matter for not hitting some of the biggest crushers in the event early on and trying to make a deep run at EWC. Hupe, so far, I mean, a little bit back and forth, but the story, the tail of the tape has been 3-star 4 costs, which historically have been very difficult to do in 4v4, and we'll see if they can do it once again in this game, as we do have Varus and Evelyn. So the extra duplicators can lead us to more 3 stars, maybe not often with 4 costs, but Evelyn also going to be that high risk, high reward playstyle where you can lose a lot of player HP, which matters a lot in 4v4, trying to hold on to as much HP as possible, but the effects are still quite powerful. It is the bargain that you are taking.
Yeah, 100%. It will depend on I mean, that command, fourth and come from the players. How do they adapt here in 4v4? Evelyn, we haven't seen it so far in the series, so it will be very interesting to see who go for that risky line and just try to tempo it out, or as you mentioned, just try to go for the full cap and then try to achieve the durability, and you choose her as your ideal boom and main god for the start. Medallion to start here for Phoenixia, and I mean, Nemesis in the last game showed us why they have been at least until this series they were undefeated. Right now the series is 1-1, but Nemesis showing great gameplay, taking wins from places that we wouldn't normally assemble, and now with a good chance of taking the first seed. Of course, Vitality wants this also, and now, I mean, the perfect chance for them to improve and try to get as many rests as possible, preparing for EWC.
Yeah, I think one of the big stories for Nemesis in this series so far has been riveting, playing this very high-risk strategy, loss streaking a lot, and then looking for those win-out angles. I mean, game 1, it didn't quite work out, even though his position over the course of the game was quite good. In game 2, he finds the cash out, and then is able to go to that 3-star Rammus and just seal the deal from there. So, been the player to watch for Nemesis in this series in particular. He has found the spots where he is the one who has to play the hero.
Yeah, 100%. Looking for that option. Right now, we will start with Silver. So, a little on the low level of ramp up. There's some good options normally that you can find, good risk that you can try to take. Bows, always good. He can go for Lustric here with the corner with tags. And good possibilities is Slice of Life, also great. And for now, I mean, the chance, Cass, we saw first game, as you mentioned, won by 3-star 4 costs, equally for the second game. So the winner is the one that is deciding. Of course, there's a chance to just play good TFT and try to go second, third, and fourth and win the game. But if no one finds it, it's not good enough. Which one was it, Cho'Gath?
He took the roll and he grabbed a spatula and a bow off of a silver augment. That doesn't seem very fair.
Which roll was it? He got like a 6?
I didn't see the roll on it for the magical. I just saw what he got. And it was a spat and a bow. And I guess within a silver augment, you know, there's branching out. You get an emblem. That's a spat and a component, right? But that's a random one. This is gonna be whatever Riveting wants out of this spatula as we get throughout this game.
Looks more like a goal for me here.
Yeah, a little bit, right?
Having
power level
holding the Darkstar, we already saw the Darkstar angle trying to go for that possibilities, and there it is. Completed item and reforge on another magic roll, something a little more normal, if you will. Prestiven just trying to hold out here, has the early Ilaoi, has also a Twisted Fate, probably just trying to play tempo. Doesn't look like he has an additional line, and of course getting tank item means he's the flexible player. Let's see if he decides to slam. There it is, double slam on the front line, just trying to hold tempo and preserve HP on the early until he gets a plan.
Yep, easy enough. Good tank items, as you said. Gonna hold on. We did see another emblem, this time from branching out. Sarah gonna have the sniper emblem potentially play around in this game that could lead towards that Darkstar line. As you mentioned the last time, Darkstar being pretty flexible with the emblems to get the +1, and Sniper pairing very well with Jhin in the end game, but also could just try and play around the Xayah, not a very contested unit, and that can give you opportunities to build a very good top 4 board.
Phoenixia trying to go for this Stargazer line once again. We have Medallion, so allies will get, for every 3-star that you have, you get damage amp, so very good. Of course, if you get everything 3-star and online as soon as possible, you get that influx of damage, and you don't need that many items, if you will, to actually accomplish a good option. Ramification here that you mentioned, and just good possibilities here, so maybe support emblem, if you will.
Shepherd for Milk. We are going to have the 2 Arbor to start, but still look for the reroll line around this Leona. It is just going to be sacking the early game.
Yeah. 3 times at a TFT championship for Milk. The 3rd time also for them to represent, to be in EWC. So great chance to actually try to hold up the line. We're one of the favorites coming up, dropping on semifinals, I believe, last year. And now with a great chance once again with the same team to win it all, and of course try to accomplish. I mean, players that fully, they even sacrificing maybe stream time from their own stream to prepare because they don't want to leak the tech cast. That shows commitment.
Yeah. For a second there, I saw something flash on our screen, and it's really hard to tell on this one who got it. There's a 2-star Leona that was offered to someone in the orb. If it's Milk, it is. So Milk is 2 away with the Arbiter that gives a Leona after combat. Essentially, right? It's 15% chance to gain, you know, every 4 seconds. Like, if he fights for a long time, he's going to get a Leona. Okay. This 3-star Leona is coming 3-1. Maybe even 2-6.
Maybe even before he gets a Teemo.
Yeah, before his first Teemo, he may have 3-star Leona.
See the rest of the board here. Sera, Yatora, coming here. Sniper emblem, normally not the one you want. Early game pretty decent, but then you need the Jhin to actually try to get a good carry that gets help from it. So very difficult to accommodate this type of emblem in any comp. So I think he will just try to tempo it out. Last Whisper here for Unrebating. Probably going for the Corki, but obviously with some lines open still.
Riveting. Just trying to get a couple more unit kills. Gonna be able to get almost everything. Pressman only gonna deal a 1 unit loss to Riveting. Milk still on the full loss, but he does live long enough to generate a Leona in that fight. So he's 1 away. He'll be getting it here on 2-6 if he can live it long enough once again. I mean, it's every 4 seconds you get that 15%. It doesn't take that long to get it to the point where you should be able to get your Leona. And with 2-star Leonas on the board, I mean, you're gonna live long enough.
What will he do there? Because the items are good for Teemo reroll, but he's so close to the Leona that maybe it will not make sense for him to try to low for the Teemo. Only 1 Teemo, 1 Lissandra, 1 Nasus. So difficult position actually. Leona will be very close, but what will be the commitment for him? We haven't seen the Teemo Leona as a priority as much as we saw in the MEA qualifiers, but of course a great angle to achieve a top 4.
Yeah, I'm curious, Hoope, if there's maybe, I mean, if Milk can start getting creative, cooking a little bit. He has the Shepherd emblem and those items, and then he'll have the front line to potentially win streak if he can get some tank items as well. Is there like a 4-cost carry he could play to with those items? That it would be non-traditional. This is not, I'm not asking you about like a comp that exists, but like, is there a carry that he can kind of cook in this spot?
Yeah, with Shepard, normally you want to flex AP. In 17.3 it's easier because you have Karma a little better. In this patch, it will be suboptimal. Of course, it can be played, maybe not for win spot, but for tempo and be uncontested, and maybe go for that line that we know works, the 4-cost 3-star, and maybe try to find a Karma, maybe stabilize, because they're re-rolling 4 costs right now. So I think that's the meta so far. So maybe
that's been the meta between these 2 teams, right? Yeah. But I guess Milk has now picked up 3 Teemos, so maybe we've got a world where he can stick around for this this Teemo now. I mean, he'll still need 6 copies, but it's possible that we still end up in the reroll line. But that's a good call out, right? You just kind of play the AP flex anchored around this Leona and you play for top 4 and then you re-roll 4 costs, because that has been how this tournament has gone, at least today for the Americans.
Okay, decides to push level, so it will be tempo and holding the anvils, just trying to make sure he gets as much as possible, not slamming anything here for Milk. So just trying to preserve HP and be sure that where he's going. He knows the Leona will come because of the Arbiter, so no pressure right now for him. Gets a lot of AP, so probably going for that AP flex line that we mentioned.
Now we see even more slams for Riveting, trying to actually beat Milk here. Milk has been on the loss streak, but he has improved the board significantly, actually putting the TG on the Leona. Riveting wanting to still, even though Milk would extend his loss streak, Riveting wanting to turn this around, turn it into a win streak of their own, and be able to try and find that, but it's not enough. I mean, Milk is going to be able to get that win, gets the Leona from the Arbiter trait, will be at 3-star Leona going into 3-2.
Okay, we see good possibilities here. Group hop being premium for a lot of these players. And of course, the selected item or augment right now. Krakens here for Prestiven. We see it in the Saya comp, but actually nothing amazing to go for this Kraken. Could be Kindred, Master G also. Yeah. So for now, just holding up. Good tempo for him. 97 HP and on fire right now. 6 win streak.
Yeah, I guess looking at that open sword alongside the Kraken, if he can just find Edge of Night with the group hug, he can just go into Yi. If no one else on the team is heading in that direction, I think that would inform us more, right? Like where it could be Xayah as the Kraken Slayer is suboptimal, but it was just a tempo slam. But it could just be Yi. It might just be Yi.
An heroic grab up here for Milk and gets a lot of swords, so difficult spot for him, trying to find maybe some mana generation item, maybe trying to find the void stuff. So decides not to commit. He could go for Gunblade or something like this, even Giant Slayer. That is a little more flexible. And for now, a little win here. Wins against Prestiven, so he gets the win out of Prestiven. Very interesting. I don't know exactly why that came up this way. Milk doesn't look that strong, but I mean, Prestiven just... I think he high-rolled the early game a little because his board wasn't amazing, so just a good influx of gold for Prestiven, and now more stable lobby.
Yeah, I think Milk is really just anchored around star levels instead of items here, because it's, you know, TG on the 3-star Leona, but it is a 3-star Leona on 3-3, and then there's a 2-star Gwen, and even though, you know, 2-star 2 cost is not the craziest thing at this point, it's better than some of the other boards, and it is at least something to anchor around. So Milk gonna go straight up to level 7 on 3-3, and really gonna be starting to push the tempo of the lobby as Prestiven is still looking for the direction that he's going to want to go. It's probably Yi, but he just has to buy a little time. The board looking a little bit weak. He's changed what carry a couple of times. Now it's going to be the Jinx. Just trying to find as much damage as he can and put a little bit of punishment on the Nemesis players that are looking for the loss streak, Phoenix and Riveting.
Yeah, for Phoenix doesn't look good, Cass, at all. He doesn't have economy augments. He doesn't have any reroll possibilities. He's not close to 3-star in his comp. It doesn't look like he's going to pivot. So a difficult position here to navigate, being very, very far away from the Stargazers. So let's see if he managed to maybe drop from this or just play defense and help the team. And maybe someone else will try to get the points.
Yep, gonna have to rely a little bit maybe on something like the Lesser Duplicator from Varus, just relying on as much as possible, as we see a couple of Vitality members end up going towards Evelyn instead of the Varus in this spot. Both Setsuko and Milk have gone Evelyn both times, already locked in for that durability and additional damage taken later on. But I will say, if Prestiven is going into the Yi line, I do think that 10% durability alongside Group Hug are going to be some crazy combat towards the end of the game. So we'll see if Prestiven ends up in that line as well, as he's not committed to the Evelyn just yet. Yeah,
cool combo there. Phoenix going for artifacts here. Nothing premium, moguls maybe just to generate gold. Normally you want it at the start, not this mid-game or later into the game. Decides to go either way there. It's a good item. Doesn't have something additional for the Jax. So just trying to get a little gold and try to get closer to his board. For now, Twisted Fate trying to hold level 5, 50 gold, 5 blue streak, and very far away from the 3-star still.
Yeah, it's going to be even more losses. That 2-star Gwen now just getting items slammed. Milk going in the direction of saying, you know what? I can make this Gwen really strong if I just go Ginsu and Ionic Spark. And now very much looking to turn this win streak around as he was the lowest health member of Vitality and just really put the punishment on Phoenix and Riveting. Trap Phoenix, as you said, he's not close to being able to escape with this reroll. So if you can trap him down there and just send him 8th, then start to play the rest of the game, it puts you in such a good position as Team Vitality. But the saving grace for Nemesis is Panche. She's at the top of the tables and Sarah right behind on the win streak.
We see a little more of Soyu here, going flex also, trying to commit a little more into the Darkstar line that would use that emblem or that spat in the better way. So for now, good items for the Karma if he finds to achieve it. Kaisa is holding and just trying to preserve HP. I mean, players have a decent plan right now. Looks like solo queue cast, and they will start. They need to start helping each other and try to find a win-off spot. So far, it's just preserve HP for everyone.
Looking at Soju's spot, not seeing a ton going for him yet either. A little bit late to level 7 as well, not missing or not hitting the 3-5, not really having a big board. I think that is looking like maybe the biggest struggle area for Vitality so far in this game as far as the boards that we've seen. As we go into neutrals, Phoenix taking another loss down to 28.
Okay, looking good here for Panche, just trying to hold also. And the roll down here, 60 gold, decides not to roll a little crowded here, the bench. And this is also one of the bad positions here for this Comcast. You need to find the Aatrox as soon as possible, clear the board, clear the bench, and then it will be a lot easier. If not, you will need to sacrifice something and maybe try. Normally the one you want to try to sacrifice is the Aatrox, that is the one that doesn't get items, but now he needs to get it because it's very close. So let's see if he has a little luck on his side.
Yeah, this is going to be the 4-1, right?
Anvil.
Yeah, he's going to go. He's going to have to go because there's just no time anymore.
Anvil pop. He needs space. Okay.
Get the Caitlyn. Another Caitlyn. So now he's out of space. Yeah, this is exactly the problem you're talking about. Like, do you just give up on the Aatrox because of the fact? No, he's just going to try and hit it. He just wants everything.
Again. Oh my God, this is terrible.
He gave up a Talon. Now he sees a Talon. Now he sees a Caitlyn. It's the Aatrox. This is causing all the issues. Sells the TF.
And now
gets the TF.
He decides to up levels. And this is the worst spot right now. I mean, this is looking so great. And it hurts, Cass, because this has happened to me. This has happened to everyone. So we all feel relatable to this composition and these possibilities. And it's so bad when this happens to you. And for now, I mean, almost impossible to navigate from now on.
Yeah, bench space just being such an issue, not able to find the hits, and that is just half of Phoenix's HP gone as Setsuko obliterates him with his Corki Rammus hits. Going to level 8, Rammus 2, Corki 1, does not find the Corki pair, but still very powerful board for this stage of the game. Last augment selection. Just gonna get a big grab bag, find some gold, and now still leveled up and no bench space.
Wow.
I feel like the Aatrox has to be what is given up. It just...
Yeah.
Sells a Caitlyn,
and now
sees a Caitlyn.
Oh my God. No, man, he hurt so much. He hurt so much.
Everything falling apart.
Okay, using resources, now the Jax.
Now
and
it all comes through.
Coming together. 13 HP. There's the Caitlyn. Okay, no Talon. Not the end of the world, but I love the Talon. It's someone that spreads a lot of damage throughout the game. And actually, pretty good. One of my favorite 3-star in this comp. But of course, he didn't have the items so far. And now he will depend fully on Twisted Fate and Jax to try to get something out of this game. Maybe a 7th, but
He removers. I wonder if he's just going to sack. Decides to end up slamming a little bit of tankiness. But this feels like they're just giving Panche the win on the Yi. And saying that Phoenix, sorry, you're a little too late. We're just going to have to send you the farm upstate and go on our merry way.
Yeah, Panche looking pretty good. The Twisted Fate managed to get the G, but of course, still having the Fiora. Panche looking very, very great.
I mean, this is, I guess, kind of a perfect loss. Phoenix stays alive, but doesn't take any HP from a teammate and can now attempt to hit a Vitality member.
Something else here. Yeah, I mean, this, again, difficult spot here for Panche, just trying to hold anything possible. He will need to slam, probably Slam, and as you mentioned, get someone else, try to get as much HP as possible, and if not, keep stacking and just take the 8. Sera, with a full win streak together with Tetsuko, will be the players to watch on the next round.
All right, Prestivan versus Phoenix. Phoenix gonna have to slam everything. So this is gonna be Prestivan playing around a Fiora. Looks like did not find the Yi, so having to play around the 1-star 5 cost instead. Now, a blink and you miss it. The Fiora disappears to this Twisted Fate. As it will be Phoenix living on 2 HP against Panche and being able to deal damage to Vitality. It's a massive win for Nemesis to keep Phoenix alive without sacrificing to him. And now he still gets to deal damage.
Also, Sera with the win streak, having Corki 2, having the Ramus 2 in a perfect position to pressure the lobby. This is a comp that gets even better at level 9. So Sera, even though it's not the premium comp that everyone wants to go for normally, it could be the comp that, because of tempo and pressure the lobby, could win the whole thing. Right now, the durability that you mentioned, Cass, with the Evelyn, many players going for that angle.
Yeah, 3 players of Vitality on Evelyn. All members of Nemesis ended up going towards Varus. But Sarah with the snipers, quirky snipers. As you said, not the traditional, but finding the quirky angle, contesting Setsuko, and hitting first.
Wow. Doesn't have a win streak, trying to hold. The Brawler is not working for him right now, and just trying to hold. LeBlanc right now for the Shepherd. This is normally what you have to do with the Shepherd. The problem is LeBlanc is very low now in priority and power. So this is not a good standard board here. Very flex, should be a good board, but right now in this patch, it just doesn't hold up to the rest cash.
Yeah, so just kind of a victim of circumstance for Milk, finding that Leona so early, but not in a position to play reroll Teemo, instead needing to look to scale, and just the comp not powerful enough. Gonna deal some damage to Setsuko. Needs to see if he can hold on for a top 4, because at least he's hit the board.
And Phoenix keeps winning. He was very low and decides to win right now with the Twisted Fate. Doesn't have anything more 3-star, so just trying to hold on and maybe try to get Milk on 8. And if he goes 7, this is again opening up possibilities to take the win for the team with a first. Rolling deep right now for Soju, trying to find something else. Only one. Jin. No frontline 2-star, only the Laui that is pretty good, and of course having the Dark Holes that are pretty huge will hold up the team.
Yeah, that with Group Hug being able to get that additional front line. 6 Dark Star online for Soju. This comp can cap very high. He doesn't have the gold now, but if he can find the upgrades to the front line, if he can find the Jin items, there is potential for Soju to play for first in this game. He's just not quite there. The board isn't all together. And with Evelyn taken on his teammates, there's going to be a lot less help to work with, because all these losses they were taking, they're taking even more damage. And Soju going to go down to 1 life from Prestivan. He's out of time to put this Darkstar comp together.
Yeah, he needs to hit right now. Prestivan didn't have the 2-star, now finds the Kindred, finds additional frontline, and looking a lot better right now, not only contemplating the Fiora, and now trying to get some good spot. Mighty Mech, good enough, but he needs to find the Karma too. He needs to put that items on a decent 4 cuts carry. Okay, decides to go for the last Whisper. So now Jin, the damage from Jin will be more priority. Phoenix getting an 8th here is huge. Opening up possibility. Right now the favorites to win it all should be Vitality. Avoiding 8th gives you so many possibilities. 3 players of Vitality going top 4 should be enough. And now Milk doing what he had to cast. He played the Shepherd line, AP flex, and just, not getting 8th and then just trying to grief other players was good enough.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the question is can he actually sneak into that top 4 now? Because when we look at the health, Milk and Soju are struggling. Riveting also able to get 6 Darkstar online and is carrying the Karma. Soju gonna run into this very powerful Corki board from Sarah, and there's not been any items being able to be found to go for the Jhin. So this is just a 1-star Jhin. This is just a carry of a 2-star Kai'Sa. This comp is strong, but is it strong enough to beat this Corki board with the full Rammus? It's looking tough. All of the 2-star forecast. There's the back line. Trying to take down the Corki. One more cast from the Kai'Sa. It comes through, but it's a little too slow. The Blitzcrank.
What is he doing?
Blitzcrank the 1v1. Can he take down the Riven? He can't. And Soju is down.
Wow. Almost being the hero, but it just wasn't enough here. Soju takes the 7. So leveling right now the points. Up for grabs for any of the team. The city's tied 1-1. So whoever wins will be first seed for EWC for Americas.
Yeah, it is a massive game here. Nemesis bringing it back after a dominant showing from Vitality in the very first game. And now, Nemesis looking a little favored going forward. Yes, Riveting might fall down as well, but being able to send Soju 7th brings a lot of space for Nemesis going into the top of this game. Riveting is going to go up against Prestivant. Prestivant on the Kindred carry. Needs to send Riveting out 6th. Protect Milk from that and prevent anyone else from the team from falling too early, making it about first place when it feels like Nemesis has the stronger boards, and it's just not enough. Prestivant can't take down Riveting. Milk holds on, though, and takes a win over Ponche.
And Presbyterian is good here. He was in a great position right now. So taking the L here means that Riveting is just too strong. And right now, he's the one holding the line on the 6th place. So if Milk goes down right now, the chances goes in favor of Nemesis.
Yep, Ponche took the loss, but that's because she was going 9. And now this is the player to look out for as a potential win threat for Nemesis. Sarah had all of the 2-star forecasts, maybe can still look to win with the Corki build, but this is a fast 9. Look for some level up, some big upgrades on the legendaries, and having this Yi board fully online. Itemization on the Fiora. Fiora 2 can be a huge difference maker, as now Riveting may end up having to be a sacrifice. No items being able to be taken off by Ponche's board, but she did just hit 9, did not find any big upgrades yet, just able to put in an extra unit. It just comes down to the Yi, and it feels like this Yi is going to be too strong, running through the front line, running over Riveting. The question is, does Milk hang on as well? Because Riveting will be going down in 6th. If not, looks like Milk gets the win. Riveting in 6th. Can Vitality hold on, put 3 in the top 4? I'm not sure with Setsuko and Milk so low.
Yeah, a +1 accomplished, but now they need more. Prestivant is also losing, so it will be difficult. Sera is just too strong, getting the level, getting the possibilities here, trying to find something additional. Everything is already assembled cast. No one has anything crazy. This has been more of a standard 4v4, no 4 cost 3-star. So positioning very important, and the management of HPs. There's not much HP that you can try to help your teammates with. So it comes down to the wire and these last rounds.
Yeah, I think the big thing that they're going to have to look for is, can they send one of these players in 4th? It is likely that Vitality is going to have to take the 5th, but because Soju got 7th instead of 8th, because they got 5th instead of 6th, they have to win one more. If they can send one of Nemesis into 4th place, then Vitality will win.
Yeah, just send one more should be enough. You cannot have 3 players in the bottom. You will be already doomed for one of the team. Access to the backline here for the G. So Setsuko in a bad position, but no, Corki decides to ramp out, take the win, and Panche takes a huge chunk of HP out.
Milk looks like he'll go down to Preston. They have to sacrifice Milk. Wow. So he'll go down in 5th. It's tied, but
with
Vitality won. You know, the way we like to point this out is you win your 1v1, right? In the sense that Soju outplaced Phoenix. Milk outplaced Riveting. If Vitality has one more of those pairs where they outplace Nemesis, they win. So Setsuko has to outplace Ponche, and that will be Vitality taking this down.
100%. For Nemesis, very top position. They need a first to actually accomplish, get a chance because of the matchmaking possibilities. So those are the 2 ways that we can see it, from the one in the win spot or from the other one. And now Panche trying to go, and Setsuko going up against Sera that is just too strong. This is the important battle.
This is the big one. Setsuko needs to not go down in fourth, because if he can live and Prestivan can send Panche down, that's going to be it. Setsuko holding on. The front line holds. Ramis holds. Is there the damage? Finally, Riven breaks through. There's still another Riven in the backline. Both of them chasing each other around, and that exposes Corki. Setsuko going to hang on. Sarah takes the loss, and Panche on the other side. Panche looks like she will lose to Milk. It's so close. The Kindred just 1v1 versus Tom Kench, but there's items here. It's not going to be a big loss, but it is a loss. Vitality.
Wow.
Taking up position to try and take this down. Both Nemesis players taking the loss. Vitality may run away with this and lock up the first seed for Americas. They just need to send one member of Nemesis fourth, and it is done.
They need this Elder Dragon to get something amazing. Both of them losing here. Mixed Vitality is in full control from now on. No additional rolling possibilities. Tam Kench 2, the only upgrade in the near future here for Panche. Maybe the Cain, but nothing great here that could be accomplished. Level 9, Fiora 1 also. Let's see if we manage to get an additional item here on the anvil. Something that makes sense. And of course, an upgrade. Rust, not good enough, but helps. Trying to find the Fiora.
Yeah, Prestivan got to go 9 as well. Probably not going to be able to roll much there, but at least he'll get an extra unit in, increase the power of his board. Now, having that Evelyn at this point, when the HP is not going to make a difference, that durability is way stronger for combat power than what Varus is giving you. The boon making the difference.
Mentioned. Yeah. Making the difference when it matters. Stage 6 right now, and it will be Sera going up against Panche.
Are they guaranteed to lose one?
Vitality.
The damage, stage 6, one of them's going to go down. If Prestivan was able to sack for Setsuko, that might just do it.
Yeah, maybe Sera with one unit, but it's not possible to control that. Should be good enough, as you mentioned, Cass. And Friendly Fire, good close the deal here.
It's close, but no, that's going to be too many units going down. Panche falls. Prestivan sacked to Setsuko. Vitality are going to be the first seed coming out of the Americas.
Fully deserved. A team playing from start to bottom, always committed, everyone capable of sacrificing. Setsuko being the leader for the player, Prestivan adapting fully, Cass. Sometimes winning the game and sometimes just stacking fully and trying to take it all. Vitality takes the win. Soju, Milk, Prestivan, and Setsuko advancing as first seed of America in this road to EWC.
What a roller coaster of a final game. It started to feel like the early game was well within Vitality's grasp, sending Phoenix hurtling towards that 8th, but he was able to stabilize, and it felt like a lot of the other boards for Nemesis were going to be the ones that were going to end up on top, but Vitality is able to convert Phoenix to 8th, hold out, and keep their members alive just a little bit longer, forcing that situation where all they have to do is make Nemesis take the 4th, and they've guaranteed the spot, and it is enough at the end of the day. Well done by Vitality.
Yeah, Nemesis also played amazing. This is the reason why they're second seed right now. This is the bracket right now, Cass. So we already have the confirmation of the first series. Vitality taking the series 2-0 or 2-1. Winners go directly as first seed, and Nemesis will go as second seed. And now, up to con, we have 2 hype series with Fnatic Isurus and Grom versus Rohan.
And I would say, arguably, our next series is the one with the biggest stakes, in the sense that you win and you punch your ticket to EWC. You lose, you still have a chance. You're not out. But winning here, that is the stakes of you will go. Our first series, yes, they were already qualified, so the stakes are a little lower, even though the seeding is important. This is do or die for Fnatic and Asirius. We're going to go to a break. When we return, we will have that series. Don't go anywhere.
キドキしようよ準備快適早まだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみた順番
Welcome back to the road to EWC. We got TFT 4v4 here for the Americas closed qualifiers. I'm Casanova, joined by Hupe-san, and we just saw Vitality take the first seed for the Americas against Team Nemesis. Team Nemesis, though, is going to be our second seed going to EWC, and now the next matchup is Sirius versus Fnatic, and this is the highest stakes match of the day. This is the one where winner is going directly to EWC as the third seed, and the loser will still have a chance at the last chance qualifier, but this is a fight for a chance to just immediately be at EWC. And Asurius, this is going to be the Kambuli, Chunnington, JD Zielinski, and Yatora team.
Michael here.
Yeah, this is
just
Michael actually, right? Yeah,
so,
I was gonna say.
So just to assemble a player multi-language, Kambuli just totally huge. We will see Fast 9 from him. Chunnington playing so amazing on the TFT Pro Circuit. JD, a little retired, we have to say it, but focus on 4v4 when it matters. And when this guy pops up, Cass is just so huge. So obviously he prepared fully for the competition. And Michael will be the Chilean, the player that, I mean, is the Wonder Boy, the GOAT from Latam, will be the fourth to represent Team Isurus.
Yeah, so Michael instead of Yatora for this team is going to be the difference there. Going up against Fnatic, which is going to be Basso Skills, Philip Minhee, and newly minted world champion, set champion, Darthnub.
And of course, I mean, Darthnub, as you mentioned, he played amazing. He started focusing on TFT, started streaming more. Philip, one of the players that, since the merging of the regions, have popped up the most. Minhee went to almost every open, and Bosso right now on TPC, playing also in a higher level. These are players with zero ego, Cass, and this is one of the most important aspects here on 4v4. I don't really have a favorite in my heart. Team Isurus because of Michael from my region. But of course, I mean, I know all these players and they all want it. And as you mentioned, only one can go direct and the other, the dreams will not be forgotten, but they will have to go to Global Qualifier to try to achieve it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's cool looking at this Fnatic roster as this is a group of players that kind of came up at the same time as Wei Iverson in that Dango study group that they would all play together. And Wei has repped Fnatic in the past as well. And so this is, you know, a roster of people that tested with him, came up with him, one of the GOATs of the Americas region at this point. And they've always been really incredible players, but they've been a little bit in the shadow because they don't have the same achievements of, you know, Malala and Wei from their same group that came up exactly at the same time all together. So it's cool to have them kind of stand as their own. There's no Malala on this team. There's no Wei on this team. It is just these four standing as their own group on the verge of making it to EWC together. And they've been playing together for so long. Maybe not in the 4v4 setting. I'm sure they have played a lot of 4v4 together, but they've been playing TFT together for a very long time. And it's exciting to see this roster come together and see what they can do.
Yeah, if you go by acolytes, maybe a Fnatic with Darthnub has maybe a recency advantage. But if we go for maybe historical, Isurus is just amazing with Michael, Kambuli, JD being to Worlds so many times and having that chance of representing the region. America has a lot to offer here. So any of these two players that go direct, I'm happy here, Cass.
Yeah, and Chunnington being a little bit more of the, I guess, new era, new blood with the new pro scene stuff happening, and Chunnington's been having some nice results overall. A player that, you know, maybe a few sets ago wouldn't have been someone that would have been on this roster or been brought up, but has really been showing everyone just how good they are at TFT. And the Serious recognizing it, Michael and Cruz, and yeah, this is the roster. This is the roster to make it. And guess what? They are on the verge again, one away as we jump into game one of Asurius versus Fnatic. It's gonna be Thresh and Soraka, so health or the randomness from here. But this is 4v4 and health is kind of king overall, Hoope. I haven't seen 4v4 and like Raka as much yet, just because the nature of 4v4, we haven't played just that many games or tournament games of it. But I have to imagine there are some strategies you can put together by getting a bunch of extra health for your team.
100% agree. Has to be the most valuable resource right now in 4v4. Getting to stack one more to help that player avoid the 8th is so important, especially when you're trying to get that advantage or you don't have a win-out spot to ensure the top 1. So starting off with a reigning champion right now for TFT, set 16 champion Darthnub, played amazing, did so well, and a player that is starting to be recognized as one of the upcoming talents for the Americas region. Now one, of course, the best in the world. And it's also a recognition of players. He has a great background, but TFT is one of the only games, I think, that you have the possibility to go from couch to crown. And Darthnub, even though he had some accolades before, became the champion without being a favorite for anyone.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I think Darth just has such a long history with the game. as being a community member. I mean, putting a lot of math stuff together on Reddit. People would call this guy the math guy back in set 4, set 5, set 6, right? It was like, if there's any crazy statistical stuff happening within TFT, it was Darthnub that was like leading that charge with some big Reddit posts for and making all that information public for people so that they could learn a lot more about the game. And he'd occasionally have a set where he'd do extremely well in some cups, or he'd make it to regionals, or he'd have some amazing performances, but they'd be one-offs. And then he'd have a set that just didn't click for him, and he would not be a top player during the entire course of that set. So to have him, after all this time, pick up a W at Attack Crown is incredible. And now he gets to work together with a bunch of his friends that he's been playing the game with for so long and try and make it to EWC and try and continue this wild ride that has happened with that win and what this game has done for him overall. So really cool story for Darthnub to be able to come here and play for their lives in EWC, play for a spot.
100%. Now we're seeing Michael, my favorite in Heart and the Gulf of Latam, a player that has been 4 times to Tactician Crown, to the world stage, played amazing, a player that is recognized not by his story, not by, he has adaptability to every patch, but by his pure raw talent. This is a player that plays the mid game better than anyone, can turn an 8th place into a 4th, and really plays the game differently. Decides exactly what to do each round, scouts a lot, knows the power of each unit. So he's a player that, he's just pure raw talent, together now with the scientific approach from Kambuli and some of the players. I think it's a great mix that Team Isurus has assembled.
All right, I gotta ask you, Michael has the Silvermare Dawn. Historically, this item has kind of had some very specific comps in other sets. In this set, is this just kind of a quirky angle for the Dawn because he wants raw AD, or is there a specific comp that you look for with the Silvermare Dawn?
I don't think as a priority. I think it's more like, as you mentioned, maybe someone that has a possibility of getting a good chance and getting an angle. I don't think there's anything broken right now, Cass, to be sure. I like it normally on tanks. Like, normally they already have very low attack speed, so you don't get that penalty. So you can flex. You can use it on Tam Kent. You can use it in the Corki line, as you mentioned. Yeah.
More for Michael, then, it is his classic high-tempo, strong mid-game. Play Silvermare Dawn on something in the front and just look for wins.
Makes sense. Yeah, love it.
Fair enough. So we're going to move on through these different boards. It doesn't look like I'm seeing any specific angles just yet. Bosso maybe for the reroll Dark Star that we did see a little bit of in the last series. We did see the Lissandra reroll, and that feels like that is Bosso's angle.
Yeah, makes sense. I don't love it. I don't like this angle, but it's the second time that we've seen it. So, of course, players need to adapt. If there's not a... You need to play what you get, right? And if they have recognized that this is a good line to go for the AP start, so that would be the angle. Minhi, Stellar Minhi's right here, going for early Primordials and getting an early Kaisa. Normally, Kaisa 2 is a little better in my eyes than even Velvet 3-star in some moments because you have a little more superability. So it will be interesting to see if he manages to maintain on this Primordial line. So far, Cass, they have only used it for tempo. No one has been committed to the Primordial.
Yeah, interesting for Minhi's spot because he has the gold augment to start as well. Like he has an econ augment. This is the kind of start where me as a player who sometimes likes to not think when I'm playing casually would be handed this spot and say, all right, like no matter what, I'm just playing towards like a Jhin endgame 6 Dark Star, right? Because it is the perfect start for that board. But there's a lot of things before point A and point B that need to happen right for you to get there. But I would say it's not closed off. I mean, there is the idea he could just try and play for that end game and be the win-out player for the team.
I'm just saying, Cass, all of these players went to Thresh, so they lost love the possibility. Yeah. I mean, I didn't love the boom from Soraka, but of course Thresh was buff, and now the randomness is pretty good. Normally, it can grief you a little. You can get a bad angle, but normally you get some rolls, you get good gold, and it should be good enough. We see everyone take it, so obviously it's in a great spot.
Yeah, must be strong if all the players are going there. Very funny, though, to think about, though, because in 4v4, health is so valuable, but Soraka just must not be good enough in these players' minds. And you have to think about the context of that health as well, right? If that health means you'll lose more HP anyway from the other players getting stronger from Thresh, then that health doesn't actually do anything. So have to consider what that actually will be.
Yeah, good chances here. Stellar Minky together with Michael, the one in win streak. Good items here for JD. Probably committing to this Briar. Great item beast, if you will, without emblems. So great possibilities for him to stay here, gets a Cho'Gath, perfect. Normally it's the secondary tank that you get for the game. You can have in 3-star or you can just play Tam Kench in the early game if you don't get good stack. No stacks for now, so maybe he will just use it for a little while.
Yeah, lots of players finding 3 Primordian early. Gonna accelerate the economy of this game quite a bit with just how many players are getting that extra gold or 2 per turn. It looks like also just going to weaken his board. He's looking to lost streak. Does not want to beat potentially JD, and it is going to be... Oh, no, JD not on his team. So he does end up running into JD.
Okay. Yeah, pretty easy here for JD. Bosso just trying to grief a little. Or, yeah, as you mentioned, help the rest of the teammate. Just trying to get good communication. Vanguard emblem. I like it. Also with the augment that helps you in going deep into the line. We saw the Teemo 2-star already in the bench, so we have a Teemo player confirmed. Philip rolling here deep, trying to get close cast. Very important because if you just hold and slow roll on level 5, you will get very late and you will not get the power as soon as possible for this comp. That is where you actually are pretty good. So doesn't break 30, I like it. Probably if he gets a little gold here, maybe he will roll 1 or 2 more times. But at least he's close.
Yeah,
from
and
the Teemo, not from Leona.
He whiffed on the Leona Arbiter, like he being able to generate more Leonas. He has the max health shield instead, which is going to be good for power level, but it is going to slow down the Leona. And there is Teemo 3 on 3-1.
One more just for luck. And now he knows he needs the Leona. It's more important even than the Teemo. Now he finds the 2-star at least stable, and now he can play the game.
Yep, gets 4 Vanguard in, goes to level 5. I mean, he should be very stable with the Teemo 3. Gonna have to start slamming down some items, but the Vanguard 4 is gonna be so good for Philip.
Okay, getting deep. Yeah, you mentioned it. Normally, you need to get to the level 6 to get it. Going up against Bosso. Bosso still committing to the Lissandra. He's level 4. And he rolled to 30 also. And he didn't hit much. I think he's off 2 Lissandras. And trying to go for the Rek'Sai also. Yeah, this is the double line. I think he's playing Primordial together with the Lissandra. Maybe a little weird, the angle for him.
Maybe just for the gold gen early, I guess. Unless did you see extra copies? Maybe if there's extra copies.
Yeah, I saw a Rek'Sai 2 on the bench. That's why it was like interesting for me.
Yeah, that is strange. I mean, I wonder if there is just somebody rolling Primordian on the other team, and he's just trying to hold that back. So we do have a small Anima cash out. Just gonna probably save. Kambui gonna look for that bigger cash out down the line. We saw a huge cash out from Riveting that led to a first place finish in our first series. We'll have to keep our eyes on that Anima cash out down the line.
Now here's Bosso. Not using so far the Primordial, but holding on to the Rek'Sai. Maybe a Rek'Sai 3-star angle. As you mentioned, maybe trying to grief the other Primordial player a little. Of course, one cost, 30 in the pool. Very difficult to grief. But any small percentage in your favor, of course, helps.
As we see, Bosso ends up getting a spatula. And potentially want that +1 Dark Star as well. Try and get 6 Dark Star online. Find a way to cap out even higher for this build, but no sword yet to get there. Though early Cho'Gath 3, so that the health stacking is going to be really good for this comp. I do feel like the Lissandra, finding it early is great, but the Cho'Gath early just means he gains more health every single cast.
Yeah, great position for him. Philip decides to go full tempo, already having the Wingsuits and the Gunblade. Doesn't have AP there still on the Teemo. Very important to have the death cap. But of course, good angle here. Having the healing should be enough, at least for the early stages of the game. Has 3 duplicators, also to get closer to that Leona. Recognizes he's very far away, so we'll try to use the dupes to get it as soon as possible. Choniton is the one contesting, and he's very close to everything. 3 Timo away and 2 Leona away from 3-star.
Yeah, so Chunnington contesting his spot, not looking as strong as Phillips for now, but as you said, closer to the Leona. So if he's able to just hit everything right away, then he can start to climb back as Phillips slowly starts to fall off, but also that Vanguard emblem being really valuable for that composition.
Okay, we see on the other pan, Kaisa, one of the best holders. We see it almost on every board. And right now, she's just trying to hold on deep for him. Chunnington, very good for him that he's still winning, even though he didn't get the 3-star, hasn't break 30 gold. So he should be in a good spot to hit and then try to assemble the lobby. But you mentioned it, Kat, they're both contesting, so whichever hits first, very important. That final unit, very difficult to achieve. Health for Soraka now, as we mentioned, and of course, a little more randomness for the Pandora Seed. Oh my God, it's Pandora Seed. Yep. This is one of the reasons this patch was fixed, if you will, for 17.3. Pandora 6 give you like a Pandora's bench, but only 2 spots. And this can make some shenanigans happen, Cass. We can get 4-cost 3-stars that we already saw in the previous game or in the previous city, but now it's a lot easier to accomplish.
Yeah, and just look how many people committed Thresh instantly. The entirety of Fnatic has committed to 2 Threshes to play around the Pandora seat. Some of these 1-cost rerollers don't have the bench space. JD probably just could not click that, because then he starts losing some of the units that he's rolling for, unless he was to find them right away, but it would be too risky, right?
Yeah.
So he has to stay away from it. A lot of these other boards able to find it. Philip able to find the 3-star Nasus. He already had the Teemo, so he has the bench slots. It's going to help him potentially get towards Leona. However, rolling 1 costs on Pandora's seat is very low percentage. It's a lot better when you can roll the 4 cost there later on in the game. There's less in the pool, less options, right? There's so many 1 costs in the game. It's really hard to actually find them when you're rolling them on Pandora's.
Yeah, and also if we think about 3-star 4 cost, you will have to think maybe on Nunu, maybe try to help him later into the game to have to find a Blitzcrank early into the game for that 6 Vanguard possibility, but that's very far into the game. Very interesting that he decides to go for this randomness that you just mentioned, Cass, because it's not optimal for him at all.
Now we've got Chunnington also taking Soraka, so really Fnatic indexing into Thresh, indexing into that randomness, getting those rolls, trying to maybe seal away the game, whereas Isuria's completely different strategy. 3 members taking Soraka, trying to lend more towards the health, and that opens up the ability to go for the Soraka boon, whereas Fnatic is on Thresh boon, 100%, but Soraka boon could happen instead and try and just go for more health for the team as a whole, try and hang on a little bit longer.
Darknum for now, good tempo. Very low in HP, 49. Now has a Urgot 2-star, not enough. So now difficult position for him, trying to find a Master G or something to help him get there on the board. And we'll need to find the G early. Very difficult position right now for the World Champion.
Ikel gonna take a loss to Chunnington. JD at 106 health at the top of the tables on the big win streak. Soraka helping them hold on to that extra health. And Kambuli is going to be the one in the biggest amount of trouble. 25 life at the bottom of the table for Sirius. Sirius will have the XP or the HP to spare if they want to try and sacrifice for Kambuli, but it is the cash out that is on its way.
Yeah, the 400 will be the good cash out here, and it will be amazing for him. Probably will try to go for the item on Kindred. There is a great anima weapon that if you get it, it's just so huge and you can just win the game out of it. So very close to it. Next round should be the moment to cash.
Little roll down, finds the Kindred pair. His pool has 2 enemies and Chunnington. He has Bosso and Darthnub potentially to fight.
Chunnington finally finds the team of 3. Leona 3 also for Philip. So both of them hitting the units later into the game on 4-1. And should start to pressure the ones who are played and haven't hit the 2-star.
Yeah. Kambuli hits Basso. Going up against that Cho'Gath. The Lissandra still not found for Basso. It looks like he's just going to roll one cost on his Pandora's bench and push levels instead of rolling down for the Lissandra, as we do see he is level 7. Relying on the Cho'Gath instead and those level ups to help out. There's the loss. Kambuli going to go down to a single life.
Wow.
13, but here's the cash out.
Okay. Ice Blast. Try to check how good it is.
Champion duplicators.
I mean, it's pretty good. There's some possibilities that we can go for it. And normally goes directly on a tank. And you just get some additional utility. So average placement drops to 3.2. So should be a good position for Kambuli. The problem, he needs to stabilize the rest of the board to actually get a chance to utilize good the item.
That looks like some stabilization, though. Hits the Yi, hits the TK, ends up using duplicators to just make enough money to buy the Tahm Kench. Says, I don't want to wait another round. And in fact, I can't wait another round because he is on potentially 1 life here. Now, it could be 2 lives. He can live from 13, depending on the loss. And considering how strong the board is, it's likely if he took a loss, he would live. And we're going to have to see if his Yi board with these major upgrades is better than the Yi board of Darknub. And it should be, right, with the hits of the Kindred, with the Ice Blast armor. It should be good enough. But the Yi wrap does get all the way to the Kindred. It will have to fight against the TK and the Ice Blast armor. It is going to be strong enough to win in the Yi mirror. But Darknub's board is quite good as well. He was able to hit the Yi alongside the side of Kambuli.
Yeah, great for the mirror. You get the stun from the Ice Blast. And actually that G will get a little dizzy for a while. Of course, itemization can help. And also a great artifact here for the Velvet. Great decision making. Good study from all the team. Another possibility from GD, who just lost the win streak. Try to accomplish a little more. Now thinking about helping the team and utilize this HP onto Isuru's advantage.
Yeah, look at his matchups. 3 members of Asurius. He has the most HP. He's just like, all right, I will just be weak. That is fine. My health is better on anyone else, and JD's still going to be pretty strong when he goes up against the Fnatic members with all his 3 stars with this, it's like Agony's Embrace. It's the Evelyn one. It's really cool. It's one of the Divine artifacts. I love this one. The teleporting all around the board. It's really sick, but does weaken the board by taking out the Briar, lose to Michael, just going to be the punching bag for the team, and then try and dish out punishment into Fnatic, as Kambuli is doing exactly that with his cash out.
Minky taking a loss and now in a difficult position. Hasn't found the Corki, just using the bench to find. We were talking about 3-star Forcos. At least give this guy the two star. And of course, everyone picking their boom. And now we see some changes here. Some going for the itemization, and some, of course, going for the roll dice and getting a little more variety.
Yeah, only Chunnington locking in the Soraka boon. Everyone else in the lobby on the Thresh boon, just looking for that randomness, looking for that extra power on their board.
Okay, closer.
I mean, he rolls into a Corki and then finds it.
Perfect moment here for Mingy. Fnatic in a good spot right now, trying to avoid the ace. Kambuli is strong, but he's only 13 HP. And now is the important moment when you need to stabilize, you need to front. No double sword here, no Deathblade for Corki, and this could make a difference. It's the best item for Corki. I will say mandatory, if you will, if you want to actually perform with the comp.
We'll see as he does go up against his teammate, Basso Skills, who has finally gotten to the Lissandra 3, finding it just with the randomization on the side and being able to push levels all the while. Very nice to find it incidentally, but getting obliterated by Minhee's Corki.
Good position here. Basso taking a huge hit. Kambuli keeps winning, and Michael is the one now preserving HP together with JD. Already has the Corki too. Has good items. You mentioned the Silver Murder on the Corki, and that's the final decision for him. Good delta, and of course trying to tempo the lobby from now on.
What Basso can even do about this? I think at the 6 Dark Star, I mean, his board is kind of as strong as it's going to be, and that is not very strong, in that being said. And with Kambuli having the cash out, Basso is kind of the biggest 8th candidate left in the game, and really The hope is that one of Fnatic's members could be strong enough to just find that win over Kambuli, just sneak a win out. As Bosso's going to go up against JD. JD also kind of on the weaker end of things, the reroll, and still stuck on level 6. So even though he's hit everything, he has the items, he's just down 2 levels to Bosso. And that might be the difference maker as Cho'Gath hangs on a little bit longer. And it just is. As Bosso will survive another round. Darth Nub going to take a loss. And the HP totals are very much in favor of Asurius.
Yeah, it's a great spot here. Also holding the Kaisas to avoid that 2-star Kaisa that doesn't seem like much on stage 4, but it actually could be the one who stables Fnatic. And now the booms. As you mentioned, Cass, only one player has a Soraka boom. The rest will go for...
Not seeing any 3-star opportunities for these 4 costs. All the comps being immediately contested. Might still be some angles for players to go for, of course, as we do have these 2 Pandora's randomizer spots. But at least for now, everyone's still just using them to finish their 2 stars, get their compositions online.
Yeah, maybe later, right? Maybe double G when one of the Gs goes away. Maybe you can try to get it. But of course, holding those units will be so important. For now, Darth Noob very low in HP, just trying to roll and get any additional unit possible.
Fiora. That's a real pickup. Try and cap out the comp.
I think more no Tahm-Kench 2. He's looking for the Tahm-Kench. That's the only 4 cost that he actually needs. So that will be the angle here for Darth. 20 HP. Goes against Bosso.
He should be strong enough with the Yi, though the Yi is going to take a lot of focus fire and already lose the Edge of Night. So if he does get focused down, that could be a concern, as that Lissandra does have a lot of burst, and Yi just gets eaten by Cho'Gath. So most of the damage is gone.
Maokai is on the back, and it's not irrelevant. He did CC to the Lissandra, but it's just not enough. Darth Noob takes a huge hit, and Kambuli now in a 5-win streak. Could take it. They take Darth Noob on 8th together with the tempo that Isurus have. This could be the angle to take the first game of the series.
Yeah, and Kambuli so stable after this cash out. Gonna be able to look to go to level 9, 6 banked rerolls. As Chunnington is the only member of Asurius starting to fall down onto this Teemo reroll that was contested, but Philip with better conditions as a whole. Chunnington having the Soraka boon, just trying to hang on. The only Soraka boon in the entire game.
Vanguard Teemo. Is it enough for Darth? Michael looking strong here. Has everything 2-star, has the double counter with the Emilio.
Yeah,
and
once this cast, the Silver Mare with the cast, it does so much damage from the Corki. Takes a second to get there with the low attack speed, but we've got another cast coming. The blue buff helping make it happen, and Yi's just gonna evaporate. The damage not enough from the Kindred. Darth looking like it will just be the 8th. Silver Mare Don Corki does a little bit too much damage for Yi to get through that.
Yeah, I mean, the bench didn't help him at all. Tried to gamba a little, but in the end couldn't accomplish to get some tempo onto it. So this opens up possibilities here for Isurus, getting the ace for Darth Noob. Fnatic in a difficult position starting this game. And now Kambuli just trying anything additional to improve his board.
Trying to roll down, find just a 5 cost to splash potentially. There was Vex, but instead just going to splash the Morgana. Try and get a little bit more durability for his lineup.
Yeah, good crowd control also. Possibilities here. Good positioning. So Master Yi gets a block here on the right. Teemo starts to advance, and now the Leon is the one who will have to hold on. If it is enough. Both Archangels and Ginso popping up, but it's not enough. Chunnington will be out here, goes 7th, and Philip still fighting for his life.
Yep, Philip gonna be able to hang on. But I don't really see Philip outliving Kambuli, so it really comes down to, can Fnatic start to send Michael and JD Zielinski down in HP, or can anyone be a hero and take out Kambuli? Because it feels like this board is running away with the game, and when that is the lowest HP member of the enemy team, that is the worst position to be in 4v4.
Yeah, for Philip, as you mentioned, yeah, he lacks a little damage here. He has the Zoe 3-star, but she has Fist Gloves, so you actually cannot control a good possibilities here. Decides to change now and actually give them good units, good items. Love the decision. And now he has a Kraken just to try to get some damage. I'll give it to the Nasus. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. Kraken Nasus trying to get this damage through, but facing off against Bosso's skills. It's going to be a battle of the one-cost rerolls for Team Fnatic. One of them going to have to take a decent loss. They're hoping it'll be at least close. Philip needs to survive at the very least at 16 health. Looks like he should have enough kills to survive. Holds on with 3 HP. Michael gonna take a big loss, but Minhee does as well. And 2 Fnatic members on blinking HP bars heading towards the bottom 4. And if Asurius can send 3 of these Fnatic members down there, 2 more to join Darthnub, that's just gonna be game 1.
Yeah, that's one of the win conditions. And now Minhee just trying to hold up. Level 9 gets the Bard in. +1 that helps, but it doesn't do much. Bard is more of a utility unit. And in this moment, he just needs something to win more. Nothing else here to check. And going up against the people in the top, probably Bolso or Kambuli. There it is, it's Michael. So Michael with a chance here to take Minhee out and get the win of the first game of the series for Isurus.
All right, fight between Minhee and Michael. The Corki trying to pump out the damage. It is a Corki mirror. We'll see if the Silvermare Dawn does enough, but the Riven on the back line is making all the difference as it gets onto the Corki. Michael going to take a big hit, but can he hold on? It's completely out. Michael falls, but Asurius has won 2 of these, as we talked about in that last series. Chunnington outplaced Darthnum. Michael outplaced Philip, and now that will require Fnatic to go 1 and 3, and I think that's going to be very difficult with Kambuli still alive in this game.
Yeah, Kambuli is just popping up completely, totally on fire. Bosso finally finds the Kai'Sa 2-star, but it just doesn't look like it's enough. Michael taking the 4th place with the Corki face-off contested, and now everything's in the hands of Kambuli. Kambuli with the 1st place, no matter the rest of the position, will take the win right now on this game for Isurus. Eyes on him, and with possibilities for Fnatic to find a Hail Mary to try to accomplish and win against Kambuli.
All right, Kambuli is just the hero of this game, and he's been gaining HP. The thing that I think we maybe didn't notice is he's getting 8 HP now. Right, he was earlier on, he was 1 life, he was 13. I mean, at this point, 18 can be 1 life, but I think he's likely 2 lives already. And with Minhee and Bosso each at 1 life each, and JD just doing an incredible job tanking this entire game, it feels like Asurius is going to walk away with this game 1.
Bosso trying to hold. And right now, the Lissandra is just not enough of a carry. Ramus on the backline holding onto the Lissandra is enough. Gets the shield. I'm looking at the fight on the bottom right, and Ramus takes the Lissandra out. And this is terrible news right now for Bosso. Fully dependent on the Kai'Sa. Corki versus Kai'Sa on the final showdown. Corki takes it away, and Bosso is out. Is a win for Isurus Gaming on this first round cast.
Yep, sealing the deal there by sending Bosso into 4th. That'll do it for game 1. Asurius 1 game away from their spot at the Esports World Cup. Take this away from Fnatic, and Fnatic would have to then fight their way through the global qualifier. So very, very difficult to be back against the wall, but this crew of Fnatic players are top-notch. There is still hope for them to make it back.
Yeah, I mean, winning the contested line and then having a player popping off with Kambuli taking risks and actually getting the possibilities. Regular, or if I will, like book play from Isurus Gaming and actually taking an advantage of the first of these 3 cities.
Yeah, and we'll see if this time around Fnatic can pull it back, tie the series up. We're going to go to a quick break, but this series between Asurius and Fnatic will continue right after this.
was never meant to stay. It was you that put me in. Promised me that we'd be okay. All of your lies I was believing. You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. But I gotta end this way. Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? You got me like crazy, like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy, baby, where did our love go? Crazy, but you love me in a picture, like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy, you gave me attention, where did our love go? You would always bring my phone. You were meant to be here forever. Remember when we used to have it all? We were so good together. Why can't we both feel the same way? Why do I need to explain?
Welcome back to the road to EWC. We have the TFT Americas closed qualifiers. I'm Casanova, joined by Hupe-san. We have Sirius going up 1-0 over Fnatic in this match that decides which one of these teams goes to EWC and which one goes to the last chance qualifier. Hupe, what do you make of that first game? It felt like really Sirius in full control on both ends of the spectrum. Tempo play as well as went out player.
They got the best of both ends. In the tempo play, maybe by a slight margin, we see both teams very close in terms of skills and actually game plan. But of course, having Kambuli so powerful as a winner player, just managed him to tempo it out. And also JD, good tempo, a lot of HP, and managed to help the rest of his teammates to actually get a good win condition in the end.
Yeah, it felt like this has been JD's MO in 4v4 in the past as well. He's always been very good at hanging on to a ton of HP for his team and soaking that up like a sponge, that pressure later on of having his teammates be able to take wins off of him. We saw him on that massive win streak weaken his board when he knew all his teammates were in his pool, so that he knew that this is the point when my comp's falling off and I can give some more time and space to my teammates. So we're going to jump to game 2. The Sirius versus Fnatic. Fnatic back against the wall as we have Thresh and Ari this time around.
Once again, so Thresh, we know first Thresh is a priority for, so everyone took it. So obviously they won the gold ideally, but items are good, rolls are decent, and you have two good possibilities to get. Also Fiora starts, so we will have also an additional angle here for the rest of the player with this encounter.
All right, starting off on Kambuli's board, the big pop-off performance in the previous game, getting that Anima cash out and converting to that first place, being an unstoppable force for his team and dealing so much damage to that Fnatic roster.
Okay, starting out with Kambuli, the players that was the leader of Isuru's game for the first game. Kambuli, so many times in Tactician Crown, played amazing. In my eyes, it's like a little Wei Shan Iverson. It's like everyone talks about Wei Shan like the best in the world, and probably he is because of the gameplay and the knowledge, the pure knowledge that he have. And Kambuli is very similar. Maybe similar also, if you will, but also maybe not a flashy player, a player that is more conservative. He also has a good recognition from pro players, but anyone that plays with or against Kambuli knows this guy is a beast camp. Just too good. He knows the spot. He always has a spot to go fast 9. He always has a plan to win out the lobby, or at least to ensure a top 4. So player to watch for sure right now in the series.
And he's going to get this early timebreaker start if he can find the third piece. That opens up another setup towards going fast 9, getting that extra experience.
Okay, having good chances. Obviously trying to find Milio here and get that time breaker. No one going for the time breaker angle. Obviously you need to find the chance early, and no one still in these two series has managed to get the luck of going into the line. We start with Silver, and possibilities. AFK always good, and get that additional economy to start things out.
Yeah, it looks like that is the consideration, but Tiny Titans has been a staple of 4v4 in the past to give an additional 20 health to the team if that can be your spot, and not going to be the case for Michael this time, though.
Okay, just trying to delay the possibilities here. Finds the possibility of getting Briar in, so decides just to go, Primordial line here for Michael. Bosso finds early Anima, so the same game Cambuli showed us on Game Plan will be the plan here for Bosso's skill. Will he be able to get 100, or will Isurus know this and try to grief him, especially in the start of stage 3 when it's more valuable to avoid the ramping up of the Anima?
Yeah, and it certainly felt like Michael had a spot that he still could go for griefing Bosso if he ends up getting him in the pools. So we'll see if that ends up being the case, as Bosso is going to at least be able to start with a loss for now going up against Darthnub. But as we're going forward, this is going to be the thing to watch, is can Bosso keep this streak in stage 2? Because once you can get through stage 2 with the loss streak, it becomes easier. It's a lot harder for your opponents to grief you in stage 3.
Yeah, totally agree. And that should be the game now for them. Cambuli having also the rogue emblem gives him a little angle to try to go for that Master G line. So far, Darthnub, the player that the set championship, having good conditions here to also try to maintain win streak. We see a little opportunity in boards, Primordial, Rock, early Talon a beast, especially in the early game. And we see the reward was larger and health for everyone. So not sure if this is good enough. Let's see how he managed to do it. So far, no tempo for him, and starting with a lose streak.
Wow. Immediately goes to grief, and I think he's successful. If I'm looking at this right now, I mean, I think Jinx is going to do too much damage, and now the Alawi is going to start to frontline, and that's a little bit of the issue with Anima, is actually your base unit quality for these 3 units is kind of high if it comes down to just your opponent also playing only 3 base 1-cost units. You're required to play these, so Bosso gonna already lose his streak. Now he can regain it. He's got the Anima in early. He can just kind of keep going for it. It's not the end of the world, but he will get slowed down immediately by Asuras without much commitment needed.
Yeah, and the problem, Cass, is exactly, I mean, he will be delayed, and we know 400 is the sweet spot. If you get 300, it's not good enough. You will not do much. It's like you're losing too many HP, and you have to be the win-out player. With 300, you cannot do it. And we saw Cambuli 18 HP after doing perfect lose streak. So will this be enough for them, or will he just be short maybe one or 2 rounds in the end?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see, because it feels like he may still need to just try and stick the landing with having it won and needing to be that hero player for the team. Because from here, trying to pivot out of the spot, trying to figure something else out, it's possible. But is it going to increase your percentage of having someone on your team play for the win? I'm not sure, right? Having that Anima spot feels like one of your best chances. And as you're saying, it is high risk, but the reward is still there. As once again, it looks like he got griefed. Michael going to take a loss to Bosso. So Bosso is win streaking in stage 2 instead of getting the losses.
Great change here on the scenario. Random boom, normally the priority for everyone. We see everyone on the left, except for Philip, that I think went for the Ari. And just trying to get the component probably to assemble something interesting and give him direction.
I think with the 1 loss from Bosso is one thing, but taking 2... I feel like maybe he'll just tries to stick the landing, but as you said, even with the perfect loss streak, Cambuli fell down to 1 life. So this is gonna, the transition from Bosso, if he tries to stick this landing, is gonna be so important to watch and witness, because it is going to be very likely he has to complete the pivot in a single turn.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, with Anima, I think he will go for a small cash out just to get something in, and then tries to stabilize and then not dream for the fully cash out. So maybe a midterm, right? Try to help the team and try to get in a decent position. As you mentioned, if he pivots out, just try to play something else, not necessarily better for the team. So that type of decision is the most important and the most difficult for sure here in the 4v4 scenario.
Chunnington just going to go against Michael here. Both of them trying to weaken their boards. Overall, Michael was back cornering his Rek'Sai, his front line. Looks like they're just trying to get as many kills on both sides as possible. Looks like it'll be a small loss for Chunnington at the end. Maybe not, actually. No, the Kaisa gets there, so small loss for Michael instead.
Yeah, getting good possibilities there. Philip also, no one with a win streak, so this should change a little the lobby dynamic, because everyone has a chance to, give HP to another teammate. You are not preserving any win streak at all. And for now, Bosso, we see him once again starting with the possibilities. Currently, he has 9, so Expedition getting close to that 33 gold. This is a win out augment, so his double win out together with Anima and Expeditionist. When you get to that 33, for anyone who's not aware of this set, on the bottom right we have a little hex where the Wen is, so you sell the unit at the end of the round is being sold. When you get to 33 gold that you give to the system, you get a huge cash out that is good enough to win the game.
Yeah, and I mean, add that to maybe even Anima instead of having to play for the 400 cash. Yeah. Maybe combined, it can be enough for Bosso to still win out without having to get the biggest loss streak. So we'll see. I mean, we'll see how deep Bosso tries to take this Anima after first losing, or not losing, but winning 2 rounds, right? Getting griefed by a Sirius twice in a row.
Okay, Philip in a good position. Stellar Mingy, the one with the win streak. So something else got some HP out of him. Ensuring the 5 win streak should be the one to try to accomplish a good spot right now. And for now, the Darkstar emblem, again, great priority for this emblem. Fast 8 and try to get the Karma 6 Darkstar and then temporary out from them. We haven't seen the Darkstar win cast because they don't get to the Jhin. As you mentioned before, in 4v4, normally the boards tend to be a little weaker because you're obviously trying to help. You're maybe rolling in bad intervals to help the pace of the game. So maybe not the best angle to try to cap out the board. But of course, I would love to see a Jhin 2-star in this spot. And of course, could win the game.
Yeah, and I mean, the conditions are kind of there, right? Early win streak is exactly what you want for Fast 9. Lose no HP now so that you can lose streak later and just greed out into that Fast 9 and play for the Jhin. And I mean, maybe this is the time that Minhee gets to do that, and they have 2 potential win out players where Minhee's gonna win early, Bosso's gonna lose early, and then they're gonna swap roles around stage 4 where Minhee will start losing HP, Bosso will start winning out, and then Minhee will try and stabilize and have another chance to win out for the team.
Yeah, access to backline here, going up against a player that is not that strong right now, JD. More in the strong side with HP, but only with the Briar being the carry right now. So for now, normal spot. JD trying to maintain the win streak here. The Briar looks pretty cute. Easy now. I mean, Mingy in a great position here, Cast. Keeps winning, and this could be trouble for Again, this is exactly what happened in the last round with JD. So let's see if they pulled the trigger in the same moment.
Yeah, so offered Epoch, which could help, get the levels faster, but instead just go for items, right? Just keep the tempo high, keep winning, because if Minhee can win out stage 3, then he can really look at that Fast 9 as being a very real condition for himself.
Yeah, 100%. Right now, Kambuli trying to go for the G line. First game, play G. Obviously with additional resources, and right now going for that line. Has decent item, not the best, but of course just trying to maintain tempo so far, and then look for the beast for the Jhin, for the Master Jhin delayed. Finding that Tampkench is huge also. Tampkench prints additional units and additional gold also each round. So this could be a good change for Kambuli and something that gives him an advantage.
Just going up against JD. Just looking for a small win. Want to keep the win streak going as Kimberly's on a 3 win already. Don't want to do too much damage to your teammate. Looks like it might be exactly that. No, front line is down. Am likely to lose this to 1 final cast, so win streak going to be lost on a little bit of a team kill there, but not too bad of a loss as Darth Snub also starting a win streak. Fnatic having the better positioning this time. Felt like Asterius was pretty much in the driver's seat the entirety of the previous game. This time it's starting out with Fnatic definitely having a spot that looks favorable, with Bosso on the loss streak with win-out conditions and Minhee on the win streak with win-out conditions.
Yeah. Michael, we see him there. Lose streak, not with a help the team. So it will really depend on how he can manage to go from that to maybe... He has a position maybe to grief his own teammates with the Master G angle. I don't think he will do it, but it will be difficult for something. Goes against Bosso, so maybe trying to hit Bosso once again to avoid him in a castle. So Michael, normally an ego player, a player that loves to go top one, a player that loves to win the game, now in a position to try to grief, but no, it's just good, strong enough, and Bosso knows it. So, I mean, Bosso takes the loss and now close to 200 cash out.
I'll say it looked like they got in Bosso's head a little bit, because the positioning here from Bosso was like, oh no, they're going to grief me. And he ends up pretty much not getting any kills there, so he's taking a lot of extra damage. And the fact is there may have been a board that was trying to grief him. And I'll give Bosso the credit that he's due, that there was probably a board out there that was trying to grief him, so he had to make his board really weak. But yeah, it's rough. I mean, they're getting to Asterius can send Bosso 8th. I mean, that opens the door for them to really this game. They need to trap Bosso from getting the big cash outs. And as you mentioned with the Expedition, there's some redundancy. So he's got a couple opportunities to pop off.
And of course, yeah, you mentioned it. Mental warfare is also important in TFT. Michael is known for doing this. He goes, when he wins and maybe he shouldn't have won or something, he goes with the little legends and starts spamming emotes. He's a guy that maybe pins someone else just to disposition someone and then try to avoid. So those little things that you can do in TFT that maybe some players don't do it, totally legal, totally possible, of course. If any small advantage that you can take, you should take it.
All right, 100 on the Anima. 48 life remaining for Bosso. He does jam some items on a Corki. He's going to start trying to pick up some more kills now, save some HP. So I like this from Bosso. Needs to at least save a little bit of health, but this is going to be a big hit from Chunning.
Wow, 36. 3 life, probably. Maybe 4 if he's very, very lucky, but I don't think. And right now, Minhee trying to hold off. Fnatic on the top, using HP on his favor, or at least with the possibility to do a dark loop with the win streak. Minhee was the one in the win streak previously, and we're seeing right now what they're trying to go for the reroll, very far away from everything. So for now, stable cast, but he will need to step on the pedal if he wants to go for it. We see him with a little economy and holding 70 gold for now.
Yep, holding 70. We'll see when the roll down comes to try and get that together. It is on Serpent. So that is going to be really good for the Stargazer reroll. It's one of the better ones. It's not the best for the reroll. We do have Master Yi for Philip. He does have the items online. The comp is there. Just a single copy of Master Yi, but he's on level 7. He's got time, really good conditions to just go fast 8, play for the Yi. Still saving a lot of HP as he goes up against Stellar Minhee here. Gets stuck on a Bramble Vest, but that's probably good, as this will be a smaller loss for whoever, as though finally breaking through that, it ends up being a bit more of a big hit to Minhee than it was feeling like it was going to be.
Yeah, he drops a little more. Chunito and Kambuli, the one having HP, but of course, Philip and Darknoof are the ones leading the pack and just trying to help maybe Bosso on the latest stages of the game and maybe try to make him the winner or the cap-out player. Bosso goes level 7. Cash a little.
He cashed early. This was doing a 300 cash, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, probably some gold. I don't see much additional item, maybe components here for him. So we knew it, right? It wasn't that much. And now Expeditionist will be the most important. He puts an Ilaoi 2-star. So this will ramp up Expeditionist very, very quickly. An advanced play that you lose a lot of gold, but you get very close to spending that 33 gold.
Is that just going to get his cash? It might be the last one, which is why he did it. It is. Yeah, there it is. Gets a Jin and a Shen and a bunch more gold. He gets to go to 8. Sells everything.
Okay, the Master Work
trying to just transition Corki.
Yeah. Getting the Master Work to get a Radiant is the most important of Expedition. So probably will bow on the Death. Yeah, there it is. Radiant Deathblade. And now you have the best Corki possible right now, Cass.
Yeah, this is good. Doesn't find a Rammus pair even. because it has that tentacle lash from the anima cash out, which is going to be really good for this front line, especially with the radiant item. I mean, there is first place potential out of this Corki, but he does need to find the rest of the upgrades. This should be stable, though. I don't think anyone's going to be much stronger than him or stronger than him at all on 4-1 with this kind of 300 cash out anima plus the cash out from the expedition.
Yeah, you have too many raw damage, right? You're not scaling, you're just doing pure damage, so you don't need the tank. Of course, it's good, and you will need it in the later stages of the game, but as you mentioned, fully stable, and now with a chance to keep pressure on the lobby. Filled with the win streak also. Group hop.
Was he on the Yi line? Because then that's very easy to just be a quick group hug take.
Okay, he has Voyager.
Oh, no, it's the... Yeah, Voyager. Gonna be playing around the Kaisa for now.
Yeah. Darsar also has the Jin, has the possibility to go deep into the vertical. The Mordekaiser too has the Nunu too. So good position there on the front line. Still carrying the Kaisa, very good, but now on stage 4 you really want to change a little your possibilities. 6 Darstars assembled right now. And now, once again, Cass, we know he's stable, but is this enough to go level 9 and actually find your good carry that it will be the Jin 2-star?
Yeah, it's hard to say. And this is, you know, Jin was going to be contested. Is it Philip or was it Minhee that was going in that direction from Fnatic as well? One of them was headed towards the Dark Star. Trying to be second win-out player for Fnatic. But Shunnington is going to contest into it immediately and has already found the Jin.
Getting the weak side here. The Jin, the Master Yi, very, very strong. Now focusing on Nunu out, and now access to backline. So it will be a chunk of HP, an important one now for Shunnington.
Yeah, there it is. Yi going to be able to handle it. So it wasn't Philip that was going towards the Dark Stars. Philip is on the Yi, and he is keeping that win streak. It was Minhee. Minhee had the +1 Dark Star. He's also found the Jin, but he did not find the Kaisas earlier. Look at this board looking a bit strange because of that. The texture of it, playing the Lissandra 2 instead. Not having the Kaisa to stay around in the early game and just playing around a Dark Star Bard with the itemization for now. Very untraditional and on a 5 loss after going towards that fast 9.
That finds the Jax 3-star very important to stabilize the comp. Also, the Twisted Fate has no items. The problem here, no items. You have the 2 primary carries, but you have a naked Caitlyn. You don't have items also on the Talon. This will start to pressure him, and it should not be enough to win against the cap boards that start to do AoE damage to everything. So
Darknub needs kind of a bailout from Thresh, because Thresh can be anything. Thresh can be anything. So he needs Thresh to give him, you know, kind of a bunch of items potentially from this last choice, or at least, you know, just an extra item. Try and get him closer towards itemizing these extra carries. What could it be? Mystery loot. Is it items? That's what we're looking for.
We see 6 players has taken the mystery loop, so this will be very fun to watch. Items, gold, anything really, yeah, as you mentioned. Most of them
Let's see if Darthnub finds the items in the mystery box. If Thresh has got his back. It is not. It's just a 4 cost. 6 rerolls is what it's going to be.
Okay. Not the best, because
no,
you already have everything 3-star. That's not what you're looking for, yeah. Change item, probably will go for, what, gargoyles here? Okay, Crown. Crown, it's amazing the way Crown was never used in the last set, and now it's probably the best tank item in the game. Very versatile. You get the shield together with the armor, and they nerf, I believe, every tank item when the set started cast, and now this is just the best. Just slam a crown.
Now we just need some shielding, right?
Yeah.
Just start a fight tankiness gonna have to do. But yeah, having 2 more items on the bench, Darthnub probably just waiting until he gets his last offers as the boon comes through to decide what he can end up itemizing, and hoping to find wins in the meantime. And it looks like he is going to be strong enough to take down Philip. That is going to be just a small victory, which is perfect. Maybe just a 3-unit loss, as JD Zielinski has now dropped below Basso skills, as Basso did find that stabilization. health in favor of Fnatic, but not by a large margin.
Yeah, and we have seen throughout the series, throughout the games, when a player goes 8th, normally the other team is the one to take the win. So they really want to avoid so slow, JD slow together with Michael, 3 Isurus Gaming players with bad possibility. The series right now in favor of Isurus, instead of 3. So Fnatic in a good position right now, Cass, to tie the series and go to a game 3.
We'll see if JD can hang on, but he was just kind of stuck playing the Primordian reroll, which, you know, great solo queue comp for even potentially winning games on this patch. But in the tournament, it is struggling quite a bit to be able to find enough strength when having to play unselfishly. And JD gonna get obliterated by Bosso's kills double cash out board, and it's gonna take a huge chunk of damage all down to a single life.
1 life there, Bosso winning, doing amazing. The Corki contested here, trying to get enough. Campbell is the one with full Corki, and yeah, in the end, I think Michael and Campbell, if I'm not mistaken, both in the same team, both play Corki. In the end, both hit. So very, very interesting to see the determination, and they already have this story. It's possible for 2 players to do it, but it's for me interesting the prioritization they're having here for the Corki.
Does that mean 3 Corkis have then hit? Because I think it was also Bosso on Corki from the cash out.
Yeah, it's Bosso and Michael. You're right.
Okay,
Cam,
okay. Yeah, I was gonna say it's possible for 3 players to hit, but I wasn't sure if we had 3.
You got it, man. Yeah, you're right. Let's see what else. No Ramos 2-star here, Cass, hurts too much. And with the HP that Bosso has, he's just praying that JD is the one who goes out in the next round.
Yeah, I mean, it's the big thing for Bosso. He still has the Radiant Deathblade. Like, he found a lot off of his cash outs, and so he's been on this win streak. But the lack of Rammus 2 could catch up to him as the game continues on, right? He only cashed out at 300, and then he got the Expedition cash out. The Radiant item will carry him as far as damage is concerned, but at a certain point, every other board's going to have enough damage that the lack of tankiness can catch up, and Bosso just has to outlive JD and Michael in order to get there. As now Kambuli is going up against Darth. Kambuli is on this 6 Marauder Yi with the Marauder Kindred in the back line, and that Darth sub Stargazer reroll as there's one more cast from the Twisted Fate, but it's not enough. Cam gonna take that win as JD goes down.
Wow. JD going 8th here is very tough. Also, Michael. If Michael goes 7, only a 1-2 will save Isurus Gaming. So dominant position right now for Fnatic. Michael knows this, decides to roll and get anything possible. Poppy 2 will be the answer for him, but it just doesn't look like it's enough. Boyar Emblem also very good. Great recognition here for Michael, but I mean, he doesn't have a secondary carry. No items here for Ribbon.
Yeah, just the single Quicksilver is not getting anything done on her. Trying to survive to the next chance to get an item. Gonna run into Cam. This is his teammate, but Kambuli on just the Yi1 is maybe the saving grace for Michael and his Corki. The Ram is still very tanky, and he's got the damage. It feels like Michael's gonna be okay, but he's gonna have to deal damage to a teammate, and it's gonna be a lot of damage that he deals to Cam. Darth Nub, that's the next one to watch. He's winning his fight, so he's gonna still save a lot of HP. Kambuli, Chunnington, Michael, all the 3 lowest HP. Asturias in so much trouble. The HP differences aren't huge outside of Philip, but it might just be enough that Fnatic is going to be able to run away with this one.
Yeah, good chances here, Cass, and the possibility for them to ramp it out. 4 players from Isurus are now in the bottom, 1 player already eliminated, so Fnatic in a perfect position to do this 1-1 and then have a chance to go to a game 3. Important cast for the people just joining us right now. This is the series, probably the most important. The team who goes directly to it and the teams who loses will have an additional chance in 2 weeks to go to the global qualifier. We'll start once again with Darknov, a player that is looking to eliminate Mike's round. Has him in rotation.
Yeah, has him in the pool alongside 2 allies. 1 last remove, but I think with the HP values, he can save it a little bit longer just in case he hits Michael and would have to slam anyway, as they are just trying to send 3 members of Asturias into the bottom 4 to just lock up this game 2 and take the final game of the series. Chunnington still stuck on Jin 1, never able to find it. Contested on the other side. You can see that is Minhee, who was going for the Jin as well on a pair. Neither of them able to hit, both of which just on their single pairs of Jin. It's going to be Chunnington maybe going down. Enough. Kaisa is strong enough. Take a big Minhee, but Cam takes a loss. Serious 2 single-digit members.
Yeah, Michael gets a safeguard here, Ghost, and now we'll have in the rotation the strongest player. Losing means, as you mentioned, that other player will be also in the bottom. They need a Bosso out, but we know he's pretty strong with the artifact and probably already has the Ramos that he was lacking. Difficult position, so we'll check on Michael and Kapichi if both of them can at least preserve one more round.
Wow, Cam never found the Yi, and it was one off Kindred 3. I don't know where that came from. I think this was his last gasp trying to find a way back in. On the other side, it is Bosso. He never found the Rammus. They were able to successfully grief the Rammus away from him, but because the Yi wasn't there for Cam, I'm not sure if it's enough. The damage from the Radiant Deathblade, far too good. Cam goes down. Michael versus Chunnington has to win this team kill. And he does. So it's not over yet, but the HP are single digits for Asurius, which means essentially they cannot beat Fnatic from this point with the 7/8 because they would have to go first and second. And Hoope, the math ain't mathin'. I think it is it's basically over. I think there is like a probably like a 0.000001% world where they can never pair because of how rematchmaking works of people getting eliminated, but yeah, I don't even know if it's possible. I think they're stuck.
I like to think, but yeah, the odds are completely not on their favor. But yeah, I mean, there is a possibility. But it's just not only the matchmaking; they need to win, right? So it's just so huge. Michael very strong with the emblems, very strong with the positioning, access to the backline there for the Riven. Riven hitting the Twisted Fate could make a difference. Twisted Fate is out. And Michael could take a huge win here. Will Chunnington stay in the dreams of the Isurus alive?
Yeah, I mean, a big hit onto Darth Nub. Chunnington goes down, though. He also falls. That's 3 members of Asurius in the bottom 4, which means Fnatic has taken game 2, and we will be going to a game 3 to decide which of these teams would be advancing directly and which will have to fight through the global qualifier.
And also, once again, they did a player in the lose streak going for the cash out. 3 players, not only JD like Isurus in the end, 3 players going for the win streak and actually maintaining that position for so long, Cass, then pressuring the lobby. Master play right now for Fnatic. The series is tied, so we'll go to a game 3 to decide who advanced to EWC.
All right, so let's head to a quick break. When we return, we will have that final game of this matchup, and we will get to decide who will be joining Vitality and Team Nemesis at EWC already, and who will have to continue to fight their way through the global qualifiers. Don't go anywhere. We'll return right after this.
never meant to stay. It was you that put me in. Promised me that we'd be okay. All of your lies I was believing. You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough.
We are back on the road to EWC. This is TFT 4v4 America's Close Qualifiers. I'm Casanova, joined by Hupe-san. We are headed to Game 3 of Asturias versus Fnatic. The winner of this will go directly to EWC as the third seed from the Americas. The loser will have another chance at the Global Last Chance Qualifier. Hupe, really back and forth, start 2 games in a row, kind of the story of an Anima cash out. However, I will say Bosso ended up getting taken out towards the end of that game. There was a really effective griefing from Asturias, and it came down to just the rest of them just dominating over the course of this game and sending 3 members of Asturias to the bottom 3. So, I mean, it's really anyone's game going into this last one. We've seen some very big highlights out of both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, not only with the Anima, with the Expeditionist, getting the Master War, getting that that is perfect spot for the Corki. I mean, good recognition of actually what works in the meta and not only going for the default generic composition. So see that players are totally prepared, they know the angles, they're totally looking for it, and the rest of the players are happy to actually see it happen. Series tied, as you mentioned, Cass, and now one game away to advance directly to EWC.
Yeah, and I mean, really, are there any adaptations that can be made going into this? Because these teams have their strategy. I mean, they're playing for the win out. We're seeing the high tempo play out of both sides. Generally, it's been JD, but in this last game, he had to play Lost Streak. And at a certain point, you kind of just have to stick to your guns, continue to play this strat. We've not seen kind of the same thing of the other side in Europe, where they were kind of going for the 1 Teemo, 1 Yi, 1 Corki, 1 Flex. But we are seeing a lot of the 1 Yi, 1 Corki with every single team. Yep. And we'll just have to see where they go from there, as we have Yasuo and Thresh once again. Thresh being a staple of this series.
Yeah, now getting the Poppy means that people can force a little more the compositions. You can actually select what you want and stay with what early game gives you and play a little more tempo-ish. Try to pressure a little more the lobby. So any of the teams who actually get a good tempo start and actually pop the Ambers will be the one in control, at least for the HP. And then they will have to look out for that win-out player, maybe with a more risky line.
Kicking things off on board with Bosso. We pick up an early Teemo, but just picking up everything. Keeping every single line available. Medallion for the Stargazer. We could see a Twisted Fate reroll on Medallion. Yeah. One of the better ones.
Okay, good possibilities here for Bosso. Once again, final round of this series. We haven't seen Twisted Fate outperform everyone. We've seen it 5th place, 4th place, maybe on the middle of the pack. So, normal possibility. Gets a Caitlyn to go together with the line. This is Michael. Michael finds an Urgot. We have seen him prioritize this unit so much. Normally doesn't go as a leader, as a hero in any of the boards. But this is one of the things about Michael that we were mentioning, Cass. His recognition of the power of units that normally you will not get in your comp just because they're strong. And this is a great holder for any AD line want to play.
Yeah, very big for playing tempo, playing win streak, which is Michael's comfort zone. Going into this final game of the series, if you can unleash Michael, let him play TFT how he likes to play TFT, that could be a boon for Asturias going forward, especially if the rest of the team can continue to play around him, especially if Cam can look for a win-out angle while Michael gets to do this. I think that is where Asturias is going to perform best.
Okay, finds directly a Vanguard emblem with good possibilities here for Legion of Threes. Also having a chance to go for a significant line. Also up level 4, so some tempo players already going deep and trying to maintain a good win streak.
I see Michael holding off on that, trying to just play towards... Okay, there's the level 4. Michael also going to contest.
Okay, so permanent health, always good. So 55 permanent health, could stay on the Teemo, finds one Leona, early Ilaoi. So very likely that JD will maintain here on the Timo line, especially with the Winsu Slam, and knowing that it's very difficult in 44 to go fast line.
Yeah, with that Arbiter, right, there's two options. There's the one that gets you the more Leonas, so you hit the 3-star faster. But this one actually has the higher cap. If you hit everything, this is just going to give you a bunch more HP, a bunch more stats on your team. So we'll see if JD can kind of put things together for this Timo line.
JD with Timo. We'll have a chance to see the rest of the players already going for additional kappa. Winning early is pretty huge. Darth Noob going for Cluttermine. No slam for him also, so just trying to maybe be the fast 8 player. Probably Master G with what that's also the brawler, but could be also the Corki.
Yeah, Master Yi, I mean, he could even just slam all his items right now for a Master Yi line. He doesn't need to because he's playing slow. He's going to play Lost Streak, but every item he has can make something that works on Master Yi. The Kraken, not the best, but it can work. But he does already have that edge.
On the other hand, Bosco already using the Kaisa. We have seen him as the premium holder for most of the comps right now. For now, trying to tempo Primordial, getting additional economy, and of course, Kaisa to then go to an additional board that maybe is a little better. We've seen players trying to reroll the Kaisa, but we know it's so difficult to get that 3 cost, especially I mean, it's not only that it's difficult to 3-star because of 4v4, but also it's so contested. Everyone wants it in the mid game.
Yeah. So notably, you know, I mentioned how good of a start that is to play into the late game Dark Star to play for the Jhin. I believe it was Epoch on that board as well. So really looking to go for the fast 8, fast 9.
Kambuli being the Corki player here. Deathblade already slammed, so just maintaining good tempo for now. Players already deciding, and they should play defense and try not to give them the early activity.
Yeah, it is Epoch for Bosso. Look at this Primordian start. Item slammed. I mean, that wants to be Jhin. That wants to be Darks. Try and go for the potential winning line with that. We haven't really seen that line be able in any of these games, but it's just because the difficulty of getting to fast 9 and get the board out there strong enough by that point in the game with just how 4v4 functions in the tempo of these lobbies.
Okay, Michael, Legion of 3.
Holding on to the win streak.
Yeah, it slams the Edge of Night, so he will be the G player for Isurus. And now Hex or Transform into 2-star. So probably everyone going for Hex as a priority, and of course, trying to maintain tempo in this high tempo and very important to preserve HP lobby.
Yeah, the Hex is going to be attack speed, which there are a lot of units that are going to be able to grab value out of that. Of course, in the early game, just for tempo, you can get value from the 30% attack speed, but also for the end game, still having some carries that are going to get some value from it. Yi with 32% attack speed is going to be really strong.
Yeah, Philip, the only one taking the trash, get some additional upgrades here. Nothing amazing. For now, holding there on the Samira. Should try to stabilize from now on. 96. Samira not in the best spot right now. Good for the mid game, but not in the strong position that she was in the beginning of the set.
Yeah, but at least it's an 80 carry as he does have attack damage items. So getting, you know, a 2-star 3 cost for stage 2 is still going to provide a lot of value for Philip and should allow him to win streak a little bit of stage 3 if he can find some frontline upgrades.
There it is. So holding the Gragas, also trying to go for that brawler line. Probably thinking about Master G also to defend.
It's a big win for Minhee to stop Michael's win streak.
Okay. So 2 time breaker. Remember the change chat time breaker before it was 2. Now we have to put to actually get the additional rolls or experience. So Michael maintaining the win streak, losing it, sorry, in the last round. And now JD. JD losing late, so delayed lose streak here for him. And very far away still, only Leona 2.
Yeah, only 2 copies of Timo, Leona 2, only 1 Zoe. We'll see if there's a big roll down coming up on 3-1, 3-2, or if he's just going to have to slow roll 50 for a while. Not a P lost by anyone. No full on this stage 2 for any player in this game. Economy going to be a little bit stunted for everybody.
Also not committing the Hex. Deciding to maybe keep it for later for a round where he really needs it, because once he puts it in, the positioning will be fixed for him to the game. So maybe delaying the decision from now on.
Meanwhile, Michael, just needing the tempo, does end up putting it in the back corner, even though he's leading towards Yi. But I suppose that attack speed can just be given to a Kindred in the end game instead of worrying about it being on the Yi. The positioning would be solid for her to use that Hex.
Also here with the Infinity, normally these are great items for the Kai'Sa. So yeah, you mentioned already the Epoch, already having the Kai'Sa and going for that Dark Star line. And now getting additional units. Who maintains tempo here, Cass? When we see the right hand of the board, everyone, like all the teams are all over the place. No one is actually dominating. Very close game itself. And we don't see anyone with a very perfect spot. So any small chance, any small HP that you can preserve for help will make the change here.
Yeah, I mean, this is starting out as a very close game, right? There is no obvious advantage between the two teams. I like Bosso's spot to be able to try and go play for the Jhin and have a high cap out, but it's not like he's win streaking early and having the good opportunity to go fast 9. So it feels like he's gonna need, or he's gonna need to find some augments that are gonna help him get there in order to make that happen. And it's not like the boons are gonna help him go fast, and unless Thresh just RNGs him into some additional XP.
Yeah, JD rolls a little just to be stable. Finds the Timo 2 only with 3 Timos still. So people, and he rolled to 30. So normally what you have to do, the due diligence to get close, but not getting as close as he wanted to.
Now JD gets his option. Probably just going to be best friends, but second law could actually be pretty nice for the Leona, and he gets an extra Leona by getting Divine Amendment.
Yeah, makes total sense. Not sure how strong it is. By the reading angle, looks good, but no. Decides to go with
best friends instead.
Yeah, just an additional speed, additional damage here, and of course armor. That is an AD meta. So obvious best friends doesn't only give you the speed, gives you also a little armor. Always good.
Back over to Bosso, still on the pair of Kaisas. I think he rolled just a little bit. Or no, didn't roll. Just bought the Mordekaiser.
Okay. Makeshift. So now prioritizing fully the carries. Everyone else just gets an additional defense just by not holding anything. On the other hand, Lulu just trying to hold on Darkness, trying to pressure the lobby or trying to go past 8 as soon as possible to make use of the Clutter Mine. So for now, takes lobby still looks decent. Kambuli and Michael on the top, but JD and Chonington are on the bottom. So we have a sandwich here from Isurus. All of Fnatic players exactly in the middle.
Yeah, JD gonna take another big loss down to 62 HP. Philip finds a Nunu in his shop. Very high value frontliner, but he's been leaning towards the brawlers.
Yeah, they can't.
The itemization, though, he can quirky. He can go towards even a Jhin himself.
Okay. Cam here. Hey! Okay, the role here for Cam. I thought he was going to play the quirky early into the stage, but of course, he decides to just play the reroll line. Right now, level 5. Not close to anything and close to everything. So let's see if actually he sells the Aatrox that we mentioned last round when people got a little dizzy there with the full board or the full bench. And I'm sure Kambuli knows exactly the decision and the priority. Even though he's close to a unit that is not priority, he will sell it immediately.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it looks like this itemization and the fact that he's got all the 2 stars, Cam is very stabilized. He's on a 3-win streak. Going up against Michael now. Michael is going to end up losing this. Both Cam and Michael at the top of the table. So you know, one of them gonna have to lose their win streak, slow down a little bit, and Cam gonna potentially be able to use this to convert to his 3 stars and try and keep snowballing in the lobby, as it is gonna be Yasuo getting the tanky one. This one is so powerful. This Hex, I feel like most players are gonna take this and just make their frontline tankier.
Yep. And you have a here for Thresh. He gives the random bounty, so always good to take, especially on stage 2. But on stage 3 is pretty decent also. Everyone going for that Yasuo that you mentioned, also very strong, maintaining good. Darthur level. Just trying to holding the twisted heavy, holding the units, just trying to play defense for the team.
Holding a lot of Jaxes, has 5 on the bench. Lulu upgrade. Caitlyn 3 for Cam. Not sure if he hit anything else, just the Caitlyn. Sold out of Aatrox, so as we expected.
Okay. Off of Twisted Fate, Italy from Jax, not normally. Jax is the 2-star in the comp, so normally he goes a little later. Very important to get 1 additional damage, but very huge. Actually, the one with the units, the Caitlyn is the one he gets 3. So great condition here for Campbell, trying to hold on, going up against early Ramus, and Chonnington will go for the goal.
Philip, meanwhile, has been playing around this Samira and is finally having it fall off at the tail end of stage 3. He's going to lose this fight to Minhee.
Ooh, the tensions. I can feel the tension, guys. It's just like, I mean, no one is getting an additional advantage. Warpath on 42 right now. So this could also be a cash out possibility. Has the early Samira that is very difficult to accomplish. And this could be a win out possibility for Phillips. Manage to get the Warpath complete and then just fully get the possibilities. For rerolls, just trying to hold them up. So this will be a fast 8, roll, get the Warpath, and then try to win the game from it.
Yeah, the Warpath being really nice. In 4v4, your teammates can just allow you to beat them, get some damage for the Warpath to get there while you still have the health to work with to guarantee that first, play for that first. And it looks like Basso not weakening the board because I don't think he needs to. It does look like Philip is just going to be stronger than Basso. So Basso hoping to pick up a good amount of kills onto Philip's board before the Samira takes him down. And Kaisa, great at doing just that.
Yeah. Doing what he has to. Kambuli with the win streak now 6. And the win here for Philo, getting closer for the Warpath and the possibility of advancing directly to EWC. Fnatic and Isurus in this final game of Series 2, playing for the chance to go direct to EWC. Every player's want. From this roster, I think only Michael has gone to EWC. So we will see a lot of new players for this edition.
Of Chonnington with the Rammus already looking for the Corki. Has 6 free rerolls as soon as he pushes 2-8, and this is looking like a very easy 4-1 and send it.
63 pops here. A lot of AP, probably going for the crown just to kill the rods. Okay, there it is. Let's enjoy the roll down.
Goes. Corki is the operative one. Finds a Riven. No Corki yet. Finds a Jhin to hold. No pair for the Rammus yet.
Riven
is upgrade. There's the Rammus pair. Yi to hold. Rammus completed, but no Corki. Riven completed, but no Corki. There is one copy. Comp online. Main carry is not there yet, right? He does have the itemization for the Corki, and unfortunately for Chonnington, only finds one copy. But that is an upgraded Rammus and an upgraded Riven, and he can make the Corki a rogue, give it a big influx of that attack damage.
Yeah, makes sense. And I mean, this is huge. Of course, we want the Corki too, but the comp is assembled, stable, pretty good, great items. So great possibilities here. Already has the crit with the Fate Weaver. That's why he gives the Striker Frail. And now, I mean, great possibilities here, and obviously try to economy once again and go for the Corki 2 later.
Yeah, and meanwhile, I mean, his teammate Cam has been able to hold on to 92 HP at the top of the tables, playing around that reroll with the Fate Weavers on Medallion. Really good for Asurius, because they are struggling in the HP department with JD and Chonnington. Chunnington has now stabilized, and Kambuli has a big buffer for the team to try and utilize, as we do have Prismatics to close things out as our third and final augment, and our final augment of this series.
Yeah, the Baron Slayer is totally broken, getting additional possibilities for the whole full team. There's the G, great height, Philip preserving HP, Atros 3 for Dark Noob. What else does he need? He has good items. I mean, with the G, at least we're stable.
Yeah, Philip just going to be looking for his brawler upgrades now. Has the Tahm Kench pair. We'll be looking for Kindred as well. But as of now, I mean, can rely on the stabilization of the Yi.
Just mention it. Lulu 3 for Dark Noob. That's something I didn't expect to see. So
3-star 3 cost is so rare in the 4v4 because of how easy it is to grief. But this lobby, everyone just fighting for their own units. It's felt that nobody's been able to run away with it. The HP's been pretty stable. It makes sense that there was just breathing room for Darth to find it, and he had a lot of the early Lulus to just make it happen.
Yeah, saw the spot, going for it. Let's see if it works for him. And now just pressuring a little more, the G doing the damage. Suboptimal units, and then we have a set on the other hand for Michael, and we know this is also a win-out spot. JD in a difficult position, and for now, I think Kambuli and Michael in a great position, but the problem is the bottom side cast. JD losing HP, Chunnington also not finding an angle to preserve. Meanwhile, Michael finds an early Graves to be the win-out player for his...
Yeah, look at how crazy this spot is now that we're getting a chance to see it. He has a very early Graves that's going to start stacking up. He has Invade, so he's not going to be able to have that contested away from him. And he has a full strength duplicator on his bench right now if he's able to pair these 5 costs. Looking to 2-star these 5 costs, Michael's win-out potential is extremely high. And Asurius is going to have to put their eggs in the Michael basket. If Chunnington and JD cannot find stabilization at the bottom, they're going to have to be able to look for a 1 and 2.
Yeah, ensure that Michael is stable, ensure that he has the possibility to go to level 9 and find a set 2-star. And the win-out condition goes against Lulu. Lulu is in the perfect moment right now to do damage. And stage 4 is, I mean, the peak of strength for the Lulu, if you will. It will start to decay on the middle of stage for now. Could be one of the strongest in the lobby for sure.
One last one. It is going to be a stun hex for the Yasuo.
Fiora.
Alongside the other side. It looks like almost everyone immediately running towards Yasuo to get that stun hex.
Okay. So we saw Fiora there as possibilities, so Master G players are very happy. There it is. JD just trying to hold. Grifaliro. He's not using yet the X. Trying to hold up until the end. Of course, he has to put it before the fight for it to count. Okay, continuing here. Very strong right now. Decides to give the Death Blade to very interesting here. The adaptation from Chunnington. Probably looking at something to preserve damage. We're just trying to utilize the best condition and mix of items. Probably because Corti can use the items he has. Obviously, he wants the Death Blade, but the other items will be very bad on other units. So just do the best possible, the mid-maxing here to get the full board as strong as possible.
Basso has a Jhin. He's going to try and cut through the swarm of Zeds. Kaisa doing her best, and her best is enough. Basso going to be able to take a fight win in every single one of these fights. So important, especially because Michael trying to run towards a first place finish. And Basso in a great position to contest that with his 6 Dark Star. He was able to push 9. He was able to find the Jhin. And so he's on his way to being able to have a very high cap.
Philip totally stable. JD Zelinsky is losing a lot. He's on the pitfall right now. If he goes 8, it will be very bad news here for Isurus. You see Michael once again. Additional in for the Graves. Level 8, 0 gold. Keeps pressuring. And just playing tempo here. Together with the... Okay, decides to sack. He goes against Minky, and now he will put the unit. And he finds the set 2-star. Michael finds the set 2-star on level 8. already the winner player. He knows he's strong. He has HP, and that's the reason why he's put up the items from the set, trying to stack in case he gets against JD Zelinsky. Michael should win this fight. Zed is so strong, getting the additional cup clones. And now it's the matter of if JD is strong enough to maintain himself and give some additional possibilities to the Surus. No, JD loses cast and is one life
So does Chunnington.
away. Oh, so difficult.
Very tough spot for Azurius. Chunnington really needs to hold on for a Fnatic member to fall first. And just to note for us here, Hoope, I mentioned that there was a duplicator. So Michael found the pair of Zeds and immediately shipped that duplicator to get the 2-star Zed, recognizing that he is not allowed to lose any more HP and try and greed to try and find both the Zed and the Graves. He says, I need the 2-star now. I need to start winning fights as fast as possible. As JD has been stuck on level 6 going into stage 5, this is just not going to happen for JD. Very likely an 8th. And his best hope is, honestly, he fights into someone like Chunnington and can give an extra life to his teammates.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. Obviously, taking items out. If he gets a teammate, just, I mean, give it free. Bad position for him. Doing as much as possible. And, I mean, they have the winner, but they also have the 8th place spot. So this would be a good sandwich to be developed here for Team Isurus. Chunnington doesn't look strong enough also, Cass.
Yeah, I mean, this is
He's
a
good.
struggle,
He's
right?
decent.
Giving the
But he's sitting
the
up.
attack speed over to the Riven, has the stun from the Corki, so when the rockets come out, the stuns are going to be big. Going
Friendly.
up against the 3-stars. This is exactly what they
JD,
wanted.
yeah.
They want JD to give a life to Chunnington, and he's been able to take off all his items.
Okay. So friendly fire here. Looking strong. Access to backline. The Riven holding to the tanks.
Oh, wow.
Wait.
Was
yeah, there it
JD just stronger than Chunnington? Because this is with 0-item Teemo that the fight looks like.
Yeah, very interesting.
Is there ever a world that JD was actually the one who's supposed to live there? I don't know. I wouldn't have guessed, right? If I was in their position, I'm also feeling like Chunnington's got to have the better board. As Bosso's going to take a loss. And Phillip,
Also maybe better, Also maybe better to play defense with the Corki rather than with the 1 cost. Maybe
that's fair.
Goes into account for them.
Yeah, that's a good point, as Phillip is now fully online with his comp. We see him at the top of the tables, 67 HP, has all of the four costs hit. Bosso has the Jhin. Itemization not ready for him, but just the single copy, so not fully online to be able to cap this board, and he's only at 17 HP. Azurius needs to take Bosso down before the Jhin 2 can be found. Chunnington against Michael. Michael is looking to sack for Chunnington as well. They are trying to keep him alive so they don't go 7-8, as the Zed has no items on it. The problem is if you start losing too much health on some of these other strong members and Chunnington still goes 7th, then it will just be curtains for Azurius as Michael goes down to just 12 HP.
Yeah. Trying to avoid I mean, he has to, right? If he goes, is 7-8 going for the 1-2 is so difficult. But now, as you mentioned, now it's Hail Mary position for Isurus Gaming. Fnatic with dominance, but also low in HPs. Still up for grabs. A little of the advantage goes for Fnatic in terms of HP preservation, but Michael should be the strongest in the lobby right now. Jhin 2.
Jhin 2 for Bosso skills. He was saved HP by Minhee in this last fight. Minhee sacked for him. Now the Jhin 2 is online.
This is
beautiful items for him.
Yeah.
Accidentally misplaced the Giant Slayer and now has no removers left to try and help his team, but he is the winner for the team. So it doesn't really matter because he's not going to sack for anybody on his team at this point as he goes up against Darth Node.
Okay, on the bottom, Michael and Chunnington fighting for their life. Friendly fire here from Bosso and Darkwood. No matter what happens here, it will only be low in HP. Is it enough here for Isurus to manage to survive here in Cass?
Yeah, Jhin is doing so much damage, but this is that 3-star Lulu, 3-star 3 cost. So much power there, really hard to ever hit it, but it is there. Lulu gonna be able to beat the Jhin, but it's okay. Bosso has the HP to spare for 1 fight. That is the last loss that he can take, as he has just hit that very strong Dark Star board. Doesn't have it via emblem though, so it's a little weaker than it can normally cap out at. Still going to be very powerful, but that is I mean, maybe just good news for Fnatic that Darth is so strong with the 3-star Lulu.
Yeah, it makes sense because this Jhin is pretty strong. Maybe Michael is the only one who can face them. We saw Chonington win. Good news for Isurus. And now this is the pivotal round. Is it enough? Will Michael be able to eliminate the rest of the game, or will Bosso fall and now stabilize the game for anyone to win it all?
With these HPs, it could end immediately right here. Michael and Chonington could fall and Fnatic would win, but Bosso and Minhee still on the chopping block alongside them. So there's a lot of room for a lot to happen in this moment. The fight between Bosso, and it is going to be the reroll line from Kambuli going up against it. The Jhin, is it strong enough?
No thanks for
It's
Bosso.
finally being targeted. It's completely down. Bosso's out. So is Chonington. Kambuli takes down a potential win-out player from Fnatic in 7th place. Chonington may fall, but Michael should be able to hold on. The Zed is just too powerful, going to overwhelm the board of Minhee. And will that be a kill? I'm not sure. Minhee gonna fall so low, down to 1 HP. Minhee holds on.
Wow. One more player of Isurus goes bottom and is over, and Fnatic takes the win. He's the next one to fall. If that happens, we'll have to fight for the first place. And with the advantage for Fnatic having 2 players winning the face-off there in the bottom.
Yeah, that's the big thing to look out for next. Even if Michael has stabilized and can try and play for that first, how strong is Kambuli? We saw him just beat Bosso, but how strong is he compared to Darthnub and Philip? Would they be able to send Kambuli 4th, assuming that Minhee falls in the next fight?
This is an important fight. Yeah.
Versus Michael. Michael's still just on the 1-star Graves. Have to watch the Zed. He's generating so many clones already, but the damage from Lulu is still very high. Starting to call the board a little bit. The front line good. The 3-star Jax getting a lot of work done. The Lulu doing so much work. Her front line still intact. The Zed copy's coming through, but Zed is down.
No more
It's just
Zed.
Lulu. One more cast. It's not quite enough. Lulu goes down and Michael hangs on. So does Minhee as Darthnub takes the loss, but so does Kambuli. Darthnub, can he beat everyone else in the lobby is the question, because Kambuli is in a free fall towards 4th place as Minhee goes 9.
Level 9 for Minhee. Level 8, trying to go to level 6. Full stack here, Minhee. Finish the board. Just looking to get additional advantage here for the team. And now we'll take the loss against the Elder Dragon. Goes bottom, and now it should be on hands of Fnatic. Fnatic in an advantage of 2 casts, so Isurus needs a 1st and a 3rd or better to advance.
Exactly.
Most easier for Fnatic.
Yep. 1st and 3rd necessary for Isurus. Outside of that, Fnatic can find the win. We'll
Trying
see.
to find something
Darthnub
else. One for the Milo.
still trying to upgrade. And there's 3 items on this Milia, so if he's able to find the 3-star, that is a massive upgrade. Notably, his Stargazer, it looks like, is not working very friendly with his Yasuo in the corner.
Full items
So
now.
not
Very
getting
important
full
round.
value.
Okay, we see the full golem, the damage golem there trying to hold up. Getting huge
Yeah.
fish. They're like totally abolished, and now it's front backline versus backline.
but TF
Huge stun. Huge
TF
stun.
on the backline action. It's just the golem. Cam gonna take another loss to Darth. Darth hangs on. Cam down to 1 life, and Cam needs to win. Not go 4th, or it is all over. Michael versus Philip. But is Philip just too strong? Philip
Philip is too strong.
takes down Michael, and Fnatic are going to EWC.
Fnatic confirmed as the one to advance a 3rd feed of Americas. Team Isurus will have to play the global qualifiers in 2 weeks. Also a chance. Great spot here for Fnatic. Huge and deserved accomplishment to advance to the final round, and of course at EWC.
Monster performance from Darth and Philip. Darth finding a 3-star 3 cost in a 4v4 lobby, recognizing the state of this game, recognizing he had enough copies of the Lulu to send it, and he gets there, and it's enough for a top 2 finish or a top 3 finish to get the job absolutely done. So huge for these players, and Philip out of this one, being able to hold on to so much HP, find the Master Yi board very early on. The Warpath cash out, doing so much work as Philip completely running away with it. Fnatic 1-2 in this game.
Amazing. Amazing, greatly played. I mean, good recognition. We have the players here. Dark Noob, our set championship winner from set 16. Bosso, still on TPC, playing amazing. Philip, non-ego player on the Uprisings, the Meridian, the region. And of course, Stellar Mihi, pure joy. And for me, Cass, probably the player that puts everything together just with, I mean, like the environment, right? I truly believe these players are well prepared and will represent us in America in the best way, not only individually, but as a group. So I have huge hopes for this Fnatic roster coming into EWC.
Yeah, what a strong team, and they are going to advance as that third seed alongside Team Vitality and Team Nemesis. Serious, not over yet for them. Their journey will continue at the global qualifier. They'll have a last chance to make it into the Esports World Cup. We've got one match left to go on the day, though, Hoope. We are not done. Get Gromped versus Rohan's Warriors. This one will be do or die. Loser of this one will be fully eliminated, but the winner will get a spot in that LCQ, which is everything you want, everything you need, right? You just need a chance to make it to EWC.
Yeah, I mean, two teams that have players that have been to Cups, have been to maybe close to regionals, but don't have the acolytes of other teams that we've seen cast. So good to see that the couch to crown possibilities are possible here in Road to EWC. So one of these players and teams will still be alive with a chance to qualify in 2 weeks. So next up is this one. Series best of threes, Get Ground versus Rohan.
Oh yeah, we will be going to a quick break, but when we get back, we will have Get Gromped versus Rohan's Warriors, our final set of the day and our final chance for these teams to make it to that last chance qualifier. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Road to EWC.
Never meant to stay. It was you that put me in. Promised me that we'd be okay. All of your lies I was believing. You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. But I gotta end this way. Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? You got me like crazy, like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy.
Welcome back to the road to EWC. It is TFT. It is the America's qualifiers. I'm Casanova, joined by Hupe-san, and we have one more matchup for you today. It is Get Prompt versus Rohan's Warriors. This is a do or die for both of these rosters. The loser here is done. They will not be making it to EWC. The other side, the winners, will be making it to that global qualifier. So let's take a look at the rosters. Hupe, it's Get Grumped with Deadly CO2, Mino, Haxor, Quinn, and it is not Michael. It is who's the last one on
Shavamoon.
Yes.
So I mean, players that are not well recognized. They have been to some cups. They have been to. They have had some success on TFT competitive. We've seen him on ladder. Deadly CO2. I've seen him in several. But I mean, they got here as a team, open qualifier, and now it's a chance to go to global qualifier and achieve EWC. This is the magic that we have in 4v4 TFT. Anyone can make it.
Yeah, and you know, Mino Haxor, at the very least, no stranger to competition, a former top-level League of Legends player, now coming over to Teamfight Tactics and showing his stuff here as we do. Go over to Rohan's Warriors, and that is going to be Ekra, MZ Shady, Jesus Timo, and Dot for this team. And as you said, right, like, these are not the usual suspects when it comes to America's TFT. These are not the players that are dominating all of the individual competitions, but they come together as a team, and now they are just one step away from the global qualifier, from having a shot to show their stuff at the world stage in EWC.
Also, the invitation, Cass. This is one of the few games that if you get together with 3 friends, you have the chance to get to EWC. Of course, it will be difficult. It will not be easy, but you can access the open qualifier and then try your luck. So, I mean, the invitations for next year also to try it, and of course, to enjoy the rest of the day and see which of these 2 teams will have the additional chance of going to global qualifier, and of course, a chance to a ticket of advancing to EWC.
Yeah, I mean, and this is it, right? This is the moment. This is your chance to shine. You've made it this far. You just have to take it, and that is going to be what we're going to be seeing between these 2 teams once we get Hupe. And I mean, for the day as a whole so far, what are some of the big things you've been learning as we jump into this game about what the strategy has been, or the meta for the Americas? Because it's been a little bit different than what we saw in EMEA earlier today.
Yeah, it's interesting because before we saw more of maybe dominance from players that had high recognition as individual strong players. As we see the Sona here, we had it in previous round, so very easy to up levels. And actually, the spot recognition as a whole is what I'm seeing as a priority cast. It's same as solo queue, but 4 players are playing. Before, it's like, oh no, we need to play this, maybe the situation. I feel the meta is pretty solved by these players, having this patch being played by so long. And now it's just talking, actually being able for anyone to take the L. Michael, normally the player who wants to win, he took the L in one of the games and tried to accomplish the lose streak and then try to help. So, I mean, it's fully teamwork. It's becoming a full teamwork game, and it's so complex that I love it. That's some players love it so much, and for some pro players, the favorite style of TFT.
And now jumping into this first matchup between Get Prompt and Rohan's Warriors. As you said, it's the Sona, so we'll see if any Fast 9 is able to come of that, or at least if the early reroll is slowed down by the fact that you don't get as much time on those early levels to find the 1 costs and get things online so quickly. As we see Quinn on the potential for the Stargazer reroll, it is on the Mountain. How do you feel about the Mountain as a potential option for this reroll?
I'm a fan of the Mountain cast. You get the additional stuns when you cast. So ideally on, at least on the Lulu. Lulu gets a different spell, whichever Stargazer you get. And when it's Mountain, you get the stuns. So if you get full mana generation of that Lulu and you manage to actually put it, it's impossible for the rest of the players to actually play the game. So tier S composition for sure. Once again, the difficulty of having a 3-cost 3-star is very, very high in 4v4. So let's see if someone is able to get there. If they do, I mean, Exodia is assembled.
Yeah, this is a way that you could do it, though, as Prismatic Ticket, as we are going to see. This spot was already good for Stargazer reroll, already having a couple of the units early, but it is going to be Buried Treasures, which is another very good augment for that style of comp, in the sense that you need a lot of items. You're trying to itemize Twisted Fate, itemize Caitlyn, itemize Jax, right? So no guarantee that Quinn goes in this direction in the first place, just seeing a couple pairs of those units early, but there is always that opportunity, and going for those extra items, that's still very flexible.
Yeah, also Malware giving you a glimpse or a chance to go for that Master G line. Now we have an early Kindred thanks to Expect the Unexpected, I believe is the one that got here. And for now, yeah, committing to the Quicksilver and just going for the G line here.
Gabumon is going to be able to pick up the very first win there.
Okay, good spot.
Uses Teemo on the... Oh, what's the augment there for Jesus Teemo? Had a full bench, so we'll see what ends up getting sold, but...
Okay. We're talking about Mino Tasson, and he included the... I love the name with the GG on top. Get Grump. So GG Mino Azor. I don't know why.
Yes.
It gets a laugh out of me.
Haxor already with a 2-star pickup of the Belveth. We go over to Ekra. This is another buried treasures. A lot of items already. Prismatics making a lot of early power across the lobby.
Okay, getting early also the Primordials, trying to assemble. Has the possibility here of Titans, but of course we haven't seen the commitment on Briar that huge. So for now, just preserving options, getting sure he knows exactly what items he will get from Buried Treasures in the next round, and then committing, actually knowing all the options that he has.
Like expected unexpectedness on the other side. Be a lot of random stuff, but a lot of good stuff. Coming through. Next round, or next board, Dot has level up going alongside the Sona.
Okay, level up pretty huge, and of course having the Sona, yeah, as you mentioned, is so easy. I mean, we can see a 4-2 level 9 for sure, trying to hold up as soon as possible. The problem, Cass, even though you have good chance to go there, normally you still need to preserve HP. So it could be old school level 9, if you will, economy, try to lose 3 economy for sure there, and then go level 9. Haven't seen that much. Maybe Sona will allow this to happen again.
Yeah, I mean, Sona is definitely going to open the door for it when it goes next to the level up, and maybe that is just Dot's angle. Looking at the items already, I mean, at least having a sword potentially can go towards the Jhin if you can find a couple more of those. And with the early game having Primordian, that's going to be extra gold to go into this like level up as well. So definitely going to have our eyes on Dot, because that is the potential to be a win out angle when you do have an augment like level up.
Okay, Evelyn and Yasuo. 2 random units here to try to maintain tempo for Evelyn, and of course the Hex for Yasuo should be a priority.
Yeah, I mean, Steamroll, very risky, of course, but huge payoff if you can keep the win streak. I didn't see any spots that screamed Steamroll to me just yet, and I'm curious who will end up taking it. Because if someone can get a big win streak with that, I mean, it's massive. It's a ton of gold.
Yeah.
Because it's technically infinite gold, Hoope, right? You know, you could just never lose.
Yeah, makes sense.
But yeah, it's a lot. It ends up being a lot of value if you can get, you know, a nice little win streak with it.
Having a Gragas here. We haven't seen this is my favorite hero almond for this patch, the Gragas. Could be interesting. We have still this series to watch. Hope we see it, because it was a little nerf for the next patch, and one of my favorites for sure. We see a lot of people. Normally you have to hold the Gragas and then be lucky that you get it. So some options here. We see the early Jhin here, Marwale Matrix. Good position right here for Deadly CO2.
Yeah, already a Yi and a Mighty Mech. This is a Steamroll angle, right? You've got the Master Yi on stage 2. Steamroll to give you a bunch of gold. Start getting the level up, so get Grumped, recognizing Deadly CO2 has a spot for it. I imagine most of their teammates do not go for it, and they try and enable Deadly CO2 to full Steamroll, get a bunch of extra gold from getting the 2 cost every single round. I mean, it's just plus 2 gold every round is what it is equating to, and it can be so massive.
Yeah, good spot. For now, Shaba Moon and Deadly are the ones holding the win streak. Let's check directly if they face each other. Victor 2 doesn't give you anything really. Very interesting that he's holding on to it. Maybe try to think about the 4 Psionic that is a good angle. Normally, the second Psionic is good, especially for the front line. Decides to sell that, I feel is correct. And now with an angle. Doesn't want to slam, obviously, the void staff. So should just tempo out. Trying to find the angle here for the G. Goes strong side on the right.
Yeah, I mean, you got to sweat your positioning with the Evelyn, with having the ability to get the 2 cost every single time. Just need to run over the lobby as much as possible. Runs into MZ Shady, and this is certainly not a board that's going to be able to beat the Master Yi. Definitely even having the slam of the early Hextech Gunblade, I actually think it's really nice for trying to just keep the win streak. The item is maybe not a best in slot, but early game, that healing is going to be so impactful for healing up your front line and healing up yourself as the Master Yi.
Yeah, 100% agree, especially having the Leona 2 unit that already has durability put into his kit, into her kit, and good chance here. So both of them will maintain the win streak. GG, get Grump in a great position, 3 players in the top.
Yep. Meanwhile, Quinn is the one on the leak. Was the one in the position to potentially play around the reroll Stargazers, but has since moved away from that. Instead, having 2 Timebreaker online, not going to be leading towards that direction at all, and might just be playing Lost Streak into level 8. And maybe, I mean, the items, there's just so many items. There's a lot of ways you can go with Buried Treasures.
Yeah, he's fully open here for options. Just trying to make sure he makes the right decision when he sees the football, enemies and teammates alike. What is actually better for me to play? Should I grieve? Should I try to tempo and contest Master Yi if no one is doing it in my team? And of course, being flexible to help as much as possible. Okay, decides to go for the AD line. Could be Corki, could be Master Yi. No swords, so very difficult here to play the Corki line. He needs at least one more. You need more swords for the Riven. So even though it looks like a Corki game in the units he's gabbing, I really feel it will be very difficult for him to navigate from this spot.
Yeah, gonna be tough, but good news for Quinn. The rest of the team is having quite a good early game. Deadly CO2 still steamrolling at 100 HP, getting that extra 2 gold per turn, plus the win streak gold. Just gonna be obscenely rich in this game. Dot was our player headed towards level up, and we can see the item slams leading a little bit more towards Yi at the very least, with having the Edge of Night alongside that Bloodthirster. Shaba Moon takes a loss, and that means Deadly CO2 is the one who picks up that win and continues with the steamroll.
Yeah, so Deadly is one who will try to preserve, try to challenge the rest of the lobby. Baron Slayer early into the game, pretty huge. Especially if you have a decent front line. It's just too much. You get 5% bonus attack damage and ability. It's like an early ascension, if you will.
Does pass it min-max.
Okay, min-max.
As the option
Nice.
instead. Golden Remover, very powerful when it comes to 4v4. Being able to have infinite removers to make sure that you are protecting your team. But as of right now, Deadly CO2 is not someone who's going to want to use that remover. With the steamroll, this is the player. You just let Deadly CO2 keep winning until it gets to the point where they are so ahead that you can actually start to expend some of this life to keep your teammates alive.
For now, pretty stable, trying to hold up as much as possible. Going up against Kaisa with Mordekaiser 2 here for Haxor. Good position, actually. Great front line items. Goes for the AD. So the Kaisa together with the Jin. Once again, a comp that is pretty good, but very difficult Jin in the last one. But obviously, the Kaisa is the one who holds the comp together, especially on the middle stages of the game.
Yeah, still wanting that Yi to chew through this Mordekaiser, though, and pick up the win for Deadly CO2. It looks like that will be the case. Not a bad loss for Haxor, and it's going to keep the steamroll going.
Queen is still losing. Shady is the one holding the ground on the bottom. Some upgrades going up for Shaba Moon also. And now Haxor just trying to maintain. We have 2 meeples here. So possibilities to get the meeple shop that gives you a good chance here, Cass. I don't think they will because it's very difficult to navigate around there, but it's a good chance for it. He has good items for Corki, he has the Quicksilver for Riven, so he will have to go for that angle because of expect the unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, double Meeple Emblem, you might as well go down this line, right? So it is just going to be kind of forced for Shabamoon to end up in the Corki. I don't know that any of his teammates were kind of forced there. Quinn, it felt like, was headed towards AD, right? We were thinking maybe Corki could have been the direction. And I think Quinn is going to have to pivot out of it because Shabamoon is just being completely directed by the game into saying, you must play Corki.
100%. If he gets Golden Egg on the final one, there's a tech where you can actually use the Meeple shop to duplicate the Golden Egg and get double cash out. Very difficult to accomplish, very meme. It will be beautiful if that angle presents itself.
All right, let's see the choice here. Evelyn going to give a random emblem for 3 tack health.
Okay.
Or it will just be mana regeneration on the side of Yasuo. I could see an emblem being worth for some of these players.
Yeah, such player, especially for Corki, is also pretty good. You have good options. So players on that line should prioritize. There's a Corki there as a free unit, and this will change the dynamic a lot for some of the players.
Jesus Timo is going towards the Stargazer line on the mountain. You were talking about that Lulu and how good it is. I mean, this is a Lulu reroll in the making. We'll see if it gets grief this time or if he's able to complete it like Darth Noob did.
Ooh, finds the Titanic Hydra, the best artifact for Master G. So MC Shady in a good spot here to defend. Of course, he will need to hit the G2 star and then have the possibility of being huge. For now, holding on the Urgot.
It's with a Brawler emblem as well. Do you go 6 Brawler with that, or do you just get to play another unit and just play around 4? I mean, I guess it's just either option.
The thing with the Brawler is that it's pretty broken because they decided to put like a set ago, like additional powers on the class emblems. And in this case, for example, for Brawler, according to the health you have, your auto attacks get like more damage. And because Master G is so fast, normally this will go to Master G and it's more comfortable just to go 4 or 6 Brawlers. So Master G actually, he has the 2 best like very situational items for Master G in Titanic Hydra and Brawler. I'm not sure if they go together or not because they're very good, but probably. So I mean, this is a great spot for MC Shady. I would love to see the Master G when he accomplishes it.
Yeah, if I'm remembering correctly, Titanic Hydra's text, it's 4% of holders' max health. It's based on their max health. So they do combine really well, right? The Brawler emblem is going to give you more health. You'll do damage based on health on attack. Hydra's going to do the same thing. You know, in my mind, they should stack really well. Okay, if they do in practice, I'm not sure. You know, I couldn't tell you if in practice it works, but it sounds pretty good.
Nah, it will be huge here. Shady definitely still maintaining the win streak. And for now, finding an early Fiora. Fiora also a unit that has a lot of auto attacks, so getting good value there with the Brawler emblem.
Yep, Quinn going to take yet another loss. Not been able to do them all in succession, so not insanely rich. 86 gold. Going to be finally pushing up to level 7. This spot feels real tough. I'm not really seeing Quinn's out for this game. Just needs to look to maybe stabilize and outlive Shady.
Yeah, not getting sources here. Yeah, I totally agree, Cass, with what you just mentioned. I think this is a Corki, not go 8 Corki angle.
Yeah, the tough thing is having a teammate that's supposed to be Corki already in this game.
Yeah, you're right. It's just so it's too difficult. He will have to. There's not much options here.
Yeah, I mean, this is Corki, right? I fully agree with you. It's just like,
maybe...
What do you do? I mean, I guess if you see Corki, you just buy it anyway, right? Like, you just have to play around it. And then the point is you're probably going to die anyway, so you won't be griefing your teammate too much. You can play Graves. Okay. You just play around this Graves. The items will work.
So tough.
I mean, surely it's Graves, right?
I mean, I think he's already committed to going 8 and just trying to help the team. It's just too bad of a spot.
Fair enough. We are going to go back to Deadly CO2. still steamrolling. So incredibly rich. Level 8, Yi 2. Mighty Mech 2 is playing it with the mecha upgrade so that it's an even bigger frontliner. Gonna deal with MZ Shady easily. I mean, this is the type of game, because of Steamroll and all the extra gold you've gotten, hitting everything, staying rich, Deadly CO2 could basically Mr. 100 win this. Now, technically took 3 damage from the second Evelyn option.
Doesn't count.
But yeah, but without losing a round, right? Like, could win this entire game. And now, the odds are in a 4v4 of actually doing that are really low because it's actively bad. At some point, you should probably sack for your team. Right? But it's just this game feels like the type of game that would be capable of Deadly CO2 to do so. Double Jin in the shot.
Call to Chaos, getting Radiant Treasure, so he will get to pick where he has it. Probably the best one is a Radiant Gunblade on the Vex, but let's see what he goes for.
Yeah, deciding to not upgrade the Randomist, just still looking for the 5 cost. I mean, this is our level up. This is, you said 4-2 level 9. Guess what? We're here. Pair of Graves. Nice. Has the Vex. Had the pair of Jins. Sells that out because that's not going to be part of this comp. When you're just going 5 cost soup playing around the Vex, Jin does not make the cut.
Okay, Radiant Giant Slayer. Amazing also. Being able to burst the front line. Probably will go on the Great. Or Graves. The Fiora also.
Graves is going to go down, not having the upgrades yet, but there are pairs. Dot, gonna need to find those upgrades soon. Not a lot of money available for Dot, but a couple of lives to go. As still, 12 win streak. Top of the tables, Deadly CO2. Could potentially bail out Quinn. Now, finally, the steamroll probably not necessary to keep alive anymore. I mean, it's still gold. It's still great, but trying to keep some HP around as MZ Shady is falling very low. Dot is falling very low. And Ekra would be the next on that chopping block at 41 HP.
Jesus is in a great position. Having the Lulu, trying to get the Jax, has 2 duplicators, 3 duplicators if we count the golden one. So he's in a win streak. He's just trying to hold on. He knows he needs to be the win-out player. And for that, he will need the Jax 3 as soon as possible together with Emilio. Emilio is huge as a secondary carry in this combo.
Here we go. Fight between the 3-star Lulu yet again. The 2 Stargazer emblems. It's 5 Stargazer on the mountain. Being able to get those stuns from Lulu. The comp looking good for Jesus Teemo. Beats no Haxor there as MZ Shady is going to fall to 3 HP. Dot takes another loss. Quinn has stabilized for now around the Corki composition. As Blood Pact plus going to give a lot of gold towards the Evelyns.
Yeah.
They didn't catch the last Yasuo Hex.
Ooh, difficult spot here. Deadly CO2, as you mentioned, is just in a Radiant win streak and very strong. He could get the full game. Jesus is very huge, so maybe those 2 players would assemble and fight for the win out. The rest of the players are just holding up cast. They're just trying to ensure not go 8th, preserve HP, and fight it out in the middle ground. So it will be against Deadly and Jesus Teemo, and of course, try to avoid getting 3 players or your team in the bottom.
I mean, Shady has found the Yi 2. The rest of the front line's not really there, and it's not 6 Brawler, it's 4 as of right now.
Okay.
The cap's still a long way to go. Finally finds another copy of TK, but not having TK2. And it is the combo of the Emblem and the Titanic Hydra. I mean, it is that, like, I guess what we think could be an Exodia combo, but I think the rest of the comp's not there, as we've got 10 Meeple! 10 Meeple online!
Beautiful! Oh my god, look at the meeps. Look at them. Before what is this? We have the meeples fighting it out, and now the win out possibilities for Shabamoon. This player should win the game. I don't see anyone winning against the fully 4-star meeples here.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Upe. I think that's curtains. I think that's curtains for Rohan's Warriors in game 1, which I know it's so early to call it, and I'm not calling it yet, but MZ Shady takes the 8th. Dot is 1 life, and you've got Deadly CO2, who basically has made maybe 60 gold. I mean, not actually 60. It's something like 30 gold. Yeah, it was about about 30 gold from the Evelyn God Power at the start of the game, right? Just steamrolled 30 gold. And then on top of that, you have 10 meeple. So you have 2 players that are very likely to just find themselves in win-out spots for Get Grom, and you've already taken the 8 for Rohan Warriors. I mean, this game is pretty cooked.
Yeah, it's first spot here. Also, look at the front line. The meeples are so amazing. I've seen them before, but they look better now. 4-star. I think they had a little change here in the prismatic. And I mean, beautiful. Great recognition, great design. And now Dot takes his 7th.
Yeah, 7-8 for Rohan's Warriors. Get Gromped doesn't even need to go 1-2, and they're likely to go 1-2, as it is the rest of Rohan's Warriors will have to win out. They will have to go first and second to get this. They will have to have 2 players topple the 10 meeples if they're going to get this done.
Yeah, only to have a chance, I mean, it's too tough. I mean, both of them should go for a 3-star forecast. We know 1 is already difficult, 2 is almost impossible.
Yeah, and they're both kind of incontested lines as well, if I'm remembering correctly. It's just not going to be very easy to make this happen, as Shabamoon now is also just going to be able to keep upgrading the board because they're at 10 meeples. So now you just look for 2-star 5 costs, 3-star 5 costs, whatever, you know? You have so much time to get whatever you want done.
And for Quinn. I mean, holding up, he looked in a very dire position, putting full items, didn't have good items on the Corki, managed to find great items for the Riven, and now a good 6 for him helping the team.
Yeah, look, holding the line, we were thinking that, you know, Corki was going to be contested, and guess what? Corki wasn't, because it was a 10 meeple angle. So the Corki doesn't matter at all. And Quinn can actually use the Corki to stabilize instead. Really, really nice team play, but also, of course, a very fortunate spot for Shabamoon to find those 2 meeple emblems and then convert it into the 10 meeple.
Okay, looks like it's not enough. Riven against the world. Will fall against the Lulu. 1 life, no. Queens goes away, but a great 6 play. 2 players on the bottom and Get Grump in a great position, almost perfect to win out the first game.
Yeah, I mean, this would have been the spot for Ekra, being able to eliminate Quinn, who was on the Corki. All his units go back in the pool. Then you have to look for the 3-star. But, I mean, look at the gold, right? It's just not happening. Yeah. Ekra does not have the gold to go for a 3-star 4 cost, which is really the only hope at trying to deal with this 10 meeple board. And on the other side, this was the Lulu reroll. I mean, this is a strong comp. 6 Stargazer in online on the mountain to get the stuns through, but it's not going to beat the 10 meeple.
There it is once again. The meeples looking cute and holding strong right now for Shabamoon. Great spot right now with the great 2-star. Once again, so huge. Ramping it out against EWC26, his teammate that got that win streak at the start of the moment, and the 2 players that are probably the strongest right now.
Yeah, very likely Haxor going to take a loss to Jesus Timo. I mean, it is a great board for Jesus Timo. Finding the 3-star Lulu, once again, this is 2 games in a row we're seeing it. It is still quite rare that you get the 3-star 3 cost, but, you know, twice today we've seen the Lulu be able to convert. This time on the mountain, which is even better. As you were saying, that stun is really nice. 6 Stargazer in. This is going to be 6 Marauder for Deadly CO2, as he's been able to try and cap out, go to level 9. Can even look to push to level 10 at this point if he wants, or just continue to play defense and make sure that no 3-star 4 cost can come through, because that should just secure the win if he does so.
Also with Artifact, I mean, it just got out of control here for Get Grump. Great positioning, great management of the game. A little luck also with the double emblem with Expect the Unexpected. And now in a great position to get game 1. Right now we're seeing Ekra, the 1 trans here for Rohan Warriors. Looks like he's going to take a win and just try to maintain the possibility. The dream a little more should be enough, and it is. Okay, no damage. Mino Haxor is the one losing, and if he takes a 5th place here, it will be GG directly for them. No, sorry. Get Grumpy is the one in a great position. It will be 1 more from Rohan Warriors, the ones who will decide the game immediately. Shaba Moon, great position there with the meeples. We see Ekra once again. Ekra needs to hold here. He doesn't have great items on the Corki, so it will be very, very difficult for him to accomplish anything here. So once again, if he managed to get the meeple, it will be over for him. Looking good, just trying to hold up a little more. Meanwhile, Milio trying to hold up, but it's just not enough. Access to the backline there for Master G. Goes again against the Ramus, and looks like it should be enough. Ramus down. Master G goes directly for the Corki, and Ekra will take a great hit here. And the hopes for them should be a little lower, but no. The damage here from the Ribbon, being the hero, in the end, the heroine, maintains a good possibilities here. Tam Kench trying to hold up, but it's just not enough. So Deadly Theo2 taking a hit. This is impressive because Ekra is actually not very strong right now with the Corki, and now gets a little more stronger. Not ideal items for the Corki, but being compensated by giving the Baron Slayer and additional combat units and augments for him. Deadly CO2 finds the Fiora 2-star, has the G in a good position, Tam Kench holding strong, and now obviously trying to preserve HP for the rest. Takes the items out and will depend on the matchup to see if he wants to maybe stack for a companion, and just make sure that this game that is already in the pocket just gets even a little better. Right now, Mino Haxor trying to hold up, has the camera, hasn't found the gym, trying to find the Ilaoi 3-star to hold up the front line, but it's actually not needed. Deadly CO2 is just too strong and decides not to stack here against Mino Haxor. Probably will take the L here. Yes, so 2 players from Get Grump and 2 players from Rohan now. But of course, Get Grump is in a great position right now. Shabamon is almost impossible for him to lose. Should see Shabamon here. There's a chance for Shabamon to steal the Elder Dragon. So should be great to watch directly here. If the Bard is capable of getting the Elder Dragon, it's a chance. It's not completely. And then obviously there's a good chance that he can also use the additional table there to transform. Didn't happen, but of course, if you want to try it in your ranked games, please do. A very good meme that Riot Games managed to accomplish here with the meeple scenario. Continuing with Deadly CO2, looking strong. Shabamon should take the lobby, and now Ekra is the one falling. Any of the players from Rohan, either Jesus Timu of Ekra falls down in 3rd or in 4th, and it's already the end for them. Totally dominant position right now for GG Get Grump. Okay, going forward here. Lulu's strong, but it shouldn't be enough here, and should get access to the backline. Jax is looking so strong right now, holding the front line. Corki doesn't have enough damage, so Ekra falls down here, and it will be a GG for Get Grump, getting the first game of this last series. Remember, the players that, or the team that gets the final round here, that gets the series complete, will be the one advancing to global qualifiers. The last chance for them to actually achieve something. Try to get a 3-star here for the audience. Let's see if he gets it. Graves. One off of Ramus. That's the reason they haven't surrendered yet, or they haven't closed the chance. One off. So, I mean, great for this. I mean, great for the game, great for the show. Shabamon trying to give us a little more, but already these 10 meeples is one of the most beautiful boards that we have seen. Both cute and deadly for him, and managing to get a great win right now for Get Grump. That was the first game. And remember, we have a best of 3. So if Get Grump manages to get the win once again, they will be the one to qualify to the close qualifier, the global one. So that's the last spot that we have assembled. We will go to a short break and then go for game 2. Rohan Warriors versus Get Grump for the last spot in the qualifiers.
built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We are back with EWC TFT 4v4 America's Qualifier. We have the final series right now between Rohan's Warriors and Get Grump. Players that doesn't have the accolades of players that we saw in the past, like the Vitality players, but that have been playing amazing and deserve to get this spot. Right now, the series is 1-0 with Get Grump in the lead, and it will be a best of 3. So players to recognize: Shavamoon. He managed to get 10 meeple in, getting expect the unexpected and finding the 10 meeple line. Very huge, very strong, very cute. Also, not normally something that we say about TFT comp. Normally we say broken, we say, I don't know, free elo. This time it was cute and totally broken still. So I'm in a great position, good hype, good tempo for them to start. And the next game is about to start once again. We have Kale. We haven't seen it in this series, so additional items, and the later boom will be more like more towards having additional stats depending on the items that you get or the amount of items. Now, of course, Ari, more about health, HP, and trying to manage a little more. We have Prismatic of the last augment right now for Graves. So it will be a good chance for them to maybe play the fast 9 angle that we haven't seen that much. It would be a good chance for him to be accomplished. Shavamoon right now, the player with the 10 meeples. Of course, he got a little lucky, but of course you need to use the luck in your favor and have your team trust you to get the high variance augments in any moment. And of course he has it. Good angle to find Timo. Of course with gloves. Normally this comp doesn't use many gloves. Thank you to the observer there. We have Huntress as the Stargazer constellation, normally not a priority, but we could see it maybe in someone that needs to play for a top 5, maybe with Saya, could be an option. So right now, Shavamoon just trying to hold up, getting the Leona, as I mentioned, not great items, so maybe it will be a chance for him to accomplish. Bow, pretty good, could be half out of a Kinsu here, and a chance for them to close the series in a 2-0. Minohaxor starting off with a Cho'Gath and a Lissandra. We have seen this comp at least throughout the series a little, throughout the day. People are playing Cho'Gath 3-star duel with the Lissandra 3-star. Not a premium comp, not a steer by any means, but of course in a good spot to contest someone that is playing maybe the Dark Star line. If you get an emblem, it's pretty good, especially to ramp up a little early into the game. So Minohaxor in a good spot right here. And once again, the series 1-0, Get Grump against Rohan. We start with Prismatic, and the last augment will also be Prismatic. So it will be a highly resources lobby, if you will. First augment here will be artifacts for Minohaxor. Soraka is pretty good for Leona. Deathblade, I think, there's Defiant, I think is the more flexible one. He could use it for Master G. He can use it for Riven, so I truly believe he will go. No, he decides to go for a frontline artifact. So he probably will try to assemble something interesting and just try to tempo out here. Very interesting that he decides to go for this. I've seen it on the Leona 3-star. Worth it with Milo. Pretty good. Good option here. So probably try to either play tempo into the Fate Weaver duel with Corki and get the Milo 3 for free. That's what I will do. No swords. Of course, very difficult to play the Corki line without swords, but of course you get the free Milo. You can try to index a little more on him. On the other hand, Gigi Queen is the one with the sword and probably the one who will contest Corki. So now we see a little of the placement of the game. For Rohan, Jesus will be the one probably playing Corki, and Queen will be the one playing Corki for Get Grump. Ekra comp right now has the Dark Stars, has the 2 Brawler, has also the blue buff. Could possibly go for the Veigar line, Veigar reroll. No, he's holding the... he's with the Lissandra. I think he's holding the Lissandra and will try to stay on the Lissandra together with Cho'Gath. The interesting thing is that he has a Collector, and normally Collector is a AD line composition. So maybe just trying to get it for tempo so far. It was random also. So let's see any possibilities of having. Encounter, we saw it was last Prismatic, if I'm correct. We will check now with Observer. That means a very high tempo lobby for everyone. Yeah, there it is. Last Aumen will be prismatic, and we start with prismatic. So it's very likely, given the odds of TFT, that the second one will also be prismatic. All around the board, very important to get the tempo out and to have a cash out player, to have someone that actually can take the game to his full potential and have the possibility to close it out for sure. Get Grump trying to close out the game right now, and the players from Rohan Warriors just trying to tie the series and take us to game 3. 10 gold. Okay, trade 3. Nothing interesting here, actually. Timebreaker is decent. For the early game, we already have Timebreaker in. And then Primordial is more for tempo-wise. I mean, he has all the economy. He's using this trade 3 for economy. He has the free Primordial. He has the free Timebreaker. And then on the late game, probably he can use 2 Timebreakers to get additional attack speed for the players. And in another option, he can try to use Challenger, maybe for a Master Key line, maybe a Ribbon line. So it will be interesting to see what is the angle to be accomplished here for this player. I think it's good. I think it's good, at least for the early game. He will get good economy. Then in the later stages of the game, if he doesn't manage to accomplish anything, it could be a little difficult to navigate. Okay, coming up again. Trying to hold up a little more. I think he decided to go for these items because of the combo he has with the units. He had a protector bow. And you got a component. Anvils for Kale is huge. You can force so many comps right now. And we see a lot of people indexing to the right, so picking that Kyle line. 2 players only going for the Ari. Not trying to go for tempo. Queen, that we know is losing, is one of the players going for Ari for now. Deadly02 together with Shavamoon were the ones who tempo the lobby so much in the last round. So players to watch for sure. Mordekaiser 2-star, great. Having good possibilities and also stabilizing a little. MC Shady, we see Veigar 2-star. Replicators, economy there on the augments. Nice possibilities here. I don't see the angle yet. He's still level 4. There's a possibility he will just reroll Veigar. We haven't seen it, but it's a comp that I really like, and it's easy to play. You can get an easy top 4 with this comp, especially if the game helps you a little. I don't know if this is the best decision in a prismatic lobby, but I think it's the only angle that MC Shady has seen for now.
All right, okay, sorry for abandoning you. My microphone deciding that today is the day that it would like to never work again. But I'm back now.
Beautiful to have you back.
All right, jumping into this one. Hoope, catch me up. Catch me up just very briefly. I'm trying to jump in, catch this.
Yeah, most important is the encounter gave us grapes. So we have late, the third augment will be prismatic. And then by chances of life, by the gods of TFT, the first one was also prismatic. So we have a lot of resources coming up. And in terms of resources, some people getting artifacts. And I mean, a full Exodia tank here for Deadly and some other shenanigans from the other players.
All right, so that is crazy. A crazy series to try and keep the lives alive for these players in the Esports World Cup, with prismatics abound for Git Grump and Rohan's Warriors, with Git Grump grabbing that first win. Taking a look now at Deadly CO2. Once again, anchoring for this team as far as HP goes at 102 on that full win streak. He said a couple Exodia comps going to be able to attempted to be set up when you do have all these extra resources.
I think he will try to go for a 3-star tank, but I'm not still sure what the comp will be. So very interesting, because he had an option to get maybe a combat artifact, and no, he saw this one. I've only seen this one, the Soraka Blessing, I think it's called, on the Leona 3-star. We see it again here, so it looks more like a tempo frontline generic artifact. So cool.
All right, so we'll see how this pays off as we jump over to Mino Haxor, also having this together. Good early game so far from Git Grump once again. I felt like they were pretty dominant in that first game, finding everything that they needed And once more having a good early lead on the HP and on the win streaks with Deadly CO2 anchoring that once more. Ekra and Dot on the loss streaks for Rohan's Warriors.
Okay, Timebreaker trying to achieve only for tempo right now, giving speed, not having the additional rolldowns or the XP.
Yeah.
So for now, Jesus Timo just trying to hold on. Deadly CO2 once again with the win streak. He was the win streaker on the previous game, and now once again maintaining tempo, pressuring the lobby, and getting GG in a good spot here to advance in 2 games.
Yeah, and worth the wait on that Milio is going to mean Milio 3 on the next round, 3-2, having that 2-cost 3-star ready to go. Trying to have the high tempo from there. We are going to jump on board with Ekra to see what's happening on this side of things, and it is going to be a gold collector.
Collector is beautiful on Corky, but no swords once again. More of a Kaisa angle for now. Darstar. Could be Kaisa. Collector Kaisa. Crit. Try to use the stats a little more. Let's see what's the angle here for Ekra.
We're going to take that big loss streak, and now we have the golds.
Ooh, apathetic.
Decides to pass it.
Rolled.
Epoch gonna go for the big late game.
Okay.
So fast 8, fast 9 potential. But not a lot of HP to work with. I mean, a lot for the rest of the game, but playing, playing with fire. Already on the 6th loss and potentially can go even further from there because not taking any combat strength with Epoch.
So, having good possibilities here for tankiness, goes for Protector's Vow, has the blue buff. Oh, here's the commit. Okay, here's the commit from HP, getting the early Karma. So, he will go for Darkstar, has already the Karma, and now we'll try to find the rest of the board, especially the Kaisa. But once again, it's more like a tempo-ish play to try to preserve it to win out spot.
See the Karma just trying to get a lot done as we have a 3-star Briar already for Dot with the Marauder and the Challenger emblems. Just emblem soup on this Briar. But a lot of these are very good emblems for a melee carry.
Yeah,
it's going to get the job done.
They mix very well on the line. You can use it so far. I believe there's also a possibility for him to play this line and then try to mix a little with Master Yi in the end. So play both, the best of both worlds. Get the Briar 3-star and then try to play Master Yi.
And then Yi. Yeah, I think it connects, right? With the Marauder emblem. You're already playing Brawler with the Primordian by having the Rek'Sai. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it connect, Tufe.
Okay,
you can get the job done.
We
So got the Brawler +1 on this board. Which could also lead towards Master Yi, but no items for him yet.
Also great on Talon. Talon never stops auto-attacking. Well, at least unless he jumps. But he doesn't spend time like with the ability. So I think he will get some good value from the Brawler emblem so far. At least for a holder.
Yeah, and a good jump back to the Karma, but she won't be able to die to that Dot because of having that Gunblade, being able to keep the front line alive. So Talon's going to have to jump to her once more if he's going to want to finish the job, and the Pantheon tanking up very well. Talon, the damage over time being a problem for this matchup, and Deadly CO2 will finally lose the win streak. Felt like he was still streaking from last game, only losing once he actually finally needed to for his team. As we do have Ahri and Kale, so it's either items or XP, but right now it will be gold on the Ahri side of things.
Yeah. Double item on the Kale, always good. See a little priority there. Ekra very low here, cast 48. Trying to find an angle, and we saw it before. Rohan Warriors players going 8 very early into the game, opening the line completely for Get Grumped.
A lot of Kale commits across the lobby. 5 players already on double Kale, which means not that many players end up going for Ahri on this pickup, which means a good amount of gold from that pool. Looks like both teams trying to funnel a little bit to specific members.
Yeah, Nekra keeps holding. He doesn't slam and finds the Corki here for Quen. Has the Death Blade. has good units to assemble Bastion so far, 3 Mimples. So good spot for him at least to start ramping up and get out of the bottom placements.
Gwen with the Corki already online. Rest of the board not there yet, but that's fine. You've got the start of your carry, good items for it. Only level 735. It's a really nice pickup. So Quinn gonna be able to potentially start finding that stabilization. We'll see. It needs to get toward. Oh, this is the stacking Deathblade as well. I didn't actually realize from the quest early on. So a lot of potential for this core keyboard to cap out.
Important, just a tip. Only the Deathblade that they give you is the one stacking. I mean, you get another one. Just try to focus on the first one. I tried to grid it out, Cass, and I'm like, okay, I can get like 3 or something like that. Not happening.
I can stack all my Deathblades.
Of course, Queen in a great position here, stacking Deathblade. It's almost a Radiant. I mean, in the later stages of the game, it's like a Radiant Deathblade right here. So we already saw the power of that Radiant Deathblade in previous rounds and cities. And now in a great position for Queen to at least contest the first place.
Back on board with Deadly CO2, finally lost the win streak, but that Brawler talent is still just so good. It gets onto the back line and will be able to deal with the Corki, it seems. One more bleed on there, but Corki's going to get a cast, and that may be able to get a couple more kills for the side of Quinn, which is really nice. And in fact, if the bleed doesn't take out the Corki, there's a world that it's going to do enough, but the Talon posthumously will be able to pick up that kill. And that means Deadly CO2 will be continuing on the win streak once more as Quinn takes a loss. And Ekra, down 25 HP, going to be in trouble for Rohan's Warriors. As Get Gromped trying to run away with this. There is going to be even more power, though, for Ekra. Here's essentially the pseudo cash out of the augment that he took at the start of the game, right? Now this is a lot of facts.
Yeah, looking good. Having good possibilities. A lot of gold here for Ekra. 10 lose streak. And now a chance for him to actually stabilize. Let's see if he managed to pull the trigger in the next round. Decide to prep. We will see a 4-1, aggressive 4-1 for him. And just try to stabilize from now on. Good items for Master Yi.
Yeah, I mean, with Epoch, with the items, as you said, great for Master Yi. All these artifacts, a very high cap-out potential for Ekra's board. It's all going to come down to this roll-down. Can anybody keep him out of the lines he wants? Can the Yis get taken away? Corki as an option, but I think he's got another teammate potentially going in that direction. He's just going to roll past it. There's the first Yi. That's the big pickup. That's what he was looking for. And now he finds the pair. Can he find the 2-star? The 2-star going to make all the difference. The Tom Kench going to get added to it. Kindred, the comp all coming together. Last 20-ish gold to spend as he sells through some of these things. Not going to find the full Yi, but still, having the pair online may just be enough because right now he's got all of these additional artifacts to start slamming to the board.
Yeah, looking good here for him, trying to stabilize, trying to get everything 2-star. Of course, the most important will be the Master Yi, but at least getting the components, right, to get everything assembled, being stable. On 4-1 should be enough, and now with a little gold, maybe try to roll again to 10 and find something good. Remember, it's Graves, so the next Augment cast will be also prismatic.
And here it is, second prismatic of the game, 2 prismatics, 1 gold. We have multiple members of Get Gromped falling lower on HP this game. This time around, Rohan's Warriors not falling nearly as behind as in Game 1. And some very good prospects, especially for Ekra at the bottom of the tables. And that's the player that you want to have good win-out prospects, is the one with the least amount of HP. Utilize the HP of your team to just try and close out the game immediately. As we do have Quinn finally hitting on to that Riven, not able to pair the Corki yet though, and still missing out onto the front line.
Yeah, no Ramus, amazing. At least finding the Riven 2 that works as an off-tank sometimes. Still only tanking there with the Aatrox, using the treasures to try to get additional items here for the Riven. Triple itemization for her, triple for the Corki, just lacking a little front line. Or a lot.
Yeah. And the items for the front line are good already. So once the Rammus is here, the board is outstanding. But for now, just not powerful enough. 1-star Corki, no Rammus. It's going to be a lot of damage coming in and hitting Quinn, and still a ways away from stabilization. Meanwhile, Ekra has fully stabilized, and I think Get Gromp is starting to bleed out a little bit. Even Deadly CO2 has taken a loss, but that is Yi2 picked up there for him, so maybe he can start to pull things back for the team as Dot on the full win streak finds a Cho'Gath 3.
Okay, Cho'Gath 3 probably with some stacks being enabled there. Pretty huge. 4 Primordial just for fun. Just trying to get full damage. Remember, you have a stack in... How do you call the void little things that come from Primordial, like the void Smearwings, something like that?
Oh yeah, like
Like
voidlings. Yeah,
like
yeah.
the voidlings, yeah.
They're like little void rays, kind of almost. But
Okay.
they come with the Belveth. Yeah.
Meaning one full access to backline. Riven has to do the full wrap because of the Deathblade or the Edge of Night. And Queen in a difficult position here, coming up against a fully capped board, the Briar with the full emblems, and now Queen could fall down for Get Gromp.
And here we get a look at Deadly CO2's board, and this is maybe what the Yi board in the last game that had the Brawler emblem wanted to be, right? This is looking like it will be able to make its way towards 6 Brawler. It's playing around a Yi 2, playing from a winning position, so Deadly CO2 going to try and throw his name into the hat as the player who can potentially win this lobby, and looking to rely on Shabamoon as well, who's been able to turn around their position, gain a lot more ground in the lobby as far as the HP totals go. But Mino, Haxor, and Quinn both kind of in trouble near the bottom. Quinn especially. I think Haxor is the other one for Get Gromp they have to look at. If Haxor can make his way into the top 4, this is still going to be a great position for Get Gromp. The issue is when they start falling off like flies, because they're very likely to take the 8th.
Level 9, 6 dust stars, finds the Jhin. Everything coming together here, Cass. The problem of this comp, you don't have tanks, so you need the Blitzcrank, you need something to help you besides the Mordekaiser. So for now, damage seems good, but everything is still, I mean, looks small. Even the Kaisa is 1-star.
Yeah, that's where it's lacking, right? 1-star Kaisa does have the Jhin, does have the 6 Dark Star. It's all there, but frontline and backline both lacking at the moment. Deadly CO2 going to deal a massive blow to his teammate. Haxor is going to potentially go down to a single life. It is still only stage 4. Maybe he'll have 2 lives to go, as long as one of them is taken on this stage, as it is just going to be down to 17 health. So 1 more life for sure. Quinn looking to hang on a little bit longer as well. The Riven going to do just enough. Ekra takes a loss. That is big for Get Gromp. If they can get strong enough to finish off Ekra, that was one of the potential spots that Rohan's Warriors could look to win from.
Yeah, and this Corki 2 is exactly what Get Gromp needed. Trying to avoid Queen from going 8th. And this Corki should be just enough. Jhin 2-star finds for Haxor, and I mean, frontline Cass, and this could be a winner spot.
Yeah, I mean, has 1 Blitzcrank, doesn't have a pair just yet, but just finding a little bit more frontline, as you said, is good enough. And this Jhin might do enough damage that he's still able to stabilize around it, at least for the start of stage 5. We'll see how these boards are progressing. It is a very strong lobby with double prismatic. As you can see, even though Quinn's board is powerful, it's still having some issues chewing through some of these beefy front lines that exist in the lobby. Deadly CO2, of course, though, did, I believe, take the items off the carry, which is why we see this being such a big domination. The Yi evaporated without his Brawler emblem. So Quinn able to be sacked for, now that he's actually been able to get a composition together. Has the Corki, has the Riven, has the Rammus, and now Ari's Boon is going to be able to give a lot of buffs across the board here and continue to push towards maybe even getting to level 9.
Yeah, the 3 players in the bottom all won, either because of friendly help or just because they got stronger, so the HP is balancing right now. Normalizing. We saw the hat trying to be big, not the biggest hat. We need to get it as much as possible. The Kappa juice. Normally we want to get the hat as big as possible. We want to have him bigger than the full screen, and then is where you get the full possibilities and get a good damage.
Well, and the crazy thing for Ekra as well, right? This is on Kale. The Kale Boon comes through, giving stats based on how many unique items you have. Hey, there's a lot of unique items on this board I'm looking at.
Level 9, forcing level 9 just to get the additional unit in gives you so much. Great synergies here coming in from the Belbeth. And now just trying to get additional chances of free chops on level 9 and trying to find the Grapes 2-star. That could be the winner spot for him, even without the Grapes in a great position.
Yeah, Graves pair found. Now Quinn versus Haxor. Haxor still not finding the front line, but the Jin 2 might be able to get enough kills that it's not too bad of a loss. Haxor can take an additional loss here, whereas Quinn can't, as long as it's not too big. Riven has made it there. Jin not being able to get through the Rammus just yet. Now one more cast for Jin. Can it kill off a little bit of this board? No, it's a big loss, but it's not big enough. Haxor able to live on 2 HP. Ekra gonna stabilize. Quinn will be alive, so Quinn and Haxor at least can look to continue to try and win out and see if they can send Ekra last, but it's gonna be tough with how good of a board Ekra had. Meanwhile, I would say Shabamoon and Deadly CO2 doing a good job holding on to HP for GG, but they really need Quinn and Haxor to not go 7th, 8th, because 1-2 here is looking very difficult.
Yeah, and they cannot stack. Deadly has 2 enemies in the rotation. Shabamoon probably the same, so everyone is on the spot right now. Let's see if there's a possibility. Time to use the remover. We see Dot, for example, 0 removers. Already helped everything that he could. And now for him, the chance to cap out and try to help. Mino Haxor, 1 life, going with the Jin, facing up the Temple AP line. There for
He found a little front line. He found the Mega Mech 2-star. It's going to at least buy a little bit of space for this Jin, because the damage is not the problem. It's been the front line, so at least getting a 2-star 4 cost with some items, and it was looking like it's making all the difference, as MZ Shady's going to take a massive hit from Haxor. Quinn wins as well, and Ekro takes a loss. Ekra and Jesus Timo now in trouble, same with MZ Shady, and suddenly Get Gromped is holding on. They're finding a good position, finding equity in this game, even though it was looking relatively hopeless with both Quinn and Haxor in trouble. If they can hold on a little bit longer, it might even be favored for Get Gromped with Deadly CO2's positioning.
Yeah, 100%. And MC Shady, we saw his board. He's playing AP Flex and not with the best clarity. Karma and Nami are not in a great position here on 17.2B. So even though GG Get Grump is below, as you mentioned, Cass, they are the favorites right now in terms of position. They need to avoid a bad placement. Now going against Jesus Timu, can Mino Haxor maintain and preserve this position? Not losing here is huge and is the breakout of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's so big. Jesus Timo at only 16 life. The Melio carry just not scaling into the end game. The Jin, too strong. Quinn goes down, so does Jesus Timo. But that does mean that Get Grumps took 8th. Rohan's Warriors held on for the 7th at the very least. Ekra able to survive, but MZ Shady takes a loss now. So now it is up to all of these Get Grump players. Shabamoon hanging on. Still, this comp looking stronger and stronger. The Timo comp finally paying dividends, and it comes with the help of the Wits and all of these artifacts coming through. MC Shady, I'm not seeing a way back for this comp. It might just be taking a 6th, and then Ekra needs to live.
Yeah, exactly as you mentioned. MC Shady cannot perform anymore. Doesn't look like anything else can achieve. And if it drops down right here, it could be the end of the game. I mean, 3 players in the bottom, or not, or it could be just parity for each of them. Final fight for him has a chance and goes against Deadly CO2, who's just right now cast with the Brawler Jig.
Yeah, 6 Brawler Yi, 2-star Fiora with a Prowler's Claw. Gonna be able to get around onto the back line pretty soon. The front line falling over for MZ Shady. It's just coming down to the Karma's damage. The Yi may finally go down. Was that enough? The AoE was there. It's just up to the 1-star Kindred. We thought this was curtains, but MZ Shady holds on. No deaths on this round. Dot, Shabamoon, and Deadly CO2, all the ones taking the losses. Single-digit HP for MZ Shady, Ekra, and Mino Haxor.
And Dot is also low. 14. Shabamoon just preserving HP. 2 GG. 2 Get Grumps on the top, but it's just not looking like it's enough. They need to assemble Kappa Juice. No stacks here for Kappa Juice, so Ekra will just keep getting weaker right now, Cass.
Yeah, it's gonna be a struggle. Ekra does have 2 teammates in their pool, but will it just be Haxor? It's MZ Shady. One of the members of Rohan's Warriors will be going down into the bot 4 here.
Dot cannot take a big loss or the game may end right now, as Ekra looks to be the stronger member of the team. MC Shady on the AP flex, not able to get the job done, but that is some extra kills. Stack the caps for Ekra. Maybe the win out can be there, but Dot takes a loss. Dot down to 1 HP as Get Gromped are staying alive. Haxor fighting back with 10 life. If Dot goes down, it doesn't matter what Ekra can do, because Get Gromped will just take the game by putting 3 members into the bot 4.
So huge here for Get Grom, getting the first game and now in a perfect position to get the second one. Even though Queen got an 8, still managed to assemble a great spot right now. It will depend on the next round. Elder Dragon will give additional items, will give a full itemized anvil for everyone. And this is the last moment. Ekra and Dot need to survive the next round, Cast, or it's over.
Yeah, and I just don't see it with Dot's comp right now, Hoope. This is the struggle. I mean, is there even possibility from there to go first and fourth? Yes, it would work. In the event that Ekra can eliminate Haxor over Dot. Dot finds the Jhin. There's the damage.
He needs help.
Needed that. The front line is there.
Yeah. Again,
not having the Dark Star for the Jhin,
friendly
but it's still
flyer.
a 2-star 5 cost into Ekra. It is friendly fire. That is likely to do it, because if they recognize this and Get Grump can sacrifice for Mino Haxor, it's going to be a team kill into the bottom 4. Dot going to go down, and it's a big loss. 3 members of Rohan's Warriors are in the bottom 4, and that means Get Gromped is going to the last chance qualifier.
Greatly done, recognizing the level of the lobby, using the augments on their favor, Cast, using the prismatic, recognizing the usefulness of these artifacts on the current meta, and of course being creative also in the itemization. Getting the early grapes here for Ekra wasn't enough. He was the win-out spot possibility, but now with 3 players on the bottom, as you mentioned, Get Grump is the final one to be qualified to the global regional qualifiers that will be in 2 weeks, and they will have a chance to access EWC directly.
Yeah, I mean, great performance in this game by Ekra, and a good try from Rohan's Warriors. A really good run to even get this far. So many teams tried and failed, and they nearly made it. They'll have another chance next year to try and get the job done, but congrats to Get Gromped putting this team together and at least going to have a fighting shot at making it to the EWC to add an additional America's team to the roster of teams.
Yeah, so beautiful for the players. Players that have been recognized for doing good on cups, even on trials, starting on trials, having good results on ladder, and now one step away from accessing EWC, going to that global qualifier. So my props here for Get Grump against the elite of TFT, now with a great chance to make history in 4v4.
Yeah, Ekra looking for the moral victory of this one. Saying, you know what, this comp is sick, and, you know, we were able to put something really good together on the Kale Boon. Getting so many stats from all of these items. The Kale Boon for Deadly CO2 as well. I mean, let's be clear. Pretty disgusting amount of stats on both sides.
This is the moment
You just get to see 2 strong comps be strong. Oh my god! There's the Fiora just assassinates the Kindred in the back. The caps are gone. But is it still enough? It is not. It is still too much power for Ekra's board. The Kindred gets 1 shot, and it doesn't matter. Ekra's too strong, but yeah, that is Get Gromped. Taking down this match, and now they are moving on to that global qualifier.
I mean, players that, as we mentioned, haven't been recognized that much. Deadly CO2 maybe on Cups, Cats, doing amazing, and I'm happy for them. In 2 weeks, we'll see them again, fighting against APAC, against CN, against EMEA for those final spots at EWC. And we had a great rundown so far. 4v4 for me has been so huge, and now having these qualifiers that we'll check promptly is just amazing. America's great representation right now for EWC.
Yeah, no, it's been amazing, and I forgot that these were on my head. I had to go find a headset that worked because my mic wasn't working. We're gonna take a look at the bracket. As we've got Get Grumped advancing to the global qualifier. We did have a reminder that Team Vitality took down Team Nemesis, moved on as the first seed. Nemesis will be our second seed that we're sending through. Fnatic clinched the third seed, taking down Asurius, who will be having to fight through the global qualifier alongside Get Grumped to see if they can add a couple more America's teams to the roster.
Yeah, those two teams, we'll see them again in 2 weeks. Isurus and Dead Grump, as you mentioned. And two teams also with a lot on the line. Isurus, elite player, if you will, and Get Grump, we saw there again the aura, if you will, cast, making 10-minute pulls, having good possibilities, having fun. And he's also one of the greatest in TFT. So both best of luck for them in the next 2 weeks, trying to achieve EWC via the final last chance.
All right, well, I mean, that is going to do it for us on the day, Hoope. It's been a pleasure working with you. These games were incredible. Any final things to say before we sign off?
First thing, I love your new headset. I have to say it. It looks good with your tone of skin. And for me, let's keep supporting EWC. Let's keep supporting 4v4. It's one of the best formats right now for TFT, and I'm looking forward to see what the future departs for us. As I always say, surpass your limits in life and in TFT. See you in the convergence. Boom!
All right, I've got nothing better to add. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you in 2 weeks for the global qualifiers. Peace out. Vamos.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
you.